Got it. You're on. Good, lad. Just good.
Yeah. The bloke behind the bar.
Oh, that's the rip there. That's right. Sorry,
Today's session is welcome to Rothesay. This is Championship Rothesay Championship. It's going to take the thing to check.
Oh, oh no, it's 7. Oh, 7. Oh, 7, 9.
Derbyshire won the toss to bat this morning. They showed length, representing that to the play. Professional available coach and still has to play, so the field is 6 down, and will be serving the glass and next, the coffee and the grounds mascot, and will be serving the professional including ice cream. We have two refreshment options available at any restaurant, between 12:30 and 2:30. If you would like to make a reservation, please make your way to the restaurant and have it contained table queue. Tomorrow, at 2 to the Legend of the Wickets game, the club will be ready to the presentation will take place in the hospital responsibility when you would like to attend the site. So welcome our scorers, Anthony James and Jamie Gale. We've got Derbyshire with Red Jewel and Rothesay. We've seen Queens come onto the field, and we're pleased to welcome the Northamptonshire team, led by Captain Rothesay, who is sponsored by the special welcome to Peter Lewis Morris, and responsible for the 100, who is sponsored by Rothesay.
Good morning and welcome to Northampton. Apologies if this is the second introduction you just heard. We've just had some technical difficulties to get today underway. Derbyshire won the toss at 10:30 this morning, elected to have a bat first. Liam Guthrie for Northamptonshire, opening the bowling from the David Capel. My name is Dan Jadzwick, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet. And we've got county championship cricket back at the county ground for the first time in what feels like an age. It feels like the first time you and I have been back here in an age as well.
It's been too long.
It has, hasn't it?
Missed you.
Wow, likewise.
Once more with feeling.
Likewise. It's better. Big appeal though, first ball of the day from Liam Guthrie. Bit of a makeshift top order for Derbyshire this week. Lewis Rees opening the batting with Caleb Jewell. David Lloyd making way from last week's round of fixtures. Here's a replay of that opening delivery of the day. The big appeal for caught behind. That has gone a long way. That's swung sizably from Liam Guthrie. He's done very well with Kookaburra in hand. One of the few seamers around the country that has. One nicely bowled and nicely played. Go through the 11s. There's been a few changes since the last time out. Northamptonshire lineup as follows. Ricardo Vasconcelos will be joined by the captain and Luke Proctor as he returns back to the 11. Lewis McManus is carded at number 3 with James Sales at 4, George Bartlett at 5. Safe Save at 6, Justin Broad, Rob Keogh, George Scrimshaw, who plays his first class game of the season, Liam Guthrie and Yuzvendra Chahal for Northamptonshire. That one down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind, nothing from Lewis McManus. And Derbyshire line up as follows with Caleb Jewell, Lewis Rees, as you can see in the middle there. Harry Kane at number 3, the captain Wayne Madsen at 4, Brooke Guest, Nye Donald, Martin Anderson, Zach Chappell, Joe Hawkins making his first class debut for Derbyshire, Blair Tickner and Ben Aitchison. What have you been up to then, Rowie? What's new in the world of Phil Rowe and Northamptonshire cricket?
Not heaps. Come back to that after this ball. What ball? I did a lovely job painting my fence on Sunday. Gee whiz. What a job that was.
Do you know, I'm disappointed I missed it.
Well, you could drive by.
Could have been a spectator sport.
I'm not going to invite you around. You could do a drive by. Have a look at it. Yeah, marvellous job. I might branch out. Might be a new career for me, that.
Painter and decorator.
Third career. Mostly fences.
Yeah.
I think outside. Yeah, a bit of outside.
In the sunshine.
Yeah. I had test match special on, which wasn't that special, actually, as it turned out during the day on Sunday. But yeah, did a good job on that. Obviously been following the T20 side around. So that's been, there's been some ups and downs there, as we know, but we have qualified for a quarter-final, I think. At the start of the campaign, you'd take that.
Certainly would. Captain Luke Proctor back in the 11, starting from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning. And the Australian overseas, Caleb Jewell on strike. He's had a fantastic summer for Derbyshire across the 2 formats that we've had so far. So good, in fact, that Derbyshire have put pen to paper early for Caleb Jewell to return in 2026, which I think is just an absolutely fantastic bit of business for Derbyshire, for Derbyshire supporters, and for Caleb Jewell as well to create a bit of a home up in Derby. Nice shot through the covers. That'll open the account for the morning. George Scrimshaw gives chase. Caleb Jewell will start the day off with a couple of runs through the offside.
Nice shot, wasn't it? That's what you want, isn't it? Generally, you kind of want one off your hip, don't you? If you don't get one off your hip, you want something very, very full that you can just push through. He gets that ball later on, he'll probably hit that for 4, but that was just a push. A late decision to accelerate the bat a little bit. Nicely played. Nicely fielded as well. It's a good athlete, George Scrimshaw. He's a big guy, isn't he? He's a big, gangly individual, but he's actually a very good fielder.
Here's that one's the one off the hip. Just be 1 down to Liam Guthrie. You may well notice through the course of these 4 days that particular part of the boundary is very, very short this week. We're a long way over on the square here at the county ground and down towards the coffee van where Liam Guthrie is patrolling at the moment is Well, I think even I'd fancy hitting a few sixes down that way in my my club cricket career.
Oh, absolutely. And then from the other end, that's your area, isn't it?
Cow corner.
I would say wide long on.
Wide long on.
Straight mid wicket.
The lofted drive over straight mid wicket. Gloss it up a bit. Lovely lines. Well left. Lewis Rees back on strike.
I'm slightly surprised, although we'll perhaps talk about slightly surprised to see George Scrimshaw in the side. As you said, it's his first Champo game of the season.
Yeah,
Is that what you're telling me?
First since May 2024 when Northamptonshire played Gloucestershire here.
I mean, obviously it means he's fit to play 4 days cricket, so that's very, very good news. But Sanderson not playing is disappointing to me because I love watching Sando bowl.
Yeah, high class operator, isn't he? Ben Sanderson.
He's only played 4 Champos this year, Sando.
Yeah, well, he recovered, didn't he, from a knee operation through the winter start of the year.
Yeah, so he was kind of late back from that, wasn't
he? A little bit of paternity leave and maybe some workload management with the success that he was having in the Blast.
Yeah.
Obviously an integral part to securing that quarter-final, which will be down at Surrey, won't it, on the 3rd of September. That one left alone, and it's, well, shot straight along the carpet. Well stopped by Lewis McManus. End of the over, 2 done, 5 without loss. But yeah, not playing today. Then there'll be a couple of rounds left at the end of the year. And obviously, he did get a 100 wildcard pick, didn't he? Go up to the Trent Rockets with his mate David Willey. And so won't be around for the One Day Cup. And a couple of championship games at the end of the year, I suppose. There's
going to be some opportunities around at Northants in the One Day Cup side, isn't it? If you're a bowler, I think send your CV in because there's going to be some opportunities. Because Scrimshaw's got a wild card, Sanderson's got a wild card.
Yes. Yeah, well,
Willie obviously captains the KP Peanuts or whatever they're called.
Australian to Australian. Duel on strike, Guthrie with ball in hand. Well, there's one of the lads that's going to have a good opportunity during the One Day Cup with white ball in hand. Liam Guthrie, he, well, was hooked out of that Blast side, wasn't he? Quite quickly after that performance up at Headingley on the opening game of the season, which we were both quite sympathetic towards him. It could have happened to anybody at any particular time, and unfortunately just couldn't get himself back in there. But I think this period of championship cricket with the Kookaburra in hand, I think he's flourished, Liam Guthrie. I think he's bloomed.
It's what he's used to, isn't it? It's the ball he's grown up with. He's just dragging Jewel across the crease a little bit there. But he's playing very straight. What he's not doing is playing around his pad. So a couple of balls, first 2 balls this over, he's defended up to mid-on. Although he's kind of toppled over towards the offside. So his weight is going towards the offside, but he's still good enough to get the bat through straight. It's a challenge at the moment, as it should be. Guthrie pitching it up nicely, giving it every chance to swing. It's good to see.
Well, that first one in particular, the Lewis Rees, swung enormously, didn't it? That one down the leg side. Good take from Lewis McManus, left alone by Caleb Jewell. You certainly wouldn't fancy too many of those first up on a Tuesday morning, would you?
I think you've got to be playing brilliantly or terribly to hit that, wouldn't you?
Well, it's similar to the Zach Crawley one, wasn't it? At the start of the year that Liam Guthrie served up.
He does get people out, doesn't he? You know, I think he's going to get better and better. And the more he plays in these conditions, obviously it's a Kookaburra game, but the more he bowls with a Duke's ball overall, the better he will get with that.
Certainly will. That one well defended, but tentatively forward, Caleb Jewell. How many wickets do you reckon Liam Guthrie's got this year? Unless you've looked in the build-up to this.
I'd say approximately 28.
I'd say approximately you're spot on the number there. 28 wickets at 35s, which when I was looking ahead to this week and looking through some of those numbers,
that surprised you?
A little bit, yeah.
It did me, but actually that's why I remembered it.
Yeah.
I can't remember what house number I live at, but I can remember 28 wickets.
Yeah, 28 wickets at 35s for Liam Guthrie in the championship. Start of his 3-year contract for Northamptonshire. One nicely bowled again and nicely played into the offside.
And, you know, I looked at that and I thought, I'm pleased to see that because he looks like a good fella. You know, I hear good things from inside the camp about him. And he's been given the job to spearhead the attack, hasn't he? You know, he's got more gas than most almost anyone in the squad. I mean, Scrimshaw's got some pace. He's in this side today, but generally in the 4-day side, Guthrie is your spearhead,
Yes.
and his job is to get the top order out. And by and large, he's done that. He's probably been half a run or so and over more expensive than you'd want him to be, but he's getting people out.
Yeah.
Like that. What a
Beauty.
delivery that was.
Don't know whether there was a nick on that or not. It didn't carry through to McManus, but another maiden for Liam Guthrie. Back-to-back to start the day for the Australian left armour from the David Capel end. So Caleb Jewell on 3 and Lewis Rees on 2. 5 without loss after 3 overs.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Has to play at that. It's one of those that another day nicks it. And that's opening the batting, isn't it? That's what happens. Opening, you're going to get some good deliveries. On a good day, you miss them, and on a bad day, you nick them. What he did well, Jewell, was he just held the original line. He didn't twitch. The movement was very late. It was a very, very good delivery. And it carried very low, didn't it, as you say?
Yeah, it did. It's quite a tanned colour, isn't it? The pitch this week here at Northampton. Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Lewis Rees looking for one, and weight being called by Caleb Jewell. We talk about it a lot, don't we? When it looks green and lush, that's the pitch that, for the seamers anyway, at least, it's the one that really zips through and carries nicely, and there's pace on the ball.
Yep.
This one on face value, potentially something that turns as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, the game started now, so I am aware that Northants wanted, and that's gone through beautifully. Wanted something that would turn, and we'll see whether that comes to pass. Excuse me, whether that comes to pass or not. Derbyshire obviously won the toss and batted, so there'll be a number of reasons why they've done that. If you look up, it might be a good day to bowl because it is cloud cover and it's humid out there, but they don't want to be batting last on this pitch. They think it might turn as well, I suspect. Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
Ricardo Vasconcelos has had his cornflakes this morning with the vigour of the appeals that have been going up from first slip. It's a beauty, isn't it?
It is. It was, just looking on the replay, it was quite wide. It didn't do heaps, and it was very wide, and Lewis Rees does not need to be playing at that. He's just signed an extension to his contract at Derbyshire. Lewis Rees came from Lancashire many years ago now. I think I might have read somewhere, maybe 10 years ago. It's good cricketer, Lewis Rees.
Very, very good, isn't he? 6 wickets the other day, or the other week up at, or against Leicester.
And this is a real, I mean this is a real compliment, nothing else. He makes the most of every ounce of talent he's got, and he's got some talent. That's well played.
An appeal from behind the stumps once again. You can see the talent that he's got available. We mentioned about a bit of a makeshift lineup for Northamptonshire this week with McManus at 3. He opened last week, didn't he, in the absence of Luke Proctor. Adi Sharma was at 3 at Middlesex. He's obviously not there today, so therefore there's a gap at number 3, which Lewis McManus has filled. But Lewis Rees now has gone to open the batting with Caleb Jewell in the absence of David Lloyd. Hopefully everything is kind of okay with David Lloyd and not a huge or issue, concern or injury there for David Lloyd. And then again, you look through, no Alex Thompson, no Jack Morley. And if Northamptonshire and the ground staff have prepared a pitch that has the ability to take turn, and Yuzvendra Chahal in the side, Rob Keogh, Sabe, Derbyshire have gone into this game with Joe Hawkins, but not through choice.
Yeah, no, I think they've got some injuries, haven't they? I caught up with Harry Galston, who formerly of this parish, who plays his cricket now at Overston, one of my old clubs, and Bedfordshire, and they had a warm-up game against Derbyshire on Sunday. So Harry had some inside knowledge there, and did mention that there are a couple of spinners down injured. That last ball of Proctor's over, just watching the replay. Yeah, Rees didn't play at that. He just took the bat inside his front pad. It was a big hoo-ha from behind the stumps. But he is definitely triggering across to get outside off stump. He's aware of LBW, obviously, so he's trying to get himself across the stumps. But this is a different challenge with the ball going away from from Jewell. And it's a good battle, this, isn't it?
Certainly is. Strike bowler against Premier batter. And down the leg side, and a great take by Lewis McManus. 916 or 919 first-class runs now for Caleb Jewell this summer at 54s as well. So just shows the quality that he has got. 16 and 71 against Northamptonshire earlier on this season at Derby.
Also opening the batting as well. You know, and they are worth a bit more up there because it's harder, right? So
yeah.
Always, when I look at averages, I always am interested in the openers because that's the hardest job. And he certainly led from the front. Good signing.
That one tickled down the leg side. A real feather on it, but wide enough of Lewis McManus, and runs away for 4. The first runs conceded by Liam Guthrie today, just going over straight.
Yeah, he's looked to bowl the miracle ball, hasn't he? The one that actually just gone wide on the crease as he's looked wider on the crease. I'd want to talk to him about that if I was still allowed to do that. But he sort of jumped out a little bit. And a bit like Imran Khan used to do. I don't know if you've ever seen Imran Khan.
Only through replays.
Yeah, he used to jump away from the stumps.
That one down the leg side once again.
Just lost his line a wee bit, hasn't he, this over?
Yeah,
The
third
third
as you say,
consecutive
maybe
ball.
just trying to ask it to do a little bit too much. But
yeah,
I mean, they'll also know that it's probably only got 4 or 5 more overs before this Kookaburra stops doing anything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Final round of it before we move on to the One Day Cup and bring the Dukes back for the final few rounds of the County Championship, which I think will be music to many people's ears. One down the leg side once again. I think there's bat on that speed that it runs.
I don't think there is.
down.
I think it's going to give leg buys.
It's going to be leg buys. No appeal from anybody else. A real kind of polite inquiry, wasn't it, from Liam Guthrie? But that line has been sliding down the leg side throughout this over.
Yeah, there was no swing on that one at all. I don't know if he may have turned the ball over there because that had no shape on it at all, that one. But he has lost his way this, so it's quick. It's happened quickly, isn't it? It's all over Jewell. It was a good battle. Jewell was up to the challenge, no doubt. It was good. And this over's been exclusively down the leg side. Just lost his line.
That one slightly straighter, but finds the middle of Caleb Jewell's bat as he just leans on him through square leg for 4. So 12 runs off the over in the end. 17 for no loss after 5. Caleb Jewell has gone from 3 to 11 in the space of a couple of Liam Guthrie deliveries.
That's a poor over, isn't it?
It's not backed up the opening 2 particularly well, has it, for Liam Guthrie there?
And you kind of, it's like someone's just let a bit of gas out of the balloon, haven't they? It's just deflated a little bit because he was bowling beautifully. First 12 balls, I think there were a couple, certainly 1, maybe 2 down the leg side, but the balls, the other 10 out of 12, right on the money, challenging the outside edge of Caleb Jewell's bat, who was up to the task. And then that third over was significantly poorer.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned the 28 wickets. They've come at 35s this year. We've seen it. There's every chance that he comes back with a miracle over and takes a wicket with him. He's that kind of cricketer, isn't he? He's a strike bowler. He's prepared to go for runs. Just disappointing, isn't it, that you kind of go that far the other way from those opening 2 maidens. Proctor, who doesn't miss very often.
Proc's been so he's bowled around the wicket to Rees, exclusively around the wicket to Rees, and he's just changed field slightly. He's taken, well, I say slightly, it's quite significant really. He's taken extra cover out. He had an extra cover in, which I thought was a bit peculiar, to be honest. Save, and save's gone into sort of leg slip, leg gully, which I think is about bowling straighter. He dragged Rees across the crease. Rees trying to get outside off stump, so he's trying to pin him straighter. Rees is making a very deliberate attempt to not only get across his stumps, to get his front pad outside off stump, but also down the wicket as well. Very experienced cricketer, Lewis Rees. sort of, I don't know Lewis Reese, never really spoken to him, but having watched him and played games against him over the years, kind of the sort of bloke I'd like in my changing room. Just tough.
As you said, just a really, really handy cricketer in so many different facets of the game. So experienced now as well. I'm sure he provides some leadership qualities as well. Obviously, Wayne Madsen is the captain of the first class 11, but I'm sure Lewis Reese will be open to those conversations if of course Wayne Madsen asks it. That looks a touch high, but there's an appeal for LBW from Luke Proctor and the slip cord. And the way that Lewis Reese has finished there, it would imply that he got a long way outside the line of off stump as well.
Yeah, I can't see him being out. I hope I don't do him now.
Hey, you never know.
I can't see him being out LBW because that ball's probably going on to hit off stump or maybe just shave the outside of off stump, but he's well outside the line, and he's very cleverly just held his position just to let Nigel Long know exactly where he is standing.
Touch too straight, but it will just concede one. Liam Guthrie takes a couple of steps off that boundary rope and returns the ball to the middle. It's one of those LBW appeals that if you play kind of mid-tier league cricket where panel umpires don't exist, there'll be batters there with hearts in their mouths as they look up and see an unofficial club umpire at the other end, and you think, oh dear, what have I done?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, too many people get given out because the ball was going to go on to hit the stumps, don't they? And the umpires tend to forget that it hit them outside the line. That last one, though, he played through square leg. That was pretty straight, actually.
Change of ends. Caleb Jewell now on strike. So Lewis Reese will be on strike for the start of the next over. 18 for no loss after 6. We will keep you updated through the different scores around the grounds as the day goes on. Promotion race for Division 2. Derbyshire are there or thereabouts, aren't they? Sat third in the table. 128 points from the 10 matches in the build-up to this one. Northamptonshire 18 points behind, but find themselves at the opposite end of the Division 2 table. Same number of wins. Northamptonshire have lost 4 this season, and Derbyshire have just lost the 2.
You can kind of ignore the left-hand column that says what the number is, the number of position, because it's all about points, isn't it? And yeah, 19 points off third place.
Guthrie continues. Width on offer. Lewis Reese can't connect with, maybe just kept a touch low.
Yeah, that's what he's indicating. He just gave the classic palm towards the floor, pushing it away from him. That's kept a bit low. I guess that's another reason he'll want to get outside off stump is there has been a bit of low bounce so far. I think 4 balls have gone through very low to the keeper, and he'll want to get outside the line in case he gets one that's going on to the stumps. Yeah, I was thinking about Guthrie and the 28 wickets at 35, and in his first season in domestic English cricket, it's a 3-year deal. I think he's signed with Northants, and that looks a nice bit of business so far. Yeah, he stays fit. He's not going to get worse, is he? He's only going to get better the more he plays. So they've seen something in him.
Yeah, I think it's obviously an unknown, wasn't it? When the signing was announced, not many people would have watched Liam Guthrie. Not many people, you don't really get the opportunity to watch much Australian first-class cricket. Hadn't really been part of one of the Big Bash franchises for the recent years. He had worked with Darren Lehman, hadn't he, whilst he was head coach at the Brisbane Heat, which I think was where that kind of Queensland relationship had come from. And it almost feels like the second that Darren Lehman put pen to paper here at Northamptonshire, he dropped Liam Guthrie a message, I think. Obviously was aware of ancestry that allowed for that kind of domestic signing and the correct passport, dual nationality. Nicely played, dropped into the very, very small gap between gully and backward point. George Bartlett tidies that up. And yeah, the 3-year contract was offered very, very handy number 9 cricketer. He's batted as low as 10, isn't he? He's better than that. Be interesting to see how he goes with the white ball in the One Day Cup. And I think over the next 2 seasons, I think he'll have quite a good role to play with that T20 side as well.
You kind of look at the way he bowls and you think that he's got some good ingredients for bowling with a white ball, don't you? He can drop his arm a little bit and get it into the hole, as they say, bottom of the stumps. You'd think that's going to be a good delivery. And I don't know what his variations are like. It's to be developed, but he is a developing bowler and needs to play, doesn't he? He hasn't played a lot of cricket, needs to play. How do you get better? You do something a lot. And he's shown so far, yes, he's been a little bit expensive, but he has got the ability to get wickets at the top of the order, and that's worth a lot of money. You know, there are fewer and fewer of those around, it seems, as the years tick by, and it was a very good bit of business by Northampton. It's good to see him out there.
Absolutely. Safe Sabin at a leg slip, Rowie, just to provide a bit of jeopardy with Liam Guthrie trying to bowl straight here and target the stumps.
Do you know, that's I think I understand that position, given the matchup, left hand, left arm. He's gone a bit straight sometimes, and the batters, both of them, trying to get themselves outside off stump when the ball has been straighter, have kind of flicked a little bit, so it's not been quite as controlled as maybe they'd want. And yeah, leg slip is therefore possibly in play. I would say this though, if I'm fielding leg slip to Liam Guthrie, I'll probably want a lid on, because that ball's going to get there very, very quickly. I mean, I'm not as young as Safe Saib, and I think he's probably got a better pair of hands than me. I hope he has. I'm sure he has.
Well, he's still there. Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So there's 3 orthodox slips. Vasconcelos, James Sales, Justin Broad in at 1, 2 and 3. Safe Saves at leg slip. George Bartlett is at backward point with George Scrimshaw at a wide mid-off. Rob Keogh, mid-on, played his 300th, well, made his 300th appearance in all formats, didn't he, for Northamptonshire last time out? And then Yuzvendra Chahal at mid-wicket with Liam Guthrie down at deep backward square. Dropped into the gap again, George Bartlett. Scurries around, make sure it is only a single.
Keezy did well in that Merchant Taylor game. The one
a long time, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He batted a long time, and he took some blows as well. Hurt his finger when he was bowling. He got a ball hit very hard back at him, and he got a bad finger injury. And then when he was batting, he got whacked on it a couple of times. So it was a gutsy effort from Keezy. It was good to see.
Yeah, finds himself, doesn't he, with a very, very different role this summer to what he has had in his career so far. That's a beauty. That's cut Caleb Jewell in half, and Lewis McManus has dived down the leg side to take that, and in slow motion, Caleb Jewell has kind of gone back to his feet with a to meet Luke Proctor's eye with, "No, you've got me with a good one there."
That was interesting. Lewis Rees walked 2/3 of the way down the wicket to chat to Caleb Jewell, who was just thinking, how have I missed that? I'm glad I've missed it. And he was looking over to square leg, and the two actually never exchanged a word.
On the money, Luke Proctor. But other than that, over from Liam Guthrie that conceded 12, 8 off the bat, 1 off the boot of Caleb Jewell. It's been a pretty watchful start, this, isn't it? Just 20 runs scored in the opening 7.5 overs.
They've played pretty well, these two, actually, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've been asked plenty of questions.
Yeah, Proctor's thereabouts now, isn't he? He's tightened his line up a little bit. That leg slip is out for Caleb Jewell and back into the covers. But Proctor's line has been very, very good. In particular, this over, he's gone a stump or so straighter.
Yep.
He was on kind of 5th, 6th stump. He's now on 4th and off stump. That's where he needs to live, really.
Absolutely right. Final ball of the over, and left alone as it swings back to Lewis McManus, who gets one on the end of the finger. Speaking of finger injuries, there's another sore one for a Northamptonshire cricketer. End of the over, 8 done in the opening half an hour. It's been quick, that. 16 overs an hour.
It's good done. No?
Quickly round, lads. Get on with it. 20 for no loss.
Well, I haven't had to retrieve the ball too often. There have been no extra balls, I don't think. There's been no balls so far. These two Derbyshire left-handers played pretty well. You're going to play a miss, aren't you, when you open the batting? It's going to happen. Hasn't happened heaps. There's been some very good deliveries bowled. These two are mostly playing for their stumps, as they should do. So Guthrie is going to continue. And again, we see Rees getting himself outside the line of the stumps. Guthrie back on his line and length. That's where he started very, very well. On or around off bail, wasn't he? Thereabouts. Top of off, top of fourth, bit of movement away. And then had this third over was very weak, exclusively down the leg side. But it looks like he started well here.
Oh my word.
So that's going to be, that's going to be a wide. That was a balloon.
Was, well, short and then tennis bally, wasn't it? I guess that leg slip in position there is just giving him maybe a little bit of protection. Knows that he can go straighter because the batter's not just going to be able to flick it anywhere through the leg side. They are going to have to play that with some control.
It's a position that it's an old-fashioned position, but I think it's becoming fashionable with the Kookaburra ball. I see England use it quite a bit as well, actually. Difficult to get that ball down, and if it's up in the ribs kind of area, under the armpit, can be difficult to get down.
Well, maybe Kookaburra cricket ball chat is something that we can delve into as the 4 days unfolds.
Okay.
See whether, well, see the opinions of it. See whether we think it's worked or what might have been achieved. As you said, that leg slip position is something that might not necessarily have been put into the game. The extra overs of spin that have been bowled.
Yeah.
There's lots, I think, to discuss.
There is. Absolutely there is. You're dead right.
You can still say it's rubbish and you've not enjoyed it. But
I don't think that. I don't know why I did that snore noise. that wasn't actually what I think. I was thinking about Scrimshaw playing in this game, not taking the new ball. You would think one of the things that we're into it, actually, we're into it, the discussion about the ball. One of the things about the Kookaburra ball, which we'll come back to, we'll just watch Woody Guthrie. Just lost his line again there. Yeah, one of the things about the Kookaburra ball, and it's multifaceted, this, in terms of what they were trying to do and why, the ECB, what they were trying to do with the introduction of this ball in these games and why. One of the things was to encourage more spin, and one of the things was to encourage more reverse swing.
Mm-hmm.
And Northants are looking to produce a pitch here which probably turns a bit more than usual, so it'll be a bit drier, and the weather we have had would lend itself to the ball getting scuffed up and being appropriate. As well played, got it down quickly to beat the dive of safe save. So when it turns, generally, we're nearly into August. The weather's been pretty much scorchio, hasn't it, for quite a while, and the square and the outfield more abrasive. The ball gets scuffed and can lend itself, with good ball management, to reverse swing, and you kind of think that's where your pacemen come in. So swing movement with the new ball, and then when it gets older, maybe 30 overs onwards, it might reverse for 15, 20 overs, something like that. But it's not going to, is it? Because we've had rain overnight, and the outfield looks pretty lush and the square looks pretty green. So if George Scrimshaw might be thinking, I don't know what he's thinking, but he might be thinking, I might not take the new ball, but actually 20 overs in, it's going to start reversing, and I'm in the game. But it's not going to do that today. That's unfortunate. But that's one of the reasons why the ECB has moved the dates of these games with the Kookaburra ball into the middle of the summer, to get the right conditions to to see what can happen. It is an experiment, you know. And one of the things about an experiment is you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and I think that's my kind of big takeaway for it, or at least for this kind of part of it, is the fact that I'm glad it's been trialed, because I don't think there's anything worse I don't think there's much worse in life with regards to anything of people talking about doing things and then never actually doing it. So I'm glad in that sense that it is something that has been trialed, and whether it continues to be or not, we'll wait and see, won't we?
We will indeed. A little nick, you probably heard it through the effects mic, a little scratch inside edge onto thigh pad. Gets Jewel another single down to the short fine leg boundary. So Proctor's round the wicket. Rees is going to be on strike. There are 3 orthodox slips: Vasconcelos, James Sales, and George Justin Broad. George Bartlett's at backward point. Scrimshaw's at wide mid-off. Rob Keogh mid-on. Chahal mid-wicket, and Guthrie at square leg, and Safe Zaya but leg slip. Yeah, he's not really played at that, has he? A big ooh and ah, and it looked pretty, but Lewis Rees just tucked his bat inside his front pad. It's funny the way that bowlers sometimes will bowl, well, deliberately will bowl slightly different lines, but actually the line that Proctor has bowled to Jewel is the line he wants to be bowling, I think, to Lewis Rees, who's not ready for that one because there's too much chat going on behind the stumps. I could hear that, so I'm pretty sure he could as well. Quite rightly pulls away. What do you make, Daniel? What do you make of the hoo-ha at the end of the Test match?
Oh, handshake gate.
Handshake gate, let's call it that. I like
Handshake gate. What do I make of it? It's ultimately, I think, quite petty.
Well played. Well played.
Personally, I thought quite petty. I'm sure if Joe Root surpasses Sachin Tendulkar, then Test match records and things like that will be honoured in a similar kind of vein and a similar way. But Jadeja hadn't scored a Test 100 in the series, and I don't think Washington Sundar had scored a Test 100 in his career up till that point. So I can understand from their perspective as to why they wanted to stay. They have the right to do so. Touch petty to ask Harry Brook to walk in off 2 paces and dob a few up there. And I must admit, I was playing, so I didn't really see all of it. But They did eventually shake hands, didn't they?
Yeah, so I understand.
You were fence painting.
I was lovely job. I'll mention that. Lovely job.
Once or twice.
I mean, for me, it was like, you got to get them out, right? So
yeah,
if you don't get them out, you lose the right to ask them to walk off because you haven't got them out. And I think get on with it.
Yeah,
be better, as Rory McIlroy said to one of the PGA pros at a meeting when they were discussing about live and all the rest of it, and Rory McIlroy said to him, "Well, play better.
Yeah.
If you want to get more money, play better." And I'd say, you want to get them out, bowl better.
I can
catch better.
He understands that at 5:20 in the afternoon, the question might have been asked. I understand why.
And it's been feisty, hasn't it? It's been very feisty. There's been a lot going on the field. The stump mic's been very busy. That's a good over. Good challenging over from Luke Proctor. Good pace, good gas, good areas. It's a very good over. It needs to be backed up now. We're going to see a change at the David Capel end. Liam Guthrie is off 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 12. His first 2 overs were exceptionally good. From then on, just didn't quite back that up as well as he might have done. So he's coming out of the attack. And George Scrimshaw is going to replace him. I was late to it, to be honest. I didn't see it live. I heard talk about it. And then when I kind of saw it, it was unedifying, really. It was, you got to be better than that. As there was lots of chat going on, and that would have also led India to think, well, we'll walk off when we want to walk off, actually. And I get that. So I think England should have sucked it up and been bigger about it, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, I completely agree with you. I completely agree. George Scrimshaw for the first time since May 2024.
Here he is, round the wicket. Ooh, good morning, Vicar. That's gone through very nicely, hasn't it?
Nice carry. Nice pace. He bowled quickly, hadn't he, through the blast campaign. Picked up some big wickets, some crucial wickets in those middle overs.
Yeah, he's an interesting one, isn't he? As someone who has worked with seamers in the past, you know, I would love to work with this guy because I think, you know, I mean, wouldn't everyone? He's 6 foot plenty and bowls 85 miles an hour when it all clicks. Who wouldn't want to work with him? So shock horror. But I do think he's got his best cricket ahead of him.
I think, well, much like many of these high pace and tall English fast bowlers, can stay injury free.
Yeah.
It just feels like well, it feels like the sky's the limit for them, really, doesn't it? It's with the way that the international sides kind of recognize their talent.
I think we've got a problem with the sight screens here. Lewis Rees edged that ball. He did very well, actually, to get that down. It was well bowled, and he got the ball down pretty quickly. Went to third slip on the bounce. But immediately he looked up, and he wants something changing at the bowling end. Now, is it the sight screen? There are a couple of ground staff making their way. Yeah, it is the sight screen.
Just not far enough over.
Now, I've got to say, if Lewis Rees had not got that ball down and was caught third slip, let's just actually before I launch, yeah, they are moving the sight screens. They're going to split. The umpire at the standing end should have checked that Rees could see the ball being delivered with the sight screen behind it, because George Scrimshaw was a right-arm bowler bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, whereas obviously what had happened before was the left-arm bowler. So the left-arm bowler was letting the ball go from in front of the sight screen, but the right-arm bowler is bowling quite a bit wider than that and isn't, and the ump didn't check that. Nor did the batter, though.
That's the first time here in the 3 seasons that I've done that I've actually seen that happen.
Yeah, it was a bit village of that, wasn't it, really? Catch that. Oh, that would have been out. There was definitely bat on that. 2 noises. It passed Lewis McManus's dive. I think had he caught that ball, I think, yeah, there's bat there. And it just escaped his dive. It would have been a strangle, as they say. It would have been very unlucky for Lewis Rees to go that way. But it could, another day, that sticks. Because I think it's within his grasp, just about.
Yeah, I think the brush off the thigh pad would have just decelerated the ball, wouldn't it? And getting the timing of it right to
Very
get down there
difficult.
would have been tough.
Correct. It's a good start, this, from Scrimshaw.
It's very good. Been very, very enjoyable, hasn't it? These opening 4 deliveries.
Always good if you can bowl without the sight screen as well. That's always a bonus. I mean, if you're Lewis Rees and you've nicked that to third slip, and then I couldn't see the bloody, you know,
Yeah.
that's, wow.
I wonder how often the professional game even think about them. Even possibly just assume the fact that they are in the right place. That it's not exactly like you have to send teammates out there to man them.
No, it's not, is it? 2 on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, both ends, please. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, no worries. And can we have 2 umpires and a scorer at the same time?
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously we are joking, but you can't have a bloke of 6'7" bowling 85 miles an hour without a sight screen.
Well, I thought for a second it might have been the fact that George Scrimshaw's hand might have been
Above the screen.
above it.
Yeah.
But
They're pretty big sight screens, aren't they?
they are.
And they're even better if they're in the right place. So good start. 5 balls gone. 5 runs on the board, but he's bowled very well. It's nicely played by Jewell. Got very well forward to that. Didn't overhit it. He's only going to pick up a couple. It's just retrieved by the captain inside the cover boundary, but a push drive. from Jewell. That takes him on to 15. Lewis Rees on 11. And I think that's a decent over. Decent over from Scrimshaw.
Certainly asked a few questions, didn't it? Certainly did.
32 without loss, 11 overs gone. Proctor is going to continue from this end. He's bowled 5 overs for 8. He's been thereabouts, hasn't he? A couple have gone past the outside edge. One ball was jagged back. And as you said, Dan, cut Jewell in half. A very good delivery. There has been some movement on offer, but generally these two have played pretty well so far, the Derbyshire openers. They'll be pretty happy with their first 45 minutes. Basically, Proctor's just got to keep hammering that area and keep asking questions.
Yeah, you kind of expect this from Luke Proctor, don't you? He's only really had one spell from my living memory that you've kind of thought, oh my word, what's gone on here? But
Yep.
no, more often than not, it's 2 and over at best. He hasn't got the wickets this year that I think he'd probably like. He's only taken 11 first-class wickets at an average of 51, but doesn't really let teams get away.
No, he's a double threat, isn't he? Because he does challenge, because he bowls some very good deliveries, some wicket-taking deliveries. But as you say, Dan, he generally goes, his runs per over generally starts with a 2, doesn't it?
Mm.
And therefore, when wickets are achieved, the scoreboard's gone nowhere and Northampton back in the game. This year, it hasn't quite been that way for him. It's not been quite as consistent as in previous years. But he's a very handy operator. I really like him with the new ball because he uses it. You know, he makes people play. Doesn't waste the new ball. And there's another example of that. It absolutely comes out of the absolute middle of Lewis Rees's bat. That's very, very nicely played. I think you asked me a couple of weeks ago, what's your favourite shot? And I said, forward defensive shot. And there's a great example of a forward defensive shot. Knee bent, head over the front knee, blade behind the hands, ball goes straight down out of the middle. You're not getting past that.
It's just looks so imposing when you've got a cricketer there that's kind of 6 foot plus as well. Just a big stride forward, a huge kind of silhouette of a cricketer.
The one that I always think about in regard to that, in that respect, is Kevin Peterson.
Yeah.
Where if he didn't play many, but if he did play a forward defensive shot, he was virtually halfway down the wicket. You couldn't see anything past him. His bat looked very wide indeed. We won't go into that.
No, you got yourself in trouble once already this season.
I was in no trouble because my commentary was that the bat didn't go through the gauge.
Yeah.
And guess what? The bat didn't go through the gauge. So
that was fairly conclusive at that point, wasn't it?
that was, it was. Subsequently, it became inconclusive, apparently, under further testing. I mean, Maverick, you know, me, I'm a Maverick on these things. As you know, I think they might have measured it to see how wide it was. That might have been something to do. I don't know. Anyway, back here. Oh, that's well bowled. That's pitched and left the left-hander. Lewis Rees indicating to Caleb Jewell that one slightly misbehaved. He played it pretty well, though. Got it down quickly. A couple of times the ball has gone away from Lewis Rees, and he's played with very soft hands to get the ball down very quickly. You don't always see these things. You know, there's new and an R, and you think, oh, thick edge. But actually, yes, thick edge, well bowled. Also very well played. Another good over from the captain, Proctor. So he's back to his best here, isn't he? You know, he's not on the wickets, nothing in the wickets column yet, but he's going at just over 1 and over, which allows Scrimshaw to be perhaps a little bit more aggressive. He's got 2 men out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep backward square. That ball's knocked away to the second of those, to Chahal. Gets a lovely long barrier out there. The ball was virtually stationary, but I suspect the long barrier says to me he's fumbled a few in his time, Chahal. He's not at home to miss a fumble. It's nicely timed. Jewell plays that shot. He hits the ball very hard through square leg. it's not just a knock off the hip, is it? He actually accelerates the bat through there.
I really like him as a cricketer. Really enjoy him. I think it's, as I said earlier, it's just a brilliant bit of business for Derbyshire to tie him down again for 26. Because I dare say, well, he'll walk away with 1,000+ runs this year, whether that's this week or whether it's next week or however that happens. I'm just certain there would have been other counties that would have been thinking about an option there maybe, and for Derbyshire to kind of pin that down. They do their overseas really well, Derbyshire. Blair Tickner to come back and to be available all summer for all 3 formats. Same with Caleb Jewell is brilliant work.
I think Tickner is off actually after this game.
Oh, okay, I'll take it back.
Yeah, no, he is. I think I read
thought that
that
was the deal at the start of the season anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe things have changed and transpired.
What I don't want here is for George Scrimshaw with 2 men back, I don't want him to go too short. Still want him to challenge the stumps. It's something that I'll come back to that in terms of his T20 bowling. Well bowled, good man. So yeah, he's been used mostly in T20. George Scrimshaw has been used through the middle. Generally, he's bowled a couple in power plays and a couple at the left, but generally, he's bowled the majority of his overs through the middle. And the job that he's generally been asked to do is kind of get the ball above the bails, really, and ask people to score with cross-bat shots or challenge them on the back foot more than the front foot. And he's done that fairly well most of the time. What the weakness has been when he's gone too short. And when he's gone too short and the stumps have not been in play, then batters have kind of backed away from him, flayed him over the offside. And also, if he's then tried to follow them, they've been able to hook and pull it through the leg side with impunity, knowing that stumps are out of play. So it's not just about banging it in. He's got to get that length right, just above the bails. And obviously the odd Yorker would be fantastic. For Jewell, a fielder save has gone into a backward square leg on the catch, about 15 metres away. Oh, that's close. And that's out. That kept a bit low. Caleb Jewell looks very unhappy with that decision, whether it's the decision itself or whether it's the fact that the ball kept very low, or a combination of the two, we shall see. But I'd ask Scrimshaw not to go too short, keep the stumps in play. He must have heard that, because he has done that very thing. The ball certainly kept very low.
I was going to say that was back of a good length, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, the replay will confirm it.
It was back of a good length.
That has, well, we'll get the replay for it. But if that's hit Caleb Jewell much above the shin, I'll be very, very surprised. And a safe save there in the corner is just kind of showing how he would have played it.
What would he have done? Ramped it?
Well, I think he said that Caleb Jewell's kind of jumped at it, and he would have kind of kept his feet on the ground there. I think the reality is that's just shot straight along the carpet.
I don't think you can play this ball.
Caleb Jewell, which it's a stiff way to get out, isn't it?
It is.
It's a stiff way to get out.
There's a lot of reasons why you want to give that out as an umpire, aren't there? It looked like it was going to hit off stump. It looked like it probably hit him just about in line. Caleb Jewell will think I got outside off stump there, and it's tight. Where the actual impact took place is tight, but the bigger issue is that the ball just shot, and it's very, very difficult at this pace. If you're looking for the ball to be on the back foot, and let's have a look where impact is. Oh, that's dead. Yeah, I think that's just dead. Yeah, I don't think Jewell was upset with the decision so much as I've gone back to a back of a length ball and it shot along the floor. And yeah, he was off the floor, but it hit him on the shin. It was hitting like below halfway up the stump. So that's what you get for bowling straight. George Scrimshaw bowling at the stumps. And I think Caleb Jewell can count himself very unlucky.
Oh,
very unlucky indeed.
Yeah, that's not a moment of play that you expect to see in professional cricket, is it?
It's not, certainly on day one. certainly on day one. You know, day 4, if it's deteriorated and broken up a bit, you are going to get some variable bounce. Harry came while all that was going on.
Very good.
He's a handy cricketer, Harry came. It's going to be 2 square of the wicket to Lewis Rees. It's a short boundary, but it was played very square.
He's having a very good year. 715 runs for Harry Kane, an average of 42 in the championship in 2025. This Northamptonshire have been a bit of a bogey team for him, though. When you look at the numbers, he only averages 8 at the bat against Northamptonshire in his career, which I wonder how much Ben Sanderson might have had to do with that, mind you. But
That's
obviously he's not around.
Point. It's an interesting point that if you're a Derbyshire batter and you look at the Northamptonshire squad, it was published late last night. And one of the names, as a batter, one of the names you're looking for, in fact, the first name you're looking for is Sanderson, isn't it? And you don't see it, and you go,
Sanderson has taken 45 wickets against Derbyshire in his first-class career. But yeah,
not today.
No, but he is having a good summer, Harry Kane.
Yeah, I picked him up from, I think he was at Middlesex. That's where he started his cricket, I think, Harry Kane. I'll check that to make sure I've got that right. Anyway, he's here now. Proctor's in.
I want to say Hampshire, Rowie.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Go on then, say it. Well, you just did.
I have.
Yeah. I'm going to still say Middlesex. If I'm going to be wrong, I'm going to be confidently wrong.
I'll bet you a panini from round the corner.
That sounds like a good deal. That's not code, by the way. Actually, there is paninis around the corner.
No, they're very good as well.
What are you telling me?
I'm afraid it's 5 first-class matches for Hampshire before moving over to Derbyshire.
Wow. I'm a panini down. Nicely played. Gets him off the mark. Tucked it through mid-wicket. A bit too straight from Proctor. Looking for an LBW there, no doubt. And Harry came up to the task. Tucked it away. So he's off the mark. Ooh. Just gets enough bat on that one. It was inside edge onto pad, runs away, gets a single for that one, but there were some oohs and ahs there because that one did, again, it kept a little bit low. And as it often does, when it keeps a little bit low, it just jagged back in a wee bit as well. Suddenly, in the last few balls, last 10 balls, something started to happen, a little bit of sideways movement, and there had been some variable bounce, and it's been quite variable.
It has. I think you were thinking of Harry Kane's great uncle, Robert Robbins. He played for Middlesex between 1953 and 1960.
Sorry, I thought that's what we were talking about. Oh, that's nicely bowled, nicely played, nicely fielded. Justin Broad on the half volley. He makes difficult things look easy in the field, that boy. He's just good around a ball, isn't he? But again, well played by Lewis Rees. It was very well bowled. It pitched and left the left-hander. And he was good enough to get it down quickly. And that is a real skill. If you're going to bat at the top of the order, that ability to absorb the impact, not push at it. If he pushes at that ball, it probably gets caught broad and he's walking off now. And we all say, oh, well bowled. But actually, it was still well bowled. But good technique, good skill from Rees. He's got it down nicely, soft hands. Yeah, I think Harry Kane was Hampshire. Done. You're fine.
Yeah, sorry, Rowie.
I knew there was a Middlesex connection, obviously.
Yeah, well, obviously. Robert Robbins.
Good name, isn't it?
Very good name.
Was he bobbing along? Scrimshaw to continue from the David Capeland over the wicket. He bowls short and he's hammered off the back foot through wide mid-wicket. Got there very, very quickly.
That's good from Zach Chappell there as well.
To field the ball and not let it hit the boundary board.
Picks it up nicely off the rope.
Just a bit of experience there. He got in front of the rope, didn't he? Well fielded. Actually, I'll come back to that. Oh, that's nice off the back foot on the offside this time. Two very good shots back to back. I might go all the way for 4. It's going to get a dive, and Chahal does dive and just keeps it inside the boundary rope. It was a great bit of fielding from Chahal and a very good shot from Harry Kame off the back foot. First one through mid-wicket. Second one through backward point. It was very close to the boundary rope, let's put it that way. And how close was it? Very close.
Cushioned, I think, might be the...
I saw Monty Panesar do a stop like that in a test match at Lord's once.
Did you?
He did that, slid through the rope, stopped it inside the rope, stood up, both feet outside the boundary, and picked the ball up and threw it back in. 4 runs. George Scrimshaw is just limping on his front foot after that delivery.
So there was the over before, at the particular moment that he is now, he spent a long time trying to readjust that front toe. Fast bowlers, they have those cutouts, don't they, to try and alleviate some of the pressure on the big toe, the toenail. And then there was a delay, wasn't there? Lewis Rees looked up and was waiting for George Scrimshaw to bowl, and he was still kind of playing with that big toe. But it's a great opening sign, is it, for George?
And he's gone over length. That's the first drive for 4, I think, that I've seen today. And it's in the 15th over.
He's not happy, though.
It was wide, it was long, and Lewis Rees is too good to let that go by. His judgment has been exceptional, Lewis Rees. It's been, it's not been an innings of 21 full of highlights by any means, but he's just played really, really well. When he's been given scoring opportunities like that one, he's not missed out. He hasn't had that many. He's played well and left well. He's left well again. Yeah, there is a problem with, I think, I would say it's probably the big toe. I hope it's no more than that, the big toe of George Scrimshaw. However, having said that, we are in late July, and issues like that should, if it is a banging your toe against the end of your boot, should have been dealt with by now. So it may be something else. Who knows? He's certainly not comfortable, that's for sure. Last ball of this over. He's back on the money there, but again, he's favouring his left foot. He needs to get that sorted out, because whatever it is, he's not going to get better on its own. He's going off the field. I said first thing, I was surprised to see George Scrimshaw in this side. And I said that, and I didn't say at the time, with the quarter-final ahead of him. And it's a little way off. Obviously, it's not until September. He wants to get off the field. He's not being allowed to get off the field because there's no one ready to come onto the field. Where is the 12th man? The 12th man needs actually firing, because he should be on the field now.
Well, Vasconcelos has gone off. There is the 12th man coming down the steps, and unfortunately for George Scrimshaw,
he's been outranked.
Vasconcelos has taken priority here. Whether that's Vasconcelos, could that be to go and get shin pads on and the box if they're going to employ a short leg for maybe Chahal if he comes on to bowl?
Well, maybe, but you don't. You can do that on the field.
Yeah,
and you get time for that as well. So anyway, the 12th man is on the field, but Scrimshaw is also on the field, so he's not going to be happy about that, because he wanted to get his foot sorted out between overs, I think. The first extra, as Justin Broad has replaced the captain at this end, and oversteps with his first ball.
Justin Broad is Well, he's been kind of struggling with the odd injury here and there, isn't he? But back on the field today, which is fantastic. 12th man, Nirvan Ramesh, is currently at mid-wicket. 17-year-old has just signed, or put pen to paper on a, was it a 2-month rookie deal for Northamptonshire?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, in order to,
yeah,
the regulations are now that you have to be registered. So they've registered him. So a rookie deal is the appropriate thing for him. One thing he's got to do, he's got to be better at 12th man, because he took a minute to get on the field there. And actually, that has led to Vasconcelos overtaking Scrimshaw on the outfield and getting off. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot.
That was very floaty, that one, wasn't it, by Justin Broad? Floaty, half volley, lent on it by Harry Kane, beautifully through the offside. And, well, for a long time, Derbyshire were ticking along at about 2.8 runs per over for the start of this morning's session, and now they're just shy of 4s. It's quickly raced up to, well, 59 for 1 or 15.2 overs.
Yeah, Scrimshaw 3 overs for 22 has contributed to that.
Justin Broad back on the money, quicker than you think. Justin Broad.
Yeah, big fan of this kid, Justin Broad. He kind of has opposite roles, really, in red ball and white ball cricket. In red ball cricket, he is a first change, second change seamer and will bat generally around the number 8 area, and he's pretty handy there.
It's another nice shot, but straight to Yuzvendra Chahal at point. Nicely timed, 14 off 10 for Harry Kane.
Yeah, he got a short ball, didn't he? 2 short balls on the back-to-back that got him going. He pulled the first one off Scrimshaw through mid-wicket beautifully, and then was up on his tiptoes playing a beautiful back foot punch the next ball.
One on the money.
That's well fielded by young man. He took his time to get on the field. That's nice from Nirvan Ramesh. Just, he didn't actually, in the end, field the ball himself, but what he did do was put the batters off running. He ran across the line of that ball. You've always got to make that run. I like to see that.
Yeah, it just created a bit of hesitation. Otherwise, I think they probably would have taken it to Liam Guthrie.
Yeah.
At mid-on. 2 slips and a gully in place for Northamptonshire. So one of those catches has made its way out. Lewis McManus, I think, is calling for the helmet. So are we going to see a change? We are. Scrimshaw, as we thought was going to happen the over before, has stepped off the field. Vasconcelos, who was due to come down the steps, is now just darting back into the changing rooms. And Yuzvendra Chahal has taken the cap off and will bowl from the David Capel end, replacing George Scrimshaw, as Vasconcelos has now got the helmets that I thought he might have gone off to go and get at the start of the over, and now comes back down the steps to allow George Scrimshaw to get his big toe sorted.
Generally, on day one of a champo, say generally, almost always, you'll have a backup seamer with you. So obviously, the 12th man is a spinner. So he was very much in contention. There is no 13th man, is what I'm trying to say. It's a long way around. Generally, you'd have 13 around. If you've got a backup spinner, you'd have a backup seamer as well, in case Guthrie goes down in the warm-ups.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of he's screwed. But there isn't one. So the next man in would have been another spinner by the looks of it.
There's not many about. The Northamptonshire Twos are playing Saka, aren't they, today as well?
Do you know where that game is?
I can find out.
It's not going to be far away, is it, actually, that game? So they could have got someone here, I guess. But who is that man?
It's Peterborough.
Okay.
They're playing.
It's an hour away, yeah.
And those 2 seamers, well, it's only really Dom Leach of first team caliber involved in that game against Saka over at Peterborough. But Yuzvendra Chahal, the Indian leg spinner, overstepping as he gets whipped through mid-wicket and over mid-wicket by Lewis Rees for 4.
Northampton bowled 26 no balls in an inning, in the only innings in which they bowled at Merchant Taylor School. 26 no balls, and actually Chahal bowled 6 no balls as a leg spinner, and he started with a no ball as well. Not only was it a no ball, but it was a kind of half volley that Reese just picked up through the leg side.
Yeah, he created the half volley, didn't he? He did kind of
did.
shuffle down towards him, but
And it being a no ball, it's landed further than he wanted it to as well. He had a poor game, Chahal, with the ball.
Well,
Bit of a coach kill, that, isn't it? You've got a guy who's going to win you matches. And the
Well,
opposition won't want to face him. And he went 0 for 174. That's one of those, isn't it? That's a stinker.
it's been disappointing, really, since he started this summer. It's 4 first-class wickets, an average of 89 for Yuzvendra Chahal in the championship in 2025. Short leg in place and a first slip. And there is an appeal for LBW and caught behind. Umpire not interested at all.
I'm not. I'd be interested to get your view on this. The umpire, Ashraf, when he gives someone not out, he explains with gestures why he's given it not out. There's not many umpires do that. I like
Not
umpires.
particularly if you think it's out for a different reason.
I think, if Charles says, how do you see that? And he says, pitched outside or doing too much or too high, it's fine. That's a conversation. I like umpires who will engage on that. But without being, you're asked the question, how's that? The answer is not out. It's not out because.
Yeah. No, I agree. I completely agree. I think from a standard practice, I think it's probably better just to say not out, to be quite frank. Reese advances again. Down the ground, 1 bounce, 4. Now, this to me feels like we're not going to let Yuzvendra Chahal bowl. Now that we've seen George Scrimshaw walk off, I'm not letting Chahal bowl. I'm going to give Luke Proctor a headache.
100%. We see Rob Kerr warming up at mid-off at this very point. If you want Chahal to bowl on the 17th, I'm not going to let him. He's not going to bowl. Slower ball, nicely bowled that actually, that last ball of the over. But you're dead right. 2 boundaries, aggressive intent, but measured intent. I mean, had he not got into the position he wanted to get into, then Reese would have just knocked it away for a single or just covered up. But real aggressive intent with the footwork. I'm not letting you settle. And his first over has gone for 10. Good cricket from Lewis Reese. Yeah, that was not out. I mean, it was not out because it was not out, but it was also not out because it was not out. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. And as you said, umpire just indicating that it hit him outside the line of off stump, and the replay confirming exactly that. Justin Broad conceding 6 from that opening over. From the Lynn Wilson centre end, starts with a bit of a pace on delivery, back of a length, which he just hurries Harry Kane a touch on that one. So 69 for 1 after 17 overs. Most have started through and around the county championship. 2 delays, 1 at New Road, which may or may not surprise too many people. That holds water quite well, doesn't it? New Road. That's between Worcestershire and Hampshire in Division 1. And then also in Division 2 as well, there's been a ground delay. It's at Cheltenham College. Gloucestershire are hosting Middlesex this week. One of the prettiest grounds in world cricket, Cheltenham College, but I suppose potentially doesn't have the same facilities and the drying ability of an out-and-out first-class ground. But there's something nice, isn't there? There's something nice about an out ground. Yorkshire are playing Sussex today at Scarborough. I know Sussex have got a one-day cup game at Arundel Castle this year. It just feels quite nice and warm and fuzzy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's nice playing in the festival week at Cheltenham. Some lovely wine bars in Cheltenham as well.
Phil Rowe will have frequented a few of them, I dare say.
Just to make sure our lads weren't in there.
Well, of course. Got to make sure that they're not getting up to anything they shouldn't be. In fact, you would have been leading them out the hotel in the first place.
Never.
Not
leading them out while I'm first
following them. Lads, wait for me. Good start to the over this for Justin Broad. 4 dot balls, Harry Kane on strike with the 2 slips in place. Northamptonshire are looking now, aren't they, for a seamer to take the load of George Scrimshaw. I suppose the way that they've lined up, they do have options. It's not a case of they are a bowler down at the moment, but James Sales is in the 11. Saif Zabe is in the 11. Rob Keogh's in the 11. George Bartlett can bowl some off breaks if needed. There are options there, but
yeah, I think
Sales isn't one of them, is what you're going to tell me.
Yeah, I think he's crook. Yeah, for bowling.
It's a beautiful shot to end the over by Harry Kane.
Wasn't it?
One of the best ones for nothing that you could possibly wish to see. 18 overs done, 69 for no loss. Do you want me to give you a couple of numbers from around I won't go into a huge detail inside that first hour, but Durham won the toss and elected to bat at Chester Street against Surrey, and they're 53 for 2.
Ooh.
At Scarborough, Yorkshire won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. Sussex 45 for 2. Essex is 68 for no loss against Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Middlesex, Gloucestershire have just started, so they're on. Somerset are 3 down against Nottinghamshire, 33 for 3. An appeal for LBW. Sounded quite wooden, that one.
We're at the wrong end. We'd need to see a replay there. I had to look at that, turned a wee bit.
Yeah, Somerset 33 for 3, having been asked to bat first at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan 60 for no loss against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Leicestershire 67 for 1 down at Canterbury, so their good start to the season's continuing.
Reece showing intent again. There he goes again. Good battle, this. I can see the googly being an issue here. If he continues to come down, you can just get the googly to slide past. Well, that one didn't slide past. That slid straight onto the middle of the bat and it's picked up over the leg side for 4.
I think that went a bit squarer than what Lewis Rees was initially aiming for, or maybe not in the replay there. There was a cry of catch, wasn't there? But fell into a very, very late vacant leg side.
He dragged it, didn't he?
Here at
He
the county
dragged it
grounds
with the bottom hand deliberately to miss that fielder at long on. It was good batting that.
Mr. 33, dragged down in response, gets past Nervan, and Liam Guthrie will back that up and keep it down to just 2. So Chahal conceding 6 from the opening 5 balls with his second over. Conceded 16 now from 11 deliveries. Lewis Rees shuffles down towards the bowler once again. Finished with the dot ball, 75 for 1 after 19.
Looks very young, doesn't he, Nervan, the 12th man? The guy that's just been signed for the rest of the season on a rookie deal. I've not seen him before. I hear good reports that he's a talent with the ball. He looks very young. And that wasn't a convincing dive at fine leg, at short fine for that. What became a couple to Lewis Rees. But good luck to him when he does get a go. Sure, he'll feature in the 50 over cricket that's coming up pretty shortly.
Good news, George Scrimshaw's back on the field as well. Hopefully that's just a change of socks or boots or something that it'll be interesting to. He'll have to wait a little while now, won't he, before he can bowl again, but it won't be a huge time. We might see him before lunch. 40 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, if it's, I'm going to say what I think. If, and you know, that's the key thing in this statement, if he's back on the field having had running repairs to something in the boot sock area, I'm going to say this. That was predictable. Okay, that should be predictable and should have been taken care of before he gets on the field at 11 o'clock this morning. You know, if it's a toe hitting the end of the boot, well, it won't be the first time that will have happened, for example. And these things just, you know, again, if that's what it is, it doesn't look like an injury, does it? That's for sure. So if that's what it is, it's kind of frustrating if you're the captain, if you're the coach, you think, oh, come on, Scrimmy, get yourself ready for the day's play.
Yeah.
He had started quite nicely. He leaked a few. Kane got stuck into him, but he'd only bowled 3 overs and got a wicket. And had bowled, you know, looked like in good rhythm. And then suddenly he's off the field because he can't sort his footwear out.
Yeah, those opening 12 deliveries were very, very good, weren't they? And then that discomfort took over and the line was lost and the length was lost and, well, conceded the majority of the runs in that 3-over spell. In the 3rd over, Justin Broad, though, he's settled in nicely, hasn't he, from that opening no ball and half volley outside off stump, which was crashed away by Harry Kane.
He's going to bowl very straight, very full. He's only got 1 slip. He's got 1.5 slips. That's the second one there. So he's got Vasconcelos at first slip and safe say, but about, what is it, gully really, I suspect.
Yeah.
But the other slip, James Sales has come out to a sort of catch in mid-wicket, which says, I'm going to bowl very, very straight and very full. He's looking to hit the front pad. As a result of that, he's going to get driven occasionally. But he's got his fielders in place, ready for that. So that's the pretty obvious tactic from Broad. That's nicely played. You don't have to be great, do you? You have to be good enough sometimes. You can't be great all the time as a batter, but you've got to be good enough most of the time. And Harry Kane was good enough in defence there. That ball just nipped back in, but he covered up pretty nicely. 75 for 1. 20 overs gone. You'd probably say so far, Derbyshire's session with what, 37 minutes to go.
Oh, very much so at the moment, I would say. If Lewis Rees continues to do this, it's going to be undoubtedly Derbyshire's session by the time lunchtime rolls around. But there's an element of danger, isn't there, with walking towards Yuzvendra Chahal, that you run the risk of running past one or something just not going quite right with your movements and potentially looking a little bit silly. But played this game before, isn't he, Lewis Rees? I don't think he's here to give it away.
Reverse sweeps on. Another fielder's gone to a deep fielder. There's 3 deep men on the leg side square, mid-wicket and long on. They're all deep. And as a result of that, the fielder at deep mid-wicket, as a result of putting that man there, Rees had to adjust his shot. Hitherto, he would have picked that up over mid-wicket. Can't do that now. Well, that was an orthodox sweep, and it bounced a bit, didn't it? Got a top edge, and it was in the air a long time. It fell safely, and Scrimshaw, travelling to his left, got it on 1 bounce. That would have been a heart in the mouth moment there for Lewis Rees, no doubt. Another day, does Scrimshaw sprint and dive and catch that? Am I being too harsh there?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was quite a way wide of him.
Fair enough.
And possibly landed in front as well. Change of ends, though. Harry Kane be on strike, and that won't last very long. Just drops that one into the leg side. Luke Proctor quick across the ground. Make sure that is just one. I think for a second there, Harry Kane thought he might have timed that well enough to come back for a second, but Luke Proctor is very, very sharp, isn't he? Talk about the toss, Rowie. Obviously, 10:30 this morning, Wayne Madsen won that and elected to have a bat first, and 77 for 1 after 20-odd overs, 21 overs now, and Chahal not able to settle, an injury to Scrimshaw. It's looking like a fantastic decision. Would it have been a straightforward one with the overheads, with the makeup of the 11 for Derbyshire this week without that spinner available? Would it have been a yes, we'll just have a bat first, or would there have been a thought process with Chappell, Aitchison, Anderson, Rees under some pretty heavy clouds? Go, you know what, we might have a bowl first.
I think once they saw the pitch, then it was probably straightforward to have a bat first. But yeah, before they saw that, I think it would have been they had a side that could go either way, I guess. But you don't want to be batting last. I think that's the key thing. But yeah, because it does look like it's going to deteriorate, as it should do. You don't want wickets that last
No.
4 days. You want them to deteriorate somewhat. And someone was asked, I think it might have been Nasser Hussain was asked, was it a good pitch up at Old Trafford? And he said no. And the reason was because it didn't deteriorate enough.
I mean, that's kind of been a theme for Old Trafford throughout the course of the summer, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
I don't think there's been a victory at Old Trafford in the Championship so far this summer. Northamptonshire got very close, didn't they, with that, was it 11 wicket or 13 wickets in the match for Calvin Harrison, the second week of the year when he started that loan spell from Nottinghamshire. I think he's obviously not part of the loan deal here.
Is he playing for Notts today?
He didn't he didn't last week, but he is playing this week.
Is he?
So Farhan Ahmed's not playing this week and Calvin Harrison is.
Oh, Bob, not many balls have gone past. And Lewis Rees is having an old-fashioned look at that one. He's kind of saying, there's a bit of a nod to the bowler there, as you've done me there. That's a good delivery. He's had to play at that, and that has pitched and left him. It's taken a good ball to get past Lewis Rees, and that was a good ball.
Yeah, 37 off 76.
This kid is a good cricketer, Justin Broad. He really is a good cricketer. A lot of time for him.
Just on the money, isn't he? So just overstepped, didn't he, early on? Responded with a over-pitch delivery. And after that, I mean, that's now 16 dot balls in a row for Justin Broad.
Yeah, and they've not been safe dot balls, have they? I mean, there are dot balls and dot balls. And the word I used to use was challenging dot balls, and they have been. They've been in the challenging column.
It's over-pitched
Well
and
fielded.
brilliantly fielded. So James Sales at mid-wicket, diving away to his right to make that 17 dot balls for Justin Broad. Just hasn't been backed up at the other end, has he, by Yuzvendra Chahal?
No, he hasn't. He's a good athlete, isn't he? Jimbo Sales, very good athlete. Wherever he fields, he's fielded a couple in the grippers, but he's got a good pair of hands, and he's a good man to have in that catching mid-wicket position.
78 for 1, 21.5 overs. And that'll be 3 maidens in a row for Justin Broad.
Saw James with a couple of his mates, and they just come off the paddle courts where I play golf. There's some paddle courts. That's all the rage, isn't it? Paddle. And
Are you a paddler?
I would be, but I can't really move with I've got a bad hammy still.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is lingering
Limiting.
around a bit. And but otherwise, that's my kind of thing. You don't have to run too far.
It's a small court.
Yeah, the ball can't hurt you. It's got a lot of things going for it. But I subsequently saw James says, "Oh, I saw you've been playing paddle," and he looked at me and he said, "I'm a good paddle player." Just deadly serious. I thought, I can imagine, yeah. But he knew it, and he loved it as well. He would never say that about cricket. He was, "Oh, I'm a good cricket." He would never say that.
No.
"Oh, I'm a good paddle player."
What was your response to that?
I just laughed.
Good for you, James. Chahal continues. This will be his 4th over this morning. And he's got his hands on his head as Harry Kane just drops him in the leg side for a single. Looked fairly kind of inconspicuous cricket, that, didn't it? Other than it being straight.
The disappointing thing from Chahal's point of view is he's bowled the last 2 balls he's bowled to Harry Kane. He's got off strike straight away. And I think he would prefer to bowl to the right-hander.
Yeah, Lewis Rees looks like he has all the time in the world here, doesn't he, to shape up against Yuzvendra Chahal. He's kind of advancing at him with confidence.
Slow googly. He's going to bowl him a slow googly, and that's going to test out whether he can pick him or not.
It's off the pad, is it? Yeah, no interest from the umpire whatsoever. Inquisitive from Vasconcelos, but no real conviction with that appeal, was there, from anybody out there in the middle? Was that slow googly?
No, that was an orthodox leggy. It did turn a bit and bounced a bit.
One over pitched and single taken to save, who's about 10, 15 yards off the boundary rope whilst Lewis Rees was on strike.
It's interesting. Save's return was it landed on the pitch, which it shouldn't do. You're not really supposed to do that, but it was kind of deliberately thrown there. It looks like they're trying to get some wear into the ball. Keep an eye on that. That may have just been an outlier. It may have been a bad throw. But I did notice the keeper backed off and let the ball pitch rather than going forward to catch it.
She said, though, that if reverse swing was the option, that overnight rain probably wasn't what was needed, was it?
No.
And I mean, considering the summer that we have had and the temperatures and the sunshine that we've had, I mean, the outfield here in particular at the county ground has remained incredibly lush throughout the course of the summer.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, we must have had a bit last night.
I can only assume so.
Yeah, sorry, when I say we had a bit, I know we had some rain. We must have had quite a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
Were you worried about the quality of the stick on the paint on your fence? Is that what you were concerned for?
No, because that's amateur, isn't it? You know, that was the first time I did it down. That happened. I painted it and it rained and washed it off. Then more work was required to tidy that up. So I did it when I know there's going to be 2 days of sunshine. So it's all perfectly dry now, waterproof, weather shield. Good job.
Brush roller, where you were? I don't know. I could kind of see, you know, those kind of paint gun things. I could kind of see you one of those.
I was offered one of those by my next door neighbour's wife, who said,
you must have been tempted.
She said, "Oh, Andy uses a spray gun. We've got a spray gun. Would you like to use it?" And I said, "No, I don't trust myself with that. It'll end up going everywhere." And she kind of nodded as if to say, "Yeah, that wouldn't be for you, Phil." I'd also nearly finished by the time she came out and offered me that. But, you know, it's not her fault, was it?
No,
it was paintbrush. It was brush.
Was it?
All with brush, yeah. Old school. I did look at the spray gun thing. I thought, no, that's above my pay grade. I'll end up spraying.
I thought
I'll get a spray tan or something.
I thought you'd have been the right man for a bit of a gimmick, a bit of a gadget. I thought you'd be the guy for it.
No.
Justin Broad finally concedes a single.
He has asked a lot of questions, mostly, apart from one in the last over that went past Rees's outside edge. The Derbyshire guys have been up to it, haven't they? It's been a hard-working 39 from Lewis Rees, and he's earned every one of them. He's played very, very well. Just feels a bit flat, Dan, to me. We've got 25 minutes or so to lunch.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it feels like, Rowie. It's Walker, wasn't it, from Justin Broad? I don't know whether that was an accidental one or not, but
no, I think that was a deliberate one.
Really fired it in. Leg stump Yorker, which was turned down to short fine leg for a single. It has. I mean, that opening kind of 10 overs, regardless, or taking aside that 12-run over from Liam Guthrie, was exciting, wasn't it? There was plenty happening from Guthrie and Proctor beating the bat. It had that one wicket that's fallen, the one that kind of grubbed and ran along the floor for Caleb Jewell. It's a nice-looking strike from Lewis Rees, well fielded from Rob Keogh. Potentially there was expectation of turn and bounce and excitement from Yuzvendra Chahal, which
it's been blunted.
Hasn't materialised.
He's been blunted by really, I mean, largely, there's more to it than this, but largely by good footwork from Lewis Rees. He's got to the pitch of the ball and negated any turn, largely. There's more to come there, I think, though, from Chahal.
Yorker again from Broad to end the over. A dot ball to finish it then.
Let's have a look at that one again.
84 overs have been bowled. It's 82 for 1. Lewis Rees on 39. Harry Kane on 17.
You know, 2 Yorkers in that over suggests, where are we? 24 overs. Has it started to reverse? With the outfield being as lush as it is, we've talked about that a bit. and the square's pretty green too. I would be surprised if it's tailing already, but 2 Yorkers suggests it might be.
Well,
this is the matchup Northampton need. Sorry, Dan, this is the one they want. Don't let him get away now.
I was gonna say, how much of an impact or a hangover would that game against Middlesex have on this Northampton 11? As you say, 26 no balls kind of implies that there was a bit of sloppiness there from the bowling group.
Oh, that's close. That's out. That was the matchup that Northants wanted. It looked absolutely dead from deep third man as we sit. But I think we'll see on the replay that I thought Chahal was going to get into the game, and I didn't know it was going to be then. But certainly the matchup that Northants wanted was to bowl at the right-hander. He couldn't use his feet as freely as the left-hander could. Obviously, with the left-hander, the ball turning into the pad, so you can always kind of kick it away if he gets it wrong. With the right-hander, if you miss it, you're going to get stumped. So he was on the crease. It was a well-delivered delivery from Chahal. We'll see on the replay what it did, how it got to hit him on the pad, but he'd gone nowhere. He was stuck on the crease, Harry came. And he's had to go for 17, 82 for 2. Oh yeah, that's pitched middle and hit in middle, isn't it?
Yeah, tender touch, didn't it?
He just misjudged that. It was a bit quicker, a bit flatter, and I thought he should have got forward to that, to be honest. He pushed on the back foot. He was kind of no great footwork, was it? But he certainly didn't get forward to it. And the ball kind of gathered pace off the wicket. It's loaded up. Chahal releases the ball and it's spinning as it goes through the air. Spin is in the air, turn is off the pitch. It's spinning like a top in the air, hits the pitch and gathers pace. And if you don't get your footwork right, you've got a limited time to adjust as it turns off the pitch. Kane didn't have enough time. It's very nicely bowled. Brings the captain to the crease, Wayne Madsen, who's a very good player of spin. But that's encouraging from a Northamptonshire perspective. Just saying it got a bit flat. Also that Chahal hadn't been able to bowl any number of deliveries that came because he kept knocking him into the leg side and getting off strike as Chahal was a bit full to him. But that one he got right.
He kind of bowled much more than about 5 deliveries to him, I wouldn't have thought.
I think that'd be right.
That entire spell.
Yeah.
Whether it was I don't think it would have been a conscious thing for Lewis Rees to have faced more of Yuzvendra Chahal. I think that was just the way that the game fell at that particular time.
Always a big wicket, Wayne Madsen, when you play Derbyshire. You know, we said Kame has a modest record against Northampton. I suspect that Madsen doesn't.
Yeah, he's another one of these county championship batters that's not a million miles away from 1,000 first-class runs this summer already. He's 914 at an average of 61 with bat in hand. What did he get up at? 89 and 62 not out in the reverse fixture earlier this summer.
There we go.
Career best for Wayne Madsen, 231 not out. Who do you think that came against?
Yeah, I've got a fair guess.
Where do you think it came?
Was it here?
It was.
Yeah. What year was that? Have you got that?
I don't. I can find out for you.
But he's off the mark with a little paddle sweep. You won't find many better sweepers of a cricket ball than this guy. Brilliant hockey player. I think he played international hockey for South Africa.
Could come in handy, that, Rowie, with Italy qualifying for the T20 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka next year.
He's a very, very fine cricketer and a really nice guy. One of the best guys on the circuit, Wayne Madsen. We won't need a nicer guy or a better sweeper. Oh, there's a miss sweep. Actually, if we can hold the replay here, when he misses the ball, Lewis Rees, he actually overbalances. Let's have a look at this. So he then, just lifts his back foot. Chahal's coming round the wicket now to Lewis Rees. It offers a slightly different challenge to the Derbyshire left-hander.
Would you have been involved in the coaching in 2012?
2012 was, oh, that's out. That's out. It's nicely caught at short leg. 2 in and over. I said it offered a different challenge, and Lewis Rees was not up to that challenge. Good decision from Chahal to come around the wicket. Rees trying to use his feet again. Didn't get to the pitch of that one. It turned, caught the inside edge, went quickly to Vasconcelos at short leg, and he took a sharp catch. It's a catch that you expect him to take, but they're never easy there. You don't have long to react. And the game has changed. And Chahal, off the back of a disappointing performance for him at Merchant Taylor's last week, has really got into the game very, very quickly. Both set batters gone. Rees out for 39, 85 for 3. And now the session starts to look a little bit more even Stevens, doesn't it?
Yeah, just wrestling back in, aren't they? Northamptonshire lost control of it quite quickly. As I said, there was a long period of that morning session, that first hour, that Derbyshire were ticking along at around 2 and over. 1 over in particular from George Scrimshaw that conceded the best part of 18. Shot that up to nearly 4s and wrestled it back down to 3.5s. And Chahal's been, well, that over there has really kind of changed it. Justin Broad's been the main kind of protagonist with regards to bringing this back under control, hasn't he?
He has, absolutely. He absolutely, yeah, well said. He's bowled very well. 5 overs, 3 of the maidens. No wicket so far for 8, but he's been challenging. They've not been safe maidens, been challenging maidens. But Chahal has done Chahal things, hasn't he? That's what we know he can do. The performance last week was a real outlier, wasn't it? 0 for 174 was kind of just remarkable, really. But back on his game today. A strangled appeal. No real interest in that. I think it was probably going down the leg side. Suggests that Madson's getting across his crease, and he's just indicating to the newly arrived Brooke Guess that one went back in, nipped back in, he's saying. Still just the one slip. Another fielder, George Bartlett, has come off the deep square leg bounder, and he's now forward square leg kind of catching. And then there's a mid-wicket catching as well. So the ball must be tailing. Certainly bowling very, very straight with it. And it's early in the piece, isn't it? Early in, this is only the 26th over with this ball. And we're seeing pretty different fields to what we would see with a Duke's ball. Given that it's 86 for 3, 26 over, and there's 1 slip, a gully, but 2 catching guys on the leg sides, bowling very, very straight, just in Broad. Oh, that's close. The bowler had little interest in that, actually. There was a big shout from behind the stumps. The ball went hard into the offside, and that's generally a sign that it's probably straighter than the batter thought it was. If the ball runs off to the leg side, generally don't get given out because the ball has been sliding down the leg side, but it goes on the offside. Perhaps means that it was a bit straighter than you thought as a batter, but the bowler didn't really join in the appeal until later.
I think the one before, I think probably just beat Brooke Guess for a bit of pace. I think he got himself into. It would have been missing leg stump essentially. It was 2.5 stumps on show when it hit the pads, and I think just beat him for a bit of pace. It was that good of a Yorker that's why it kind of fell into the offside. There's not a great deal of movement from the hand here from Justin Broad, having had a bit of a closer look at it, but it just looks like it's carrying on. Yeah,
running it in is the way I'd describe that.
I suppose the ball's not spent that much time running across the outfield, where it could pick up the moisture, and maybe with Chahal operating, he'll be hitting the seam more often than not, won't he? But maybe that's what's helped kind of rough up one side of it.
Do you know what I think is really happening here is that Northants are giving the impression that it's reversing, and it's actually not.
Okay.
But it's still a good tactic with the Kookaburra ball. It's certainly, there's not a lot of bounce and swing on offer. And so we're going to go stump to stump, put 2 catches in there and create something. Shane Warne would talk about creating a theatre. He'd talk about bowling defensively to attacking fields. give the impression something's happening. And there's been lots of oohs and ahs in that. Another maiden for Justin Broad. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 8. And it's not been without threat, but obviously the bigger threat currently is being provided by Yuzendra Chahal. Picked up those 2 wickets of 2 set batters in the last over. The first one, LBW Harry Kane, got kind of stuck on the crease. And the second one certainly didn't get stuck on the crease. The left-handed Lewis Rees trying to get to the pitch of the ball. It turned. He didn't quite get there, so the ball did turn. He's been trying to negate the turn by getting very close to it. And that one turned inside edge, very nicely caught at short leg. Madsen will want to sweep him. Very good judgment of length there, wasn't it? All the way back. When you're playing spin, Madsen will want to play mostly off the back foot when he can, because he can read the ball off the pitch, but he'll go all the way back and he'll also go all the way forward when he needs to do that as well. What you don't want to be doing against spin is playing between those 2 positions. That's what happened to Harry Kane. He wasn't all the way forward, and he wasn't all the way back. And Charles good enough to do for him. Guest on strike. He was all the way back. It's a quicker ball. He's bowled a few quicker balls. Chahal, he's only bowled, 32 balls, well, 33 including the no ball. He's bowled about 4 or 5 quicker balls, maybe front of the handers. Yeah, Lewis McManus interested there because he thinks there might have been a bit of front shoe on that one. I don't think the umpire agreed with that. He's fallen across a couple already, Brooke Guest. Oh, that's well played. That was very similar, that last ball, to the ball that did for Harry Kane, wasn't it? What Brooke Guest did was he went back deeper in his crease, gave himself time. They're bringing in the man who was on the sweep. He's coming up to a short fine leg position. That's turned past the outside edge. It's caught the outside edge, and he's got to go. Doesn't look convinced, Brooke Guest, that he's hit that one. It was a very strong appeal, a celeb appeal. Wayne Madsen is just having a little chat, gentle chat with the umpire. But Brooke Guest looks unhappy to be given out there, to be honest. And it's 3 quick wickets for Chahal. Has changed the complexion of this session very, very quickly.
Yeah, he's got that kind of bounce back in his step, hasn't he, Chahal? That first wicket just kind of revitalised him a touch.
Yeah, I had a good look about it. Just looking at the body language of that appeal, Justin Broad is in at gully, and he just put his finger up straight away and started running to celebrate with the bowler. That's a good sign. I think there must have been a little noise there.
Yeah, it's never the easiest, is it, to spot this? We might get a bit of an idea on this one.
Slip, actually.
It's
nicely bowled, wasn't it?
very, very nicely bowled. I mean, Brooke Guest, as you could see there in response, looked surprised to need to see the finger go up.
He did. He did.
We don't have the ability to use things like Snicko and Hotspot and things like that to say for absolute certainty. But as you said, it was a convincing appeal. The umpire seemed convinced that the decision was there to be made.
The one thing I often look for is the non-striker's reaction. And the non-striker did look at the umpire to see if he was... Now, if the non-striker doesn't look at the umpire, I'm pretty sure it's out.
Yeah.
But having looked, he looks to the umpire to see if he's going to give him. So it wasn't absolutely nailed on that one.
I just wonder whether, I don't know, but I wonder whether the toe of the bat was close to the surface of the earth. That's something else, isn't it, that could potentially have come into play. Nye Donald.
Wow, he likes batting here.
Well, how does he bat here?
He plays shots. He has to play shots. If Nye Donald lets Chahal bowl him, he will probably get him out. And certainly the board's going nowhere.
Yes.
He's got to take him down, really. And now that's a big shout. But, I mean, not recklessly. He's got to play. He's got to play to his strengths, which is striking the ball. And there he goes. And he struck the ball very hard, straight into the shin pads of Vasconcelos, but that's very nice. And look at that, that's lovely, isn't it? Nye Donald hits the ball at short leg, hits him in the shin pad, and gives him a little cuddle. Lovely.
No
That's
handshake gate.
That's nice to
Handshake
see.
gate here, is there?
No, that's nice.
Played in good spirits. What a phenomenal innings that was. That was the last time we were here on commentary,
That
wasn't
was
it?
sensational innings.
One of the very, very best that you could possibly wish to see Nye Donald in the T20 Blast. Eventually coming out on the losing side, but gee whiz, what a knock that was.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't say this lightly, but that was world class. The striking from Nye Donald was world class. I mean, you know, actually, I don't need to build it up. It was clearly, anyone who saw it would have said that. It was phenomenal striking. And he seems like a nice lad as well, giving Vasco a cuddle. How nice is that? Still a big wicket, Wayne Madsen, still a big wicket at 87 for 4. Guthrie's back on to try and pick up that big wicket. Starts with a floaty wide something. Slightly surprised Broad didn't get another over there.
Yeah, he bowled 6. I think he would have been qualified to have bowled 7. I suppose the thing is, had he had bowled 7, would he have then bowled 8? Or do you try and get 12 balls from Liam Guthrie before lunch?
I like that, Dan. I think that's exactly the thinking that would have gone through Proc's head, and he's come out this way, and it makes perfect sense when you put it like that. All the way onto the back foot, Madsen drops it down into the leg side. He has scored in his career a lot of runs, hasn't he, Wayne Madsen? In all formats.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous number, isn't it? He's been at Derbyshire for ages as well, hasn't he? Almost all of those first-class runs have come for Derbyshire.
They've done well to hold on to him, Derbyshire, because he's been linked with so many moves away over the years. And you kind of always thought it's just a matter of time. He re-signed a further extension recently, and Derbyshire did make something of that. I totally get that. They got the trumpets out and were very happy to secure his services.
Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Was he 177 runs away from 17,000 first-class career runs?
So Guthrie round the wicket to Nye Donald. Started his career at Glamorgan. Got a double 100 there and was, like Michael Vaughan said, future England captain at that stage. He then moved to Hampshire. Didn't stay at Hampshire very long. And has now based himself at Derbyshire. And he's a dangerous, dangerous player. Just see from the way he played that ball, real intent to get forward. On the angle, he got the angle, didn't line it up brilliantly, but he was good enough to get enough bat on it and run away, gets off the mark.
It will certainly be worth watching the afternoon session, won't it? For Nye Donald and Wayne Madsen, assuming the two of them make their way through. There'll be, well, Wayne Madsen is stylish, but there'll be contrasting styles.
Yeah. That's an attempted Yorker, I think, from Guthrie. Madsen thinking, oh, I've missed out there. How have I missed that? He's thinking any bat on that, probably get a 4. Yeah, I think these two will probably play very positively without being reckless. And Donald will probably be the more positive of the two. I think their first job now is to get to lunch, isn't it? Get to lunch, 4 down. Regroup a little bit. That's out. Oh, he's been strangled down the leg side. Madsen looks to the heavens. That won't help him. A big round of applause from the Northants supporters. They're happy to see the back of Wayne Madsen. Of course they are. Not in the manner that perhaps Liam Guthrie was attempting, the strangle down the leg side, but you could hear it through the effects mic. It was a very clear wooden noise. Got through nicely to Lewis McManus, who pouched it, and they're 5 down, and that's kind of come from nowhere. It was kind of 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, certainly, that I said so far.
One down.
One down. This is
Yeah.
definitely Derbyshire's session. And you wind forward and suddenly it's 5 down. And they really are on the back foot now. And then you get a strangle. That's kind of mother cricket does that sort of thing to you. Another wicket for Liam Guthrie, though, 29 now for the season. He won't care a jot how he's got that wicket, because on arrival, everyone would have said, as we said, big wicket Wayne Madsen, and unfortunately for Derbyshire and for him, he's got strangled down the leg side for 5. Now, I said earlier,
Yes.
there was a player that Harry Kane was ex-Middlesex. You definitely corrected me. It was definitely Hampshire.
Are you telling me that Panini Gate is back open and I could be the one getting the credit card out?
No. You were right. No,
Oh,
you're
okay.
absolutely right. No. I think Martin Anderson might have been at.
He was a
He
Middlesex
was at
man.
Middlesex, wasn't he?
He was on loan at Middlesex last year, played for Derbyshire in the Championship fixture on loan from Middlesex. So they had 2 on loan. They had Martin Anderson from Middlesex. They had Jack Morley from Lancashire when they visited the county ground last summer. Both of those players, possibly at the time even, in fact, had already put pen to paper on permanent deals for Derbyshire for the 2025 season. So
We had a look at his brother, I think. He's got a brother, Simon, who bowled quick. A little look at him. Well, that's nicely played. Nice little paddle sweep from Donald. Is it going to go all the way? James Sales is in pursuit and does haul it back in.
well, Martin Anderson's a proper batter. 516 runs and 43s this year.
He's a good cricketer.
Nye Donald, 5 down, 3 minutes to go before lunch. This is just a horrible situation for a ball striker, isn't it, really? Because what do? If he gets through after lunch, you could kind of say, go and do Nye Donald. If you take a risk and it pays off, all of a sudden 91 for 5 turns into 230 for 5, and it happens really quickly. That's exactly what happens in the fixture for Glamorgan against Derbyshire when he got that 234. But now this is kind of, you kind of think, do everything that doesn't come naturally to you and make sure you're there when we start again.
He's always going to be positive, isn't he? And you can see the way he's shaping up here. He is big. His movements are positive. He's been positive in attack and positive in defence. Swept that one very, very nicely. That's a very nice cricket shot, that. Watch the head position here. Plays it right under his eyes. Plays it late and deliberately late to miss the fielder at deep mid-wicket. So he gets it behind square. The fielder has gone back on the boundary at long leg. But he's got to score. I often hear myself saying that he's got to score. But he'll want to be there after lunch for sure. It's another sweep. So he'll stay on strike. I think they will get one more over in. It's a bit gloomy out there, Dan.
It has been all day, isn't it? Every weather forecasting app I look at or have done for the build-up for this all just says something different. So I don't really know what to expect. I think there probably are some showers around. The ground. What is a telling sign is that 2 of the ground staff have been sat by the tractor with the covers for the entirety of the morning. So
okay.
They will be aware that there is a chance of
so there's been a row.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've had an argument. But I think today, tomorrow, by the looks of it, is just pretty grey.
Right.
Thursday, by all accounts, the weather forecast doesn't look like it's made its mind up yet. Got a raindrop, a white cloud and some sunshine.
This will be the last over before lunch. It's going to be bowled by Liam Guthrie. He's got himself in the wickets column with the strangle fortuitously down the leg side. And that would have been nice, I heard somebody say there. And where that came from, I don't know. Someone near our effects might just said that would have been nice. And they're right, it would have been nice. Not if you're Nye Donald, it would have been pretty grim to get 2 strangles down the leg side, back to back. I'm interested here, though, in that Northampton posted a deep backward square. George Bartlett has gone out on the hook, you would say. And George Scrimshaw, you have to call George to field behind square on the leg side, apparently. He's at long leg. Are they going to bounce him? Are you going to take it on? No, they're going to pitch it up. It's going to hit him in front. And Nigel Long is unmoved. Yeah, I think that might have been sliding.
Well, I suspect that might have been the only reason as to why it wasn't given. It was a fantastic Yorker, though, wasn't it?
It was.
Good pace, angled in. We will get a replay of it, I'm sure, before we break for lunch, but Liam Guthrie, I think, was quite pleased with that delivery.
He's having a good laugh about it. That suggests it wasn't out, because he wouldn't be laughing if he thought it was out. Good umpire, Nigel Long. It is short. He has taken it on. Got it down quickly enough. Just gets a single out to Scrimshaw.
He's not limping. He's not hobbling, Rowie. So that's
it was running repairs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, to footwear. It's close. There's a telling sign that Lewis McManus, before he appeals, goes 2 paces back to his right.
Yeah.
It was sliding, wasn't it, on the angle? Remembering that's not bowled by a right armour, it's bowled by a left armour. And so the angle of that ball is a lot sharper.
That's a skill as a wicketkeeper, that.
Getting yourself back in line.
To try and kind of not force yourself down the leg side if you think there's going to be one hit in the pads.
It's not Nigel Long's first rodeo, though, is it? Hits the bat very hard, that ball. Very straight and very nice block from Martin Anderson. I was looking something up, and you were talking about Anderson's batting credentials. They're pretty healthy, are they?
Yeah, I'd say 516 runs for Derbyshire this summer at an average of 43.
A good cricketer, this kid.
Just, I guess, blocked, I suppose, by Ryan Higgins at Middlesex, and rather than being a bit part, sounds unkind, doesn't it? But an occasional first 11 cricketer for Middlesex, I suppose. He kind of wanted to go and play regular first team cricket, and I have a lot of time and admiration for any professional sports person that's prepared to take themselves out of their comfort zone and in pursuit of opportunity.
I totally agree. I mean, it's either that or he's always had a longing to play his home cricket at County Ground Derby rather than Lords. That might be it.
Could be.
But a good move, and it's, you know, he's backed himself there, hasn't he? And he's benefited. He's in the team and contributing very healthily. And that concludes the entertainment for the morning. And there has been some entertainment, and the crowd have been entertained, and they're showing that with a very warm round of applause as the players leave the field for lunch, with Derbyshire having won the toss at 10:30 this morning, having had a bat, and for 90 minutes, when they were 1 down, after 90 minutes, would have thought that's a good decision. We're going to get a good number here. There's a bit of variable bounce, a little bit of spin, but yeah, we're on top here. As they walk off half an hour later, 98 for 5, it doesn't quite feel the same.
No, it was a magic kind of, 2 overs, wasn't it, from Jahal? The 3 before that weren't anything to write home about. Really just settled in, took 3 quick wickets and a lot of fortune. And when it's running for you, it's running for you. And that's exactly what happened with the dismissal of Wayne Madsen, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Liam Guthrie. But yeah, Lewis Rees opening the batting this week, made 39. Caleb Jewell was the first to fall. He was LBW to George Scrimshaw on a delivery that he won't want to see back a couple or too many times. Harry Kane went for 17, Wayne Madsen for 5. Brooke Guest without scoring. And then Nye Donald and Martin Anderson will resume after lunch at 1:43, I think, play is due to resume. So, Rowie, let's go and grab a sandwich. And
I'm going to go and buy you a panini.
Let's do that then. And we'll see you in 40 minutes.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the county ground in Northampton. Players have had their lunch. Rowie and I have had our lunch. We're back and we're ready to go for the afternoon session of this Northamptonshire versus Derbyshire County Championship fixture. This year's Yuzvendra Chahal opens the bowling from the David Capel. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet. And Phil Rowe, why haven't we got a silly point in?
Well, that's a good point. It's not a silly point. It's quite a valid question.
Ultra attack from Northamptonshire, 89 for 5.
You don't want one popping up there and not grabbing it, do you? And I think, yeah, my gut feel is that Anderson, certainly Donald, we know pushes hard at the ball. You get one to just get the inside edge onto the knee roll. You don't want that ball looping up onto the offside and no one there. So I would have one.
3 for 32 for Chahal from his 7 opening overs. Back early, folks. It doesn't happen very much in Red Bull cricket, does it? Play due to resume at 1:43. The players were making their way out at 1:39. Well, that's come back away there. Chahal's got his hands on his head. 3 for 32. Before this fixture, he'd taken 4 wickets in the games that he played for Northamptonshire in 2025. None for against Middlesex. For, what was it, 174, did you say earlier today?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they are the worst bowling figures in Northants history.
Oof.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that he finishes whatever career he has with Northamptonshire with the worst and the best.
Yeah, that's probably right, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a coach killer, that, isn't it? Because that is something you can't predict that. You know, in your wildest fluctuations of what might happen, good and bad, you're never seeing Chahal go for 174 with no wickets. On a wicket, because I watched a bit of that on the stream from time to time. I wouldn't want anyone to think that I'm glued to the stream all the time. But I watched a little bit of that. And what I did see was I saw Zafar Gohar, who's a finger spinner, turn the ball off the middle of the pitch. And I saw Sam Robson, who's also a wrist spinner, as is Chahal, turn the ball off the middle of the pitch for Middlesex. But Chahal seemed to get very little spin, and yet already here today he's turning the ball. And so it's just, yeah, it's bizarre.
Well, there was something, wasn't there, that delayed the arrival of Yuzvendra Chahal?
Yes.
Heard different rumours of what it could have been. Liam Guthrie continuing, picks up the wicket of Wayne Madsen just before lunch. But one of them, I think, might have been a hand injury. Whether that was the bowling hand, whether it wasn't the bowling hand, whether it would have an impact, whether it I'm kind of speculating really here without providing a great deal of insight, which I'm quite good at, to be quite frank with you. But it wouldn't take a lot for those things to fall into place, would it?
And you've got to look for reasons, don't you? Because that doesn't happen. You know, those figures just don't really happen.
Oh, well, that's untidy.
Well, that's 4.
That's going to be 4 buys. That's not going to be Lewis McManus's finest work. It did die on him, that bumper, but you'd expect the wicket-keeper of Lewis McManus's quality to tidy that up, and it brings up the 100 for Derbyshire as well. 102 for 5 off at 31.2 overs.
In that innings of 600 plus that Middlesex got last week, there were no buys, and it's only the 3rd time in history that Northampton have gone for over 600 and there's been no buys. So yes, he's just let that one through, but he's entitled to. He's certainly in the plus column.
Yeah, he's disappointed. You can see by the body language there, can't you, with the double teapots on at the moment. It'll be quickly forgotten. One of the leaders, isn't he, in the dressing room, Lewis McManus. He won't dwell on that for too long. I'm enjoying that encyclopedic knowledge, though, Robbie, that you've developed since we last did commentary. Are you a big kind of a connoisseur of the number of buys that are conceded during the course of an innings?
No.
No, all right.
But I just, odd things, as you've realised, odd things stick in the mind, and that was one of them.
Well, I remember when I was a lot younger, I went to watch one of the basketball games, one of the British basketball games. And I remember sitting there with my dad and just behind this chap who was scoring. A lot of people score when they turn up to the cricket, don't they? And you think, okay, well, you know what? I quite like scoring when I play. I find it quite therapeutic. Would I do it if I went to a championship game? I don't know whether I would, but I wouldn't never turn around saying no, I'd never do it. But I just wondered with the buys then, because this chap at the basketball game was scoring rebounds and rebounds only. No other statistic line. And I just wondered whether buys kind of gave you the same kind of tickle as what rebounds did for that chap in Worthing that evening. No.
That's weird.
It's strange, wasn't it?
Each to their own.
Just tallying up one stat line. Anyway, it's been a good over for Liam Guthrie to start this afternoon session. Just the 4 buys conceded. Nye Donald. Well, that's an aggressive forward defence, isn't it, from Nye Donald. Maiden for Liam Guthrie, the third of his day's work. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. Economical, Liam Guthrie. Imagine what those figures would look like if you took that over for 8 out of it. Well, 12, wasn't it? But obviously 4 of which came off the pads.
It's been, I mean, in saying earlier, we were talking about him earlier, weren't we? In saying overall, he's done very, very well. I mean, now 29 wickets in the season. Yes, he's been a little bit expensive, and we were saying, we expect that to improve and his economy to come down a little bit. But that's beautifully bowled. What a good pace that was. That is a good pace. And that, again, it gathers off the pitch. The ball's loaded with spin. Gathers off the pitch. Yeah, so, and maybe Guthrie is already showing signs of becoming slightly more consistent. Obviously, the point has been made about the ball. This is the brand of ball that he's used to bowling with back in domestic cricket in Oz. And he hasn't been as economical or accurate, I guess, with the Dukes. It's a slower one, but it's comfortably swept for 4. They've left that area open, haven't they, out there at deep square, to say to Martin Anderson, you want to sweep, you go for it. And I think he'll continue to do that because they have to score.
I was going to say, I think you have to play, otherwise you run the risk of, well, he was 1 off 9, 1 off 10, wasn't he, before that shot? And nothing really changes if you continue along at that rate. From a very amateur perspective, you can dig yourself into a bit of a hole quite quickly. That one, he will be grateful for that bit of fielding by Liam Guthrie. For a moment, he would have thought he missed out on a drag down from Yuzvendra Chahal, but as it is, he's managed to get enough on it to beat Liam Guthrie at cover. Goes back-to-back boundaries, and all of a sudden, going from 1 off 10, he's now 9 off 12.
At first glance, I didn't think he'd hit that ball hard enough to get it through there, but he actually hit it almost into the wicket, didn't he? It was played firmly into the ground, but had enough about it.
Maybe a bit of top spin, maybe. Just gathered a bit of pace as it went across the square. Nicely bowled, nicely played, but pressure off now. Chahal. Yeah, it's been interesting, isn't it? Conceding 40 runs from less than 9 overs for Yuzvendra Chahal, but 3 wickets, which is the most important part of that day's work. Anderson takes the single.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that fielding position. The took an easy single there, didn't they, down off the last ball, and that was the gap that Anderson pushed the ball into that enabled him to get the single was created because Guthrie was put back onto the boundary as a result of a drag down. That's fine if I'm bowling. Definitely have some men there for the drag down, but not Chahal. It's too easy to get off strike there.
It goes back to your captaincy book, doesn't it? Does it say anything about setting fields to bad bowling?
There are times, aren't there, when you've got to make a judgment and you say, well, look, we've got enough men in the right area, and therefore we can have some boundary men and some insurance men, as I call them, but not there.
Not after a couple of maidens in a row to start it. Liam Guthrie, there's a bit of inventiveness from Martin Anderson.
What's that come
All
off?
eyes on the umpires.
Off the glove.
Just punched it round the corner.
He walked early, didn't he? He walked very early. There he goes.
Bit of glove, bit of hip.
Well.
Everybody stood in amazement, really, didn't they?
It was a very strange bit of cricket, wasn't it? Well, we said they've got to be positive. And there's the intent. So we've now suddenly, I mean, look at that. One ball has changed things, hasn't it? There's a leg slip who's very close, and man's gone back at, he has to be in front of square on the leg side, and a man at catching mid-wicket. 3 field changes, effectively, after one show of intent.
Yeah, does Martin Anderson walk at him again? He doesn't. He's greeted with a bumper in response by Liam Guthrie. It didn't look like that had much pace about that at all, did it? As it came off the surface of the pitch and almost died on Lewis McManus again.
It's something that I've noticed with Guthrie in his time so far, that his bouncers need work because they balloon. I mean, basically, he's banging it in too short.
Yeah.
You want the ball still rising when it reaches the batter. That's the trajectory that you're looking for as a bouncer, and he's a kind of ballooning over the batter's head.
Into the thigh pad. Well, he's not the tallest of quick bowlers, is he? Which I guess is something that he will have to negate. He doesn't get that steep bounce like a George Scrimshaw would.
That's right. And so finding the length for him is more difficult. Yeah, I get that. That's a fair comment. But he has, you know, he's got a strong shoulder, isn't he? It could be a good ball from a lowish arm position. You know, a good bumper could be really effective because it kind of follows you a little bit, particularly from around the wicket as it is now.
There is that bumper from around the wicket. It's incredibly well played by Martin Anderson. And well, he's now 18 off 18. Just getting himself going, wasn't he? 1 off 10.
Counter-attack, isn't it? This is set up for that, isn't it, really? Yeah, they have a good hour here, these two. And that changes the complexion. You kind of, now, you know, I'm going early here, but if one assumes it might be quite a relatively low-scoring Kookaburra game, always caveat that because the Kookaburra can go for lots of runs. Then the counter-attack is very much on, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I mean, well, you'd have thought it would have been Nye Donald, wouldn't you? Would have led that counter-attack. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will have part to play there.
Yeah.
But as yet, Martin Anderson, who's had the majority of the strike, to be fair, since lunch, has taken on the mantle, and it's just caused Liam Guthrie, Luke Proctor to have a bit of a head scratch here and try something a bit different with field placements. Again, there's that shuffle down from Anderson, drops it into the leg side, takes one, just leave Donald with one delivery left in the over. Probably isn't maybe not what Nye Donald wants to see at the other end. Potentially it makes him think, oh, actually, if maybe we both don't go, do I have to bat for Martin Anderson at this point if he's going to take the counter-attacking role, and I'll stick in and try and bat a bit of time here? Whereas his strength clearly is going after the ball, isn't it?
I think he's just got to play naturally. Yeah, play his natural game.
One delivery left in the over then, and top of the bounce, defended by Nye Donald. 120 for 5. Last wicket fell 89 for 5, so good partnership building here. 31 runs already. So a few jumpers. It doesn't feel like July, does it? Look out the window, Rowie. It's dark, it's gloomy.
It is.
Just had the 12th man run on for a long sleeve jumper for safe save, who I think already has a pullover on.
It doesn't feel that cold though, does it?
Well, not to me, no.
Fair enough.
It is gloomy.
As the Scots would say, only a fool is cold. They do say that, the Scots. Yeah, they do.
What does it mean?
Well.
That's well bold.
I think it means
along the lines of you've not dressed accordingly.
You can't put a jumper on.
Yeah.
I think that's,
not dressed accordingly for the conditions.
Exactly.
Starting to land more balls in the right area, isn't he? Yuzvendra Chahal.
He's going to come down the wicket to him very soon, I think.
Oh. An appeal for the stumping there. Nigel Long unmoved.
But it's hard because he's actually bowling quite quickly at the right hander, and he's still turning it. So yeah, he might bowl a couple of slower ones. He will vary his pace, of course, but in general, he's going to bowl at that kind of pace, which makes coming down the wicket actually dangerous. Oh, then he's let him off the hook, and he's missed out on that, hasn't he?
That's a let off for Chahal. Straight at George Bartlett at short cover, bit of fielding practice. Yeah, just if you rolled this back 12 months, it just doesn't look like it's coming out the hand the same way for Chahal.
No, these are a bit flatter, aren't they? He is spinning it. That's the big thing. He's spinning, but he's not as consistent. That's a bit slower. And when he goes slower, he's kind of lost control of length a wee bit. There is a man out there now on the boundary for that shot.
So Knight Donald once again gets one delivery at the end of the over. That's what you'd say to your batting partner, wouldn't you? Say, well counted. As you got to the end of the over and you punch gloves in the middle of, oh, sorry about that. Sorry, it's... $121 for 5 then. Quicker, flatter, defended positively by Nye Donald to end the over.
He's had his one for the over, hasn't he?
He has. 35 overs then have been bowled. 61 overs remain in the day. As I say, it's pretty gloomy out there. Whether light will come into the fold as the day goes on or not, I don't know. It's supposedly the middle of summer, so I would imagine floodlights wouldn't be available for the game.
Yeah, you're probably right. They might even be on if they were available.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I know that Northamptonshire only get a certain number of days, don't they, because of the locality and the closeness of the neighbours.
Yeah. Is that the third over on the trot that Anderson has faced 5? And
yeah,
so you might say that Anderson has trumped Donald in that sense.
You might do. You might do. Very relevant. Very relevant. I'm sure he's probably enjoying the county championship, isn't he, in his state visit. Again, Anderson walks at Liam Guthrie, and that's beautifully played and beautifully timed through the leg side.
That's beautiful cricket. Do you know, that reminded me of, watch the replay here. This is Ian Bell. This is an Ian Bell shot.
It's a bit of Kevin Peterson, that initial movement.
It's got high praise, that, because Ian Bell could play a bit, couldn't he? Well, he said he's in good nick, over 500 runs coming into this game, and he does look in good nick. And I like the fact that he's just taken a very simple option just to occasionally come out of his crease. And that's just an authentic cricket shot, but he made it into a half volley by getting closer to the ball. No risk attached.
Just through the covers this time, but Rob Keogh moves well to his left to keep that down to 0. That's an inviting area, isn't it? No fielders in the covers at all, and over-pitched, Anderson will feel like he's missed out on 4 there. You're thinking spin from both ends.
I am.
Rob Keogh to come from the Lynn Wilson Centre.
Probably Keogh bowling to the long leg side boundary, as he would be doing from this end, yeah. That's the way I'd go, I think.
Slipping a gully in, 2 catches in at mid-wicket. That is dropped into that gap in the offside. Chahal, who was at point, tidies that one up, passes it back to his mate, Rob Keogh.
Now then, this is unusual. Donald gets to face potentially more than 1 ball. He's only faced, I think, 3.
Yeah, it can't be many since lunch.
Very few. I mean, single figures. I think a low number of single-figure balls. So he's definitely not got himself back in, but Anderson's playing really nicely. Is that going to be 4? Yes, it is. That's the danger of this. We talk about this a lot, don't we? It's hard to defend that. You're going very, very straight. You do concede a lot of those little flicks. That's the second time the ball's gone down there for a boundary. One was 4 byes, but that's 4 runs. And there's been the pull for 4 as well from Anderson. So that's 12 really behind square on the leg side. And suddenly this partnership's worth 41. And they haven't had to do too much, have they?
Not at all. I mean, well, Anderson's been positive. He
Yeah, he's
got
been
away.
positive.
He got away. He was let to get away really with those 2 back-to-back boundaries off Chahal. But since then, he kind of took that as an impetus, didn't he? A moment to really kind of turn the screw and went a bit harder. Now Donald's on strike well, he's no shrieking violet, is he? He's not going to hang around. He's going to. I think his career strike rate in first-class cricket is 75, I think.
Right.
And I mean, the 234 he scored against Derbyshire for Glamorgan was off about 120 balls. It was 15 sixes in the innings, if my memory serves me right from looking at the scorecard earlier this morning. And it was an incredible performance here in the T20 Blast by Donald.
Just observing the conversation between the captain and Rob Keogh. Rob Keogh, as a result, is not doing anything to indicate he's going to come onto ball. Oh, that's a good bumper. That's a good bumper. He was totally out of control there, was Donald. And he was lucky that he spliced that, because I think if he middles that, he'd probably go straight to the fielder, because there was no bat speed in that whatsoever. It got to him far too quickly. It was well bowled. That's a very well directed bumper. And he got away with that one, did Donald.
Got a message in, Rowie,
Oh.
from Sean Evans. Don't know how closely you follow the local T20 competitions, club cricket, but just wants to say, well, can he have a shout out for his side winning the Northampton T20 Championship on Sunday, and then qualifying for the regional T20 competition next Sunday, which is Rushden and Higham Town Cricket Club. Something that you dabble in?
Well, I'm aware they won it. Yeah, they beat Peterborough and Oundle, I think, in the semi and the final to win that. Yeah, congratulations. It's a good old club, Rushden. On the up. It's always been there or thereabouts. It was oftentimes, when I played local league cricket, it was a kind of Division 1 or Prem club. They were up and down, a bit up and down. They've been up for a very long time, and good on them.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Good set of lads generally over there.
Oh, it's rushed on, isn't it? Donald this time keeping the strike following that miscontrolled pull shot the ball before.
Actually beating those two sides as they did, Oundle and Peterborough. That's a couple of good scalps there.
Reverse sweep for Donald, gets it past Justin Broad, who will give it a long chase. I think Guthrie will cut it off, or Justin Broad will beat the Australian in the foot race, and Donald will add 3.
Bowled by an Indian, played by a Welshman, and a South African and Australian chasing it.
Also a German international.
Ah, yeah. I mean, he's English, Martin Anderson, but I think there is a bit of Swedish about him as well, actually.
I'd say so with the spelling, wouldn't you, with the double S in that surname. That's flicked off the hip nicely. We'll just stroll through for a single.
Justin Broad is getting loose, so I'm not going to get my my wish.
Not yet. Not yet. 135 for 5. It's the partnership. 43 or 50 balls now between the two of them. Got together 89 for 5 when Madsen was dismissed just before lunch. And Luke Proctor now in conversation with Yuzvendra Chahal.
Now, the question, actually, I did say Rob Keogh, didn't I? Now, earlier today, I went on a bit about Rob Keogh's finger injury that he sustained whilst bowling last week, and then he got hit on it when he was batting as well. Possibly that's limiting his ability to bowl. Oh,
down the leg side. Was there a bit of bat in that?
Sounded very woody.
There was a noise, wasn't there?
There
would
was
have
a
been an
noise.
incredible take from McManus had that have
It sounded like bat to me.
come off the bat.
Yeah, I think there might have been.
Reverse swept again, over pitch from Chahal. Just be a single. Guthrie does the fielding this time. Would have been an incredible take. Had that have come off the bat and then gone into the gloves cleanly, it would have been phenomenal by McManus. But there wasn't much else there, was there, for it to be anything but bat?
That's right.
Certainly wouldn't be the way that Chahal would have pictured removing Nye Donald. Oh, it's an inside edge that's flown past Vasconcelos. Another single taken.
They are scoring off a lot of balls in the over, aren't they?
Well, it's telling, isn't it, the conversations that Luke Proctor has had with both Yuzvendra Chahal and Liam Guthrie. Liam Guthrie's been replaced from the Lynn Wilson centre end by Justin Broad. That Northamptonshire feel like they're under a bit of pressure here, I think.
I think so. Yeah, the partnership's now 48, and it has raced on, hasn't it, since lunch? These two have played really well. I mean, yeah, positive intent. We've talked about a counter-attack. You know, they've not backed away and flayed it off the stumps. They've just played positively in defence and in attack. And they've played beautifully, actually. And they've sort of drawn some errors, I would say, from both bowlers, both from Guthrie and from Chahal. So that's what positive intent can do. If you just kind of stick around and push and prod, the margin for error from the bowler becomes bigger. They hit that area more frequently and it goes nowhere, and then you get out. So putting a little bit of pressure back on the bowler, generally a good thing. It's very much the modern way, isn't it?
Absolutely. I suspect Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire would have known that Nye Donald in particular and Martin Anderson would have put together a bit of a counter-attack here. It wouldn't have been a dig in as Anderson again walks at Justin Broad. He must be leaving the crease by about 4 or 5 foot there.
Yeah, there's more. I like it. And you'll have heard me say many times, I'm a big fan of that. What I'm talking about is just shuffling down the wicket a little bit. He's going so early that it's also kind of a psychological as well as a physical thing, getting into the bowler's space.
Yeah, there'll be an element of premeditation. Not doing it every ball either, is he?
Now, McManus has just had a chat with the captain and said, do you want me to come up to the stumps? And the captain has said, yeah, that's a good idea. I think it is a good idea as well. And one of the reasons that Anderson is doing it, it's not the only reason, but one of them is that if he does get hit on the pad, he probably can't be given out because he's so far down the wicket. Can't be given out LBW because he's just so far down the wicket. But now he can't be so far down the wicket because the keeper's up to the stumps. It'll be interesting the effect, if any, this has on the bowler, on Justin Broad. He won't be used to bowling with the keeper standing up, and it is a very different look. Some bowlers like it, some bowlers hate it. I loved it. I always wanted the keeper up.
I think for some it provides a target, doesn't it? The gloves provide a target to bowl towards.
Oh, that's close. It's nipped back. It's a little high. It's a good shout. It's hit him hard, hasn't it? It's hit flesh, that, by the looks of it. He's not altogether happy with life, Martin Anderson. It did jag back. Umpire Nigel Long declining the invitation to raise his finger.
Found the gap, did it, between the top of the pad and the bottom of the thigh pad?
I think it did.
There was another one that kind of, the way that Martin Anderson gestured to play, it looked like it kept a touch low.
Oof,
that's tidy work, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll love that, won't you?
Purr at it.
Nice, that. Very nice work. It's a lot easier. I mean, that was difficult, and he did that very well, don't get me wrong. In general, it's a lot easier if the ball's bouncing, isn't it? Keep a wicket.
Absolutely.
The ball's keeping down. It is, I mean, it's a difficult job anyway, right? If the ball's keeping low, it's just 500 times harder.
Yeah, the fingers take a bit of a battering if the ball's not behaving as you'd hope it would do. Oh, nicely played. I think there's a fingertip save on it by Guthrie at mid-wicket. Just rings the fingers to confirm that is the case. Proctor does the fielding, keeps it down to 2. 38 overs have been bowled now, 139 for 5.
Be interesting
50
to see
partnership
that,
as well.
50 partner, and they've played very well. They've played very well. Good on them. Needed a bit of glue, didn't it, the Derbyshire innings, because it started to crumble. We're going to have a look at the LBW, because like you, Dan, I thought it kept a little bit low. Oh, it's close to.
It looked a better appeal than the quick shake of the head. On review, it felt, but the way that the body language kind of collapsed after being struck just implied the fact it kept a touch lower than what Martin Anderson was
I mean,
expecting it to do.
yeah, it was a very good appeal. Very good appeal indeed, but declined.
Have to rock and roll it.
I want to see Chahal not rotated. They're rotating him too easily. Given that the ball is turning, given that he's got 3 for, actually they're playing him as though it's flat and there's no spin, but that's not the case. They are playing him too comfortably because he's not been consistent enough, really. That ball could easily have rolled back onto the stumps there. It was an attempted sweep. I think it hit pad first and then maybe the underside of the glove, and it nearly, another day it rolls back and just rolls into leg stump and knocks the leg bail off. But not today.
A diving Vasconcelos at short leg. Felt like he was in the game then for a moment, didn't he? He still can't quite believe that he's not got a hand to that. It's a paddle sweep by Donald off the face of the bat, opens it up with the bottom hand, and
that would have been the best catch I've ever seen if he'd caught that, because he's so close. I mean, he didn't, right?
But it would have been.
It would have been.
Yeah.
That was nearly.
It nearly might have been.
It's possible.
There's a chance. Good shot, though. Just kind of created it, didn't he, really, with that bottom hand? You could see the hand, the grip changed slightly, and he managed to kind of get the bat underneath it, just run it off the face. Quicker, flatter. I'm going to take a quick single to George Bartlett on the offside. Maybe Scrimshaw and Bartlett there just caught on their heels.
Oh, absolutely. I was just thinking, how have they got that run so easily there?
Yeah, 142 for 5.
There is a big gap. He's very straight, isn't he? Bartlett's very straight at short extra cover, to be fair to him.
It's got to be tempting. Someone of Donald's power, that short leg side boundary has got to be incredibly tempting, hasn't it?
It has. It has, and if he wants to take it on, good luck to him. He's a braver man than I, if he does, and he's probably got a bit more bat speed than I as well. But it might not be too long, because
it's going to be like the good cop, bad cop sat on your shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And then you go, oh, it's only 60 yards.
Well, I think the other thing I'd say, going back to a bit of a theme I'm developing here, is that he doesn't need to play the breakout lofted sweep because they're rotating so well and he's getting runs at a lower risk. So part of batting is risk management. There are risks you might want to take, but you don't need to take. And so far, Donald is saying, well, actually, I could play that shot, and it's a shot quite fancy, actually, but
yeah,
I'm actually scoring really well off this guy, and he's given me enough outlets, so I don't need to. I mean, you'd hope that's the way he's thinking, because that's what we're seeing.
Yes.
If he gets caught deep square on the sweep, then he's a bit of a muppet at this stage because he doesn't need to play that shot. I mean, he's playing well elsewhere, and they're playing well together.
Yeah, no, it is a good partnership between the two of them, isn't it? So he's only played one championship fixture before this one. Not Donald, which was the one last week. Whether that was an availability thing or whether it was the form that he gathered in the blast that gave him the opportunity in the Red Bull side.
Oof, that was top of the bounce, wasn't it? Right on top of the bounce. But he's coming at you there, Justin Broad. He's coming at you. That's okay, because Justin Broad generally will run the ball back into the right-hander. And if the batter's coming at you in the game, he's kind of pushing past contact. The bat's coming down fast. The ball nips back. Played past contact. Bold LBW are in play. He's having a good look, Nye Donald, at the two fielders on the leg side boundary, long leg and deep backward square. Surely there's only going to be one there, isn't there? Yeah. It was nearly a Ravi Bopara too, wasn't it? He's an absolute genius, Ravi Bopara, in white ball cricket. He just weights the ball to the 30-metre circle and gets back for twos. And Nia Donald was trying to do that, the equivalent of that, but Guthrie was quick enough to prevent that. So with the change of batter Anderson now on strike, then Lewis McManus comes up to the stumps again. That's over pitched and clipped very nicely. Square of the wicket for 4. I hesitated there because Scrimshaw sold me a dummy because I thought he was going to dive. And I think everyone thought he was going to dive. I think even Scrimshaw thought he might be going to dive at one point. So let's see if we can pick it up. But he didn't dive. Had he dived, I think he would still be retrieving the ball from the other side of the boundary rope. So good decision. But 4, over pitched, just lost his length there. It's bounced. Significant extra bounce there. And it was played down. Anderson got on top of it, but he got it down and it nearly,
I think the way that
back onto the stumps.
I was going to say, the way that Lewis McManus and Martin Anderson are interacting there, I think that's bounced and kind of risen steeply over off stump.
Yeah,
I don't think
so.
there was much real estate between it.
I wonder if Luke Proctor had given any thought to spin from both ends. Obviously, he will know far better than we know what Rob Keogh's ability to bowl is. But that's close. It's a very good shout. It's given not out. That's the one that nips back. Had a good look about it from up here. The line looked decent. It may well have struck him outside the line of the stumps. It may have done too much, possibly. Just a polite inquiry from Justin Broad of the umpire, Nigel Long. Darren Lehman doing a lone lap. Got no mates at the moment. He loves a chat. He'll find someone to chat to, I'm sure. Oh, that's worked very wristily from about off stump. Probably going to pick up 3, maybe 4. They turn for 3 now. They might even run 4, actually, and they are going to run 4. That's good running. It was worked off the stumps. Now, is this replay that shot, or is this the LBW? No, it's the work, isn't it? Oh, what an extravagant follow through.
Bit of whippage. Come over to my side. 150 up for Derbyshire. Really well run, wasn't it? Good bit of fielding by Luke Proctor, but in vain. One of those ones in hindsight that you think
might let go for 4. Now then, let's have a look at this LBW. There we go, lovely. No, it's going down that. Actually swung a wee bit, didn't it? It swung a little bit out of the hand and then followed that line. And Nigel Long is not going to give that one out.
I think the one before had a better look about it, didn't
just
it?
a bit. 63, the partnership, 152 for 5. Donald's on 22. Anderson is on 38. These two, I think, came together. I think they were both on 0, actually. Or thereabouts, very close to that if they weren't both on 0. And they have rebuilt, haven't they? 63, the partnership, was 90 odd for 5. And it's got a healthier look about it. Northampton still on top, but need a wicket really, because these two are looking very, very good. They're looking, they're kind of dominating, actually. You know, the bat is dominating the ball here, and it's, I see Keogh getting warmed up. I would have liked to have seen him on a bit earlier, as I've said. But he is getting warmed up, and that's good to see, I think. I guess the next question is, which end does he bowl from? He can only really, I think, bowl from our end, from the Lynn Wilson end. So I suspect he'll be on for Broad.
I'd be surprised, wouldn't you, if Chahal was replaced by...
I'd be very surprised. That's nicely bowled. Just held that one back a little bit. Donald good enough to decelerate the bat there. The umpire telling him to run off the wicket. I don't think he really ran there, to be honest. They like to get these things in, the umpires. So reverse sweep, he's hit that very well, but Guthrie has been moved to a position well behind square on the offside, so he can come round and keep that down to a single. Do love Rob Keogh's warming up exercises. I think I'd need to sit down after, rather than a bowl after doing all that. So the man who is out on the leg side for Donald isn't out on the leg side for Anderson. So they're saying to him, you can have a sweep if you want to. There's no one to catch the top edge is my only thing there. I think that's a likely mode of dismissal with the sweep, is to get a top edge. And the fielder is back on the boundary. Umpire changes position. Short leg is straddling the line, so the umpire goes to the other side so that you can see the line. So far, Anderson has stayed in his crease to play Chahal. I think that's a good tactic from him. I think he's in danger if he leaves the crease. But again, the extra risk that the batters might have had to take against Chahal had he been more accurate, they haven't had to. They've worked him around well because he has given them release balls in most overs. That was a slightly tidier over from him. He's now bowled 13 overs, but just one maiden, which sort of backs up that point. 3 453, got those 2 wickets in an over before lunch. And are we going to see a change now, or is Broad getting it? Broad is off, and we are going to see Rob Keogh. Now, this is going to be really interesting for so many reasons, but one of which is going to be how Derbyshire, I mean, it's pretty clear to me that Derbyshire are not going to let him settle, but how they go about that. What fields the captain sets. What he can't afford is too many big overs here. But at the same time, he doesn't want them to knock the ball into holes because he's got too many boundary riders. So a bit of in-out, and he really needs Rob Keogh to start accurately. Because if he's not accurate, these two have shown a willingness and an ability to be very positive when given any opportunity to score. They've taken it.
Yeah, what are the three sweepers out? 2 on the leg side, 1 down at deep backward point.
Yep. So there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a long on. A man at short leg and a man at mid-wicket on the single. They're the leg side fielders. There's a slip, a deep backward point, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside. Oh, that's a nice start from Rob Keogh. That looked like it turned.
It didn't it? Looks like it really gripped into the surface. He gives it a good tweak, doesn't he?
He does. He's got very big hands, Rob Keogh. That's just worked with the spin for a single. But he does give the ball a very, very good rip. Bit of communication between the two batters. I'm not sure what that would have been about, really.
Bowls off breaks.
It's a little bit flatter, wasn't it, that one? It's hard, you know, bowling spin is a different art in championship cricket to how it used to be. You know, they used to have a look at you, but now it's let's get the off spinner off as quickly as we can. But he has got an in outfield. He's got some protection. That's nicely paddled. So just finding ways. Donald and Anderson, well fielded. George Scrimshaw keeps that to a single. Pretty crummy throw, but Vasconcelos didn't help the keeper there by getting in the way. I've really enjoyed the way these two Derbyshire batters have played. Very, very positive. Without being reckless. There's some more spin. Anderson trying to go with the spin, but it spun more than he thought. And there's not a lot of rough there. I mean, it's, you know, we're only, what are we, this is the 42nd over. And that's spun off the pitch. So a decent start from Rob Keogh. Personally, I'd have had him on before I went to Broad. I think Broad only bowled 3 overs in that spell. So
yeah, I think Guthrie had Did he have 3 himself, or was
Yeah,
it
I
just
think
2
so.
maybe?
Communication between Justin Broad and Rob Keogh there about leg side field. That's interesting. That's interesting. Broad is a very, very good sweeper, and he may be saying, look, Rob, this is what I would be doing. You know, I'd like this field rather than that field. And it's going to be about whether they have a boundary man for the sweep or whether they have a man on the 45 on the single for the sweep. That's going to be the gist of that conversation. Possibly a bit about the angles as well. But that's good to see from the young man, Justin Broad. He's obviously got something to offer and he's willing to put it in. And actually, to be fair to Keys, he was willing to listen to it as well. We'll see if that has any effect next over. Chahal looks like he's bowled in general a bit quicker than normal.
Certainly from my memory from last summer, I have kind of recollections of really giving it some up and over above the eye line of the batters. But yeah, this year from first viewing, it has felt a lot flatter. I mean, this is our first viewing of him at home, isn't it?
Yeah. I watched a bit on the stream last week and it's not easy, is it, to pick up relative speeds. It just looks a bit flatter.
Yeah.
He has turned a few though. From having said that, you know, the one from Came rushed on to him, got him LBW. So he is turning the ball at that speed, but that's more the general pace. That last ball was a little bit slower.
That felt like what I saw all of last summer.
Yeah.
And it felt, the thing is, the best way I could describe it is it felt magical. Whereas I think when he's rushing through here and bowling flash, it just feels hurried.
Yeah, I see that. I absolutely see that. It's almost like a golfer rushing his putt because he's not confident over it.
Get it out the hand as quick as possible.
Just get off here as quick as I can. He's played a bit of cricket, this guy, and there's no reason why he should be feeling nervous unless that hand is giving him more trouble than perhaps that's a slower one again.
Kept low as well, didn't it? Didn't really bounce.
It feels a bit hurried, the whole thing. It's like he's rushing through his overs a little bit. You know, if I were him, I'd slow everything down. I'd think if the captain's at mid-off, maybe he could get himself into just, you know, have a phony conversation with him just to slow it all down a little bit. Darren Lehman doing another lap on his own.
Get the steps in.
He's raising money for charity or something.
It's good for you, isn't it?
Apparently so. We don't do a lot of it, do we, during 4-day games?
Quite challenging, isn't it? When you and I are kind of attached to the microphones.
So Rob Keogh to go again from the Lynn Wilson. Decent first over, couple turned. It's nicely worked into the leg side. They're only going to get one. Can't see any discernible change in the field as a result of the conversation that took place between Broad and Keogh. So it's a very similar field. In fact, it's identical, isn't it? Ah, here we go. So it's a change of 4. Okay, so we are going to see a change. This is good. So Scrimshaw, who was back on the boundary, has come into short fine leg. So what that means is if Anderson wants to sweep the ball, he can't just kind of knock it. He can't easily paddle it around the corner. He's got to get it down. He's got to beat that fielder who was back on the boundary. And he does play a sweep, but it's in front of square. Hits it very well, but pretty much straight to Guthrie. Has to move to his right. Sharp bit of fielding actually, because it did get there quickly. Hits that shot very hard, Martin Anderson. 70 now, the partnership. You can see Rob Keogh turning one back through the gate here. That was very, very slow. Held that back very nicely. I think Donald premeditated a sweep. It was good enough just to paddle it around the corner in the end. So no shots played into the offside. They're just going with the spin. They know it's spinning. So So they're exclusively really playing into the leg side. Could Keasy be a little bit braver on his line maybe and get one fifth stump, turning back through the gate? That might be a nice one. Oh, that's gone past the outside. It's quicker ball, flatter, well bowled. Decent over from Rob Keogh. So his finger injury doesn't seem to be doing him any harm here.
That's been a good start, isn't it, for Rob Keogh? As I said earlier, he's got a very different role in this Northamptonshire side than what he has had in the majority of his career. He finds himself carded at number 8. And as a, well, not necessarily a lead spinner now that Yuzvendra Chahal has arrived, but being predominantly used as a spin bowler rather than a batting all-rounder, which I think would probably be his, well, the majority of how he would have spent his career, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He's lived at 4 or 5, hasn't he, for most of his time. May have been underused with the ball, you know, on reflection. May have been underused at times. But it's, you know, it's been tough because the wickets haven't really been conducive, and the seamers, for the most part, took a lot of wickets back in the day.
Well, even the recent couple of years with Sanderson and White, it's just been the backups, hasn't it, that have kind of just left a little bit for the others. But
I wonder if, you know, the way these two have batted, they've batted with real intent, haven't they? Real positivity. They've been quick. They've been busy. To, you know, to use a David Ripley word that he loves to say about batters, be busy. And gee whiz, these two have been really busy. And it's almost like Chahal is playing the game at their pace. He's responded to that, but he's just taken a little bit longer. And he is now starting to slow things down a little bit. Make each ball count, Chahal. Oh, that has bounced and turned. So there's an example. You come down the wicket to that, you are walking back to the pavilion at this stage, because it would have turned past the bat. But they haven't ventured outside the crease. They've shown full respect in that sense. And there's the boundary. The boundary that we've talked about has been left open for Anderson to play that shot. It looked like it was quite a long way outside. I've stumped this ball, but it was the length that allowed him to swing. It was a little bit outside off stump. It was the length that was well judged by Anderson. He hit it very, very hard. Square of the wicket for 4. It takes him on to 45. 165 for 5. And Northants have gone very quiet.
Quite quickly as well. I think they probably shocked themselves to be to have 5 wickets at the lunch break. And I think most people would have been quite shocked about it, to be quite frank. You mentioned, didn't you, 12:30, 1 down. Wow, This has been Derbyshire's session. That'll be nice and easy, and we'll talk about it a bit at lunch. But to have 5 wickets to your name, it's just going to have a little bit of an inspection. I guess that ball's just hit something. Maybe, well, there could well be a puddle down there. It looks like trying to be dried, doesn't it?
Is that what it is? It's weird that the umpire gives the ball to a fielder to look at. It's normally the other way around. But I think, if it's wet, then replace it. I'm not sure what the umpire's doing there, to be honest. Now he wants to have another look at the ball. Now what on earth just happened there?
Pass.
This ump does do some strange things. That's the latest in a long line, I have to say. Anyway, cricket's broken out. Last ball of the over. Chahal's 15th. It was the googly. It slid onto the middle of Anderson's bat. He turns it away. Keeps the strike because he loves doing that. He's good at counting. That's all he could do, really, was pick up his single there. He's now on to 46. Partnership is 77.
It's flown along, hasn't it? Less than an hour since this afternoon session started.
They've played very well, these two.
They really have. I think Martin Anderson, is he calling for a towel, is he,
Yeah, I think he is.
to be run out?
Yeah.
Quite like that as I suppose to walk out with a towel on. I like that body language. To have been out there now and then kind of go, oh, I need the towel. Not so sure it goes with the same confidence, but
Kane Williamson has one of those. He's almost
yeah,
always,
there's a few, isn't there, kicking around. It's AB de Villiers, one in particular. I remember kind of iconically just kind of folded out.
Yeah.
Well, remarkable, considering they're playing professional sports, remarkably well folded as well the whole time.
Flatter, straighter. And Anderson does what he's done throughout his innings so far. He's just played pretty much what's in front of him with a positive intent. Northampton have found it very difficult to stop these two rotating, haven't they? I mean, they say very difficult. They haven't been able to do it. That's up and down. That's slower. Vasconcelos was indicating earlier, perhaps for Kesey to bowl a little slower. Certainly did that. He seems happier bowling slower at Donald than he does at Anderson. And Donald was very respectful there. I think more similar, slower ball again. It's spinners will tell you their pace will vary according to the surface, and they have to work out quickly what is the right speed to bowl at. In general, I suspect that Rob Kerr might bowl slightly slower on this surface than his standard speed. Gave that one a good rip. Just the one single off the over so far. Last ball of Rob Keogh's third over now. And that is a drag down. Half stopped by safe save at extra cover. And the surprise in my voice that it was only half stopped because he doesn't let much through safe save. That one just escaped his clutches, but just the single.
Well, it wasn't hit particularly hard either, was it?
Yeah, well, I expected him to stop that. Yeah, I already did.
Just,
but I think there's a bit of
how's
lethargy.
I was about to say, how's body language expert Phil Rowe reading the room?
Not enjoying it.
Me either. It's it's a bit of a tough watch out the window at the moment, isn't it? It's everything feels quite kind of slow and sedate. It doesn't really a great kind of buzz or chat around. Bit of excitement, wasn't there, just before lunch? But
let me throw this at you.
Mm.
What would it be like out there if Harry Conway was on the field?
Well,
different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd think so.
He'd be lifting everyone just by his presence.
You'd think so. That character, that just isn't there at the moment. And if I think Chahal would be that character, but potentially isn't the happiest in himself at the moment, which might then have an impact. And I think, I suppose the other thing, you almost kind of rely on a Yuzvendra Chahal, that overseas quality to kind of lift the team in a number of ways. And 4 wickets before this match in the 3 games that he played possibly hasn't done a great deal to generate much excitement for his teammates.
And it's too much, isn't it, to rely on one guy? And I know you're saying that, by the way. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. It's too easy to say, well, yeah, he's our talisman. It's up to him. Well, no, it's up to you, and it's up to the 9 others as well as you and Chahal. But it doesn't look like we're up for a. We need to get ourselves back into this contest.
That, I think, is a telling point. That pushback by Donald, which Chahal got 2 hands to and the ball still went through his legs, I think is a...
Yeah.
If you needed an exhibit, that would be one of them, I think.
That's a slower ball, and it did deceive Donald. He pushed firmly at it with a straight bat, but he got a thick outside edge all along the floor. But he did him in the air a little bit there, getting applauded by Lewis McManus. That was a bit of deception. But it's almost like, we're waiting for something to happen. And if you wait for something to happen, you might wait a long time. You've got to make it happen. However that is, you've got to find a way. And the first thing you've got to do is compete. Reverse sweep, nicely played. Come on here, boys, says the captain. I wonder whether Darren Lehman's lapse and he's going the other way now. That is more than one lap rather than a lapse in concentration. I wonder if he's being visible, just to get a read on things. You can, it's very, I mean, certainly the balcony's only 20 feet up in the air, but it's different when you're down at pitch level. You do get a sense of what's going on. And the coach is having a conversation with Rob Keogh there between deliveries, and it's almost like he's trying to make something happen, I think. That's nicely played. He opened the face there, Anderson. He played that off the pitch. That was nicely played. Ran it down to the vacant short third man position for a single. So there is spin there, but they're struggling. Northampton are struggling to restrict these guys rotating the strike, and that's full credit to Donald and Anderson, because they've played beautifully.
They've done incredibly well through the course of the partnership.
Interesting there was a reverse sweep off the final ball of that Chahal over. It played brilliantly again by Donald, and Chahal throwing his hands up in the air as though to say, rather than saying, "Oh, I nearly got through it," it was, "Oh, what am I going to do about that?" It was kind of like querying, "What am I supposed to do about that?" Well, if you don't know, Chahal, I'm sure I can't help you. Currently, Derbyshire, as they were for the majority of the morning, for the first 90 minutes at least, very much in the ascendancy. 2 wickets changes things considerably, but at the moment, unless these two make a mistake, Northampton not quite good enough right now. They need to lift their game. Yeah, I've just checked back. It was 89 for 5 when these two came together. They were both on 0. And they have, well, they've done a lot more than rebuild, haven't they? They've kind of taken the sting, taken the sting out of Northampton.
I was just casting my mind back to that kind of half an hour of play, or those first 5 wickets to fall, really. And when you look back at it, you go, well, Caleb Jewell got the LBW that ran along the floor. You've got the strangle down the leg side for Wayne Madsen. You've got Brooke Guest caught behind on one that we're not 100% sure on. Northampton didn't really make much of the running in that morning session anyway, did they? To come away with 5 wickets, I think would have been well and above what anybody would have thought that they would have had in that opening 2 hours of cricket.
That's nicely swept by Martin Anderson. He has played that shot very, very well. Played it deliberately late to miss the fielder on the right-hand side. That takes him to 50, 52. He has in the partnership, now worth 89, and he's played absolutely brilliantly. We knew that he's been in very good form this season, over 500 championship runs to date, and he has, I mean, to be honest, he's looked the more likely in this partnership with Donald, who's had to play second fiddle, and you don't say that very often. He's played very well, very positive in defence and attack. He's covered up when he's needed to. It's nicely bowled by Rob Keogh, holding that one back. Almost the slower he's bowled, he can't bowl them all at that pace. So when he has bowled the ball very slowly, it has gripped, and he has challenged to beat the inside edge. But Anderson, good enough. He's got a bit of cramp there, actually. That might restrict his movement somewhat. He's stretching out his calf, I think.
Yeah, it was quite jolty, wasn't it? The defence in the end there, where he got himself, well, caught himself off guard, I think, with the delivery. 10th first-class 50 for Martin Anderson, 3rd this year as well.
Yeah, he's given himself a good stretch now. So that doesn't look like a crampy stretch, does it? That's more like a stiff back stretch, that one.
He's not old enough to have a stiff back, is he, Martin Anderson?
No, he's not allowed.
Scrimshaw's back.
Yeah, so Chahal, they've seen Chahal off, haven't they? That's basically what's happened there. They've been, these two, Donald and Anderson, have played the overseas leggy so well that he's had to retreat because he wasn't really creating very much at all there.
Not at all. George Scrimshaw then, 3 overs, 1 maiden. Sorry, no maidens, 1 for 22. The wicket of Caleb Jewell, LBW for 16. Went off the field of play, didn't he, early in that spell, just with what looked to be an issue with his big toe.
It's all a bit weird, that, wasn't it?
It was quite peculiar. So we'll keep an eye on the body language and the mannerisms.
It was just really weird. He bowled his 3rd over, didn't he? And thought, I need to get this toe sorted out, this boot or sock or whatever it was. I better get off. The 12th man wasn't watching, so it took his time getting down. By the time he'd got down, Vasconcelos had read the script, ran off the field, because he wanted a wee or something, and Scrimshaw stayed on the field.
It's good pace from George Scrimshaw, but well played by Nye Donald. Scrimshaw would have been one of those bowlers that would have been taken to the cleaners by Nye Donald in the T20 blast. So we'll just keep an eye on George Scrimshaw. It was the landing foot, wasn't it, that was causing the discomfort. So whether he's changed the boots or the socks or put a plaster on there or whatever it was, we'll see whether it's worked or not. Hopefully it's nothing more than just a running repair, as you say. Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Yeah, he looks like he's moving as well as ever there, doesn't he? So I suspect it might have been a big toe jam. I mean, he said we're a long way away to make that judgment, but whatever it was something to do with kit, I think, rather than to do with body. And as I said at the time, that was entirely predictable. I mean, he should have known that was going to happen, is what I mean by that. Started well here, though. 3 good balls, start of his 4th over.
Been on the money, isn't he? That's push drive from Donald. It's not going to go all the way. Luke Proctor's going to cut that off for a couple of runs. Didn't time it through the offside.
His weight was back there. It was very interesting the way he played that. His weight was back rather than forward, Donald. He got his foot forward, but there was nothing else, really. He was a bit late on it, wasn't he?
Handsy, a bit pushy, wasn't it?
Pushy, it was.
And down, though, along the floor. He's on 36 off 60. Slip and a gully in place. Vasconcelos and Broad with Lewis McManus there. Bit of a ring field going on, isn't there? The point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man down at fine leg as well. But it is very quiet out there. You wouldn't even have said there's a great kind of hum amongst the supporters that are in today.
It's all gone quiet over there well, certainly when I used to go and watch football, I used to sing that a lot. It's all gone quiet over there, and it has all gone quiet over there.
It's nicely played, nicely timed, nicely fielded, good cricket all rounds. Nye Donald, Justin Broad playing their parts. 49 overs been bowled, 180 for 5. Derbyshire won the toss this morning. Elected to have a bat first and lost 5 wickets in the morning session. And George Scrimshaw, unfortunately, has got a bit of a limp on.
He is limping, isn't he? He was moving well. So it's the bowling that's the landing of the front foot that's causing him a problem. He's just sort of feeling his foot there. I'd love to know what's going on there. Northamptonshire have now, as head of sports science, Lee Daggett, formerly a very fine seam bowler himself for Northamptonshire, having played also at Warwickshire. And he will know all of the fast bowling injuries. Lee Daggett will know because he'll have had them. Or sat next to someone who's had them, seen them treated, seen what's worked and what's not worked. And there couldn't be a better man to help you out than Dagliatelli, as he's known, amongst other things.
Dagliatelli, what a name.
Dagliatelli Daggentooth was another one. No idea why, to be honest.
I wonder whether nicknames are, or those kind of nicknames, the creative ones, going out of fashion. Don't know whether you get a 16-year-old now called Dagliatelli. Maybe, I don't know. Keogh continues. Anderson takes the single, moves himself to 53. As I say, his third 50 of the 2025 County Championship.
Here's one for you.
Mm.
Caught Sales at mid-wicket. Donald chipping one to Sales at mid-wicket. Just gets done in the air. Keogh holds it back. It drops, spins. He's trying to knock it to long on. Actually knocks it to mid-wicket.
Not this time. Is that something that will happen or something that you're hoping will happen?
Yeah, I've just got a feel. Got a feel for it.
Inclination.
Yeah, just a feel.
I mean, he's played brilliantly so far.
They've batted as a partnership, haven't they?
They have.
I'll come back to that.
It's a full toss in the end, which Donald muscles backward of point for a single. They've looked at the overall board, haven't they, rather than their own personal numbers.
Absolutely, because not 99 times out of every 100 that Donald bats, he is the aggressor, and the other guy is batting with him. The roles have been reversed here, but thus far, Donald has been happy to play that role, as you say, Dan. They've looked at the board, and it's the team score that's been important. We talked about counter-attack, didn't we, and counter-punch, and yes, it is. I mean, absolutely, in terms of the board and the run rate, it has absolutely been that. But Derbyshire, the two batters here, have done that without any great risk at all, just with intent. A couple of walks down the wicket, to the seamers from Anderson. That's lovely bowling, Rob Keogh. I'm encouraged by the way Rob started here. But even he's going at 3.5 and over. But I like that line in particular. The line landing the ball outside off stump. Well, that's a bit loopy and a bit slow. Well fielded, James Sales. He didn't field it cleanly, but it was an absolutely stinking ball to try to field. Bounced just in front of him, but he got enough on it. He was quite brave there, getting his body in the way. Prevented any more than the one that ensued.
Proctor and McManus in conversation again.
Well, the question that the captain's got to ask himself all the time, I mean, depends on it, particularly in this situation, is how am I going to get a wicket? What's my plan to get? How am I going to get a wicket? What do I need Scrimshaw to do? How do I need him to bowl? What field do I need? What do I know about the way these two are playing? What looks like a good option for me? How am I going to get a wicket? And at the moment, Northampton don't seem to have an answer for that.
I mean, I think the top card would be to frustrate them both. They're both free-flowing batters. They want to feel bat on ball. Scrimshaw from the David Capel ends, and Anderson just walks at him. But I don't necessarily know what field you can set, what plan you can bowl to there to actually achieve that. I haven't quite seen that, and I don't know whether the bowlers have got the...
Okay, here's a question for you. I'm going to ask you two questions. How many forward defensive shots have these guys played against seamers? How many times has the ball gone between mid-on and mid-off, i.e. back down the ground to seamers?
Yeah, not a huge amount. Pitch the ball up is what you're saying. That's cut away.
Too many balls have gone square of the wicket.
Yeah, wide of, or inside of Justin Broad.
And there's another one. I mean, he edged that ball, but had he middled it, it would have gone square for 4 rather than down to third man for 4. So I don't think that we've been good enough for long enough. I think we've been good in parts, but not good enough for long enough. I don't remember the ball going between mid-on and mid-off for a boundary, certainly. I mean, certainly for a boundary. And you can look up a wagon wheel, can you, to just check that out?
Yeah, I can.
I don't remember a straight drive.
I always get a bit confused as to which way round the...
Oh, yeah.
There's one down through mid-on, by all accounts. One boundary through there.
Well bowled. That's good bowling. Splicing the batter up.
But other than that, okay, so from kind of a wide mid-off, long off to a wide long on, 7 runs have been scored through the course of the innings of 187.
So there you go. So, I mean, that tells the story, doesn't it? Northampton have gone square of the wicket too frequently. Well, that's a good run. That is a very good run. You know, part of rotating the strike there and why people in the game talk about rotating so much is that as a bowler, you want that ability to line a batter up. You want numerous consecutive deliveries at the same batter to get a really good read on their movements and what a length feels like to that guy. Where exactly is he on the crease? And you get a read on that. The more balls you bowl, if they're rotating, you're never settled. They've done that well, these two. One's gone past.
First time in a long time.
I sensed, when I said earlier, caught mid-wicket, no, Donald, I've sort of sensed that he is getting a little frustrated at not hitting boundaries. He missed out on a drive ball to Rob Keogh, and he was cross with himself. And I'm just sensing a little bit has crept in. But it shouldn't really, because he's on the cusp of a really, really important 100 partnership here that he's been 50% of.
Oh, it's glove down. No, I think it's going to be leg byes, isn't it? That's signalled from the umpire, but it does bring up the 100 partnership between Nye Donald and Martin Anderson. So 89 for 5 they were when they came together.
I thought that was Woody.
Oh, it sounded quite
I think
good,
that was Woody.
But
I think that was Woody. Let's have a look.
I mean, the only thing, there was no huge kind of ooh and ah from the Northamptonshire fielders. Don't know whether that's just brushed the trousers, Rowie, on the way past.
Sounded.
The only thing I would say, if it came off the bat, I would have thought that would have found the boundary rope. Had no great pace about it by the time it got down to Yuzvendra Chahal. In fact, I think it stopped inside the field of play. You could be right there. I could well be wrong.
We'll
195. Swept hard. It's just going to be one, though. George Scrimshaw just finishes that over and does well to keep that down to a single.
How many balls Anderson faced here?
76.
Jeez, we've not been able to keep him quiet, have we?
No.
This is the matchup I think Northants need. I think that Donald's going to play a couple of big shots here. I just feel he's not about to explode, but he's ticking a wee bit, I would say.
Yeah, well, he's...
Oh, we're coming around the wicket.
Eyeing up mid-wicket, isn't he? Deep mid-wicket. There is a big gap between George Bartlett at long on and Liam Guthrie at square leg. Rob Keogh's changed the angle. It's just a little paddle, which has been stopped off the boot by Vasconcelos at short leg.
Good touch, wasn't it?
Well, very good. Good awareness by Justin Broad. You see him just start running down the leg side.
How straight is long on? Pretty straight. I'm wondering deep mid-wicket.
Oh, he's gone straight through him.
Oh, well bowled, Rob Keogh. Well bowled.
It's not been caught anywhere. It beats the forward defence of Nye Donald. And Northamptonshire have toiled away for over an hour in this afternoon session. And they've broken that partnership. It's just gone past 100. And Rob Keogh flights that one up. The change of angle, Rowie, worked. And that has gripped, isn't it? That's come back a long way.
I mean, it had to be a good one, didn't it, to get him out? And it was a good one. It turned between bat and pad, but it turned from the middle of the wicket. I wondered whether going round the wicket would just encourage sweep after sweep, but he held that one back. It was a length that he couldn't sweep. He held it back, and it was loaded as well because the ball comes off the wicket quicker than it goes onto the wicket because it's rotating so quickly, and that allows it to find the gap between bat and pad before the bat can get back on line. It was beautifully, beautifully bowled. And that is, you know, that's a classic off-spinner's wicket, isn't it? I felt he could have done that from over the wicket, actually, but he actually did it from round the wicket. And the change of angle has worked very quickly. So well bowled, Rob Keogh. Gee whiz, Northants needed that. Also, you know, very, very well played, Nye Donald. 37 in a partnership of just over the 100, was it?
You're just over.
Yeah.
Just over. It ticked over with those two leg byes, didn't it?
That's right, yeah. 102 partnership. Donald only got 37 of those, but Yeah, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? That it's a classic off spinner's dismissal. But it brings an end to what was a fabulous partnership for Derbyshire. And it brings Zach Chappell to the wicket, and he won't be hanging around either because he's another guy who likes to put bat to ball.
Certainly is. Maybe one high, Zach Chappell at number 8 this week.
Yeah, I would say so.
Maybe. Scored a brilliant, fantastic match winning, I'm going to call it 100 in that one-day cup game. Here, the other summer for Derbyshire, for the Falcons. Absolutely superb. It looks like George Scrimshaw's safe save. I don't know why he's had the cap off then for a moment. Martin Anderson certainly struggling with his back, isn't he? He's on the dirt again, having a roll around.
Yeah, let's hope that's not going to interfere with his contribution to the rest of the game, because he's obviously 60 not out here, and he's played very, very, very well. He will bowl some overs as well as a useful seam bowler. Keogh's going to stay around the wicket. Why wouldn't you, having turned one off the middle of the pitch?
It's almost a bit of deja vu there, wasn't it? Same delivery which Zach Chappell was able to get forward defensive 2 this time. Last ball of the over. Very, very flighted. A real tempter for Chappell. 191 for 6 after 52, and a round of applause from those that are in the ground on this Tuesday afternoon. Recognition of Rob Keogh breaking that partnership.
It's worth seeing again, because it's a beautiful thing. Up and down, pitch turn, beautifully bowled. And the thing about bowling around the wicket there is that more so than over the wicket. I mean, Rob Keogh did go past the outside edge from over the wicket, but you're going to do that more so from around the wicket with the angle going across the right-hander. So the right-hander's got to try, if you land it perfectly, the right-hander's got to cover the fact it might not spin, and it might spin. And it might not spin, your bat is just fractionally away from your pad, as the ball might run across you. But it didn't, it gripped and turned.
Scrimshaw continues from the David Capel end. And Anderson continues to walk at the seamers. Just drops it into the leg side for another single. Just has not absorbed any dot balls, has he, Martin Anderson? 61 off 77. Feels like everything Northamptonshire have tried, he's had an answer to.
I've seen Zach Chappell over the years in this sort of situation, where he's just sort of grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and got a very rapid 40 or so. He's a dangerous customer.
Does he, with that promotion up the order, does he look at this a little bit with a bit more responsibility? But shot was there to be played, wasn't it? On the back foot, tries to cut it away through the offside.
We've got one slip in here. We've got a third man who's very fine. I feel like he's there for the uppercut. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, one at fine leg and one at deep backward square. 3 men saving one on the offside. In fact, have we got... No, we've only got 1 man out there on the leg side, haven't we? We're obscured from... Yeah, we can't see fine leg from our position.
Change of angle for Scrimshaw. Short ball again, and lands safely in the leg side, but not under any control.
I have to say, Vasco is at first slip, and he kind of turned around and kicked the ground there, because he was thinking exactly as I was thinking. If you're going to come around the wicket and bounce a new batter and make a real fuss about positioning your long leg, so that you tell the batter that's what you can do, get a short leg in. And that's what Vasco's saying now, get a short leg in. Because there are 2 ways of getting that man out generally. One is that he hooks it straight to the fielder. The other one is he gloves it up in the air, gets caught short leg, and he's going in there now. That's a ball too late. That's poor. That's poor cricket from Northants. the plan was set to bump the new batter from round the wicket.
Yeah.
Without a short leg.
Yeah, and it was a good bumper as well, wasn't it? From
Well, yes, it was.
George Scrimshaw,
Yeah, well
very
said.
well directed, good pace as well. Anderson will go and take on George Scrimshaw with that bit of extra pace and bounce. That doesn't look like he's moving particularly freely, does he, on his walk back to the crease? But still a bit of a limp on. I suppose the thing is if you've bowled a delivery and you've ended up getting a cut on the inside of your big toe, the damage is done at that point, isn't it? It's going to be sore for the rest of the day.
Take some concrete tablets.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Double hard. 193 for 6. Pace on, fielded by Vasconcelos with a bit of a slip. Hopefully he's all right there.
Bowling fast. There are very few days, if any, in a cricket season when you feel 100% right. It's always going to be something. Working out what's pain and what's sore, what you can play through and it won't get any worse, and what you might play through and it is going to get worse. That's part of your education.
It's a good pace again, isn't it? Just punched round the corner. James Sales enjoyed that. He's just beaten safe save to a race to the ball for the bit of fielding. End of the over. Looks like Martin Anderson's going to have a drink, maybe a painkiller. Certainly struggling, isn't he, with...
I remember Zach Chappell started his career at Leicestershire, and we were playing Leicestershire at Northampton, and Zach Chappell was playing for Leicestershire, and John Sadler was the assistant coach at Leicestershire at that time. And I was having a beer with him after play, and I asked him about Chappell because he bowled quite well. He'd been off the field, came back on, served his time off the field, came back on and bowled very nicely towards the end of the day's play. And I hadn't really seen much of him. And I said to John, what have you got there with this guy? He's got all the ingredients. And John said, today was the first time and I thought he'd make it. And I said, what told you that? He said, because he went through pain. He went through soreness, not pain.
Yeah,
he bowled when he wasn't comfortable to bowl, whereas previously he didn't really understand that. And he realised that today we needed him. And he had a niggle that wasn't going to get worse. And he put himself through it. And, you might say that's very old school. And it was very old school. But, bowling makes you sore. And clearly you don't want players getting hurt. Clearly you don't want players to play when they're injured. But as I say, when you bowl fast, most days you're going to have something that you can point to.
Yeah, I suppose as cricket with fast bowlers and workload management found itself in a bit of a sweet spot at the moment with regards that there is a structure in place that if you are feeling discomfort, you can speak about it rather than, no, just get on with it. Stop being soft, which could have happened 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, you're dead right, yeah. Got it. Oh, I want that fielder dying to stop that ball there. I want to bowl like Zach Chappell. Sales is feeling his back there, actually. So he did go as if he was going to dive, and then he didn't. And he obviously there's a little bit of twinge there, isn't it? I hope it's okay. He has got an ongoing back issue, which is preventing him bowling.
He certainly twinged something, isn't he? And maybe it's that conversation again of pain or discomfort.
Yeah.
Will be going through James Sales' mind at the moment. It is interesting, and it does feel like a lot of different people have different kind of schools of thoughts on these things of what the right thing to do is with regards to workloads and zones and management and hotspots and all this other good stuff that we hear about in the press and in articles with regards to the fast bowlers. I spoke with Kyle Abbott the other week and then spoke specifically to him about Sonny Baker and Eddie Jack, the two young seamers down at Hampshire. And his response was, well, I hope they bowl. Well, that's the best way to build the body for bowling is by doing it. And that's from a guy who's played cricket for, 15 odd years now as a professional.
So what happens in general, right? This doesn't apply to any one individual, it's in general. What happens, and it's age dependent as well, which I might come back to if I remember. to come back to it. You might have to remind me. But basically,
That might be age dependent as well.
the bones in bowling, they get a bit warm, and they bend a wee bit. You put them under stress, and they bend a wee bit, and they get what's known as a hot spot. And a hot spot is a precursor to two things, one of which is a stress fracture. That's if it's continued to be used through overuse, if you like, through a period when it's hot, and it's called a hot spot because it shows up hot on scan. So the bowler gets scanned, shows up hot, and at that point he has a reduction in workload, and if he's younger, probably a time off bowling. But what happens is the bones get hot, and when they cool down they get stronger. Okay, so you need to get hot to get stronger generally.
Yeah,
okay, to accelerate that. So you've got to bowl, which is what Kyle Abbott's saying.
Yeah,
you've got to bowl. The key is don't over bowl.
Stopping at the right time.
Either when it's hot and or if you're at the wrong age. You know, if you're going through that's going to... I'm glad that ball didn't go to Rob Keogh, because he was he's in my eye line there, Rob Keogh, and he was very relaxed, if I could put it that way, stroke not ready for that ball. I'm sure he'd have got his hand out of his pocket and caught. There you go. You can see, actually, just on the replay there, just blimey, I wasn't quite ready for that.
Yeah, Anderson's just come down and had a...
So you've got to bowl to get stronger to bowl, you know, but it's managing that. That's what... And we've got the science and the technology now to give us that information. Hitherto, as you quite rightly say, without that knowledge and understanding and technology, bowlers would get hot, continue to bowl, and get a stress fracture. That, I mean, interestingly, that said, a lot of bowlers have played a lot of cricket with stress fractures without knowing about it in the past.
Because of that, what's pain and what's...
Because you take a couple of pink tablets in the morning
and get worse,
and you go through it. Yeah, exactly.
How many overs of this can we get from George Scrimshaw?
That was...
Does he then get replaced by Liam Guthrie is the question to continue this tactic against Zach Chappell whilst he's getting in.
It's hard work, isn't it? Bowling bumpers is hard work. I mean, bowling fast is hard work. Bowling bumpers is extra hard work. I do feel that this is exactly the right tactic to the right man. He might get a couple over the ropes, but I don't think he'll get all of them over the ropes. It certainly won't from outside leg stump, which is where he was headed there. Good height, that one. A very good height from George Scrimshaw. Umpire's just having a look at the follow through. Nice encouragement for him to do that as well from Martin Anderson, just knocking down spike marks that are created by the follow through from George Scrimshaw.
It's cut away just wide of George Bartlett. Will run down to the boundary rope. Is it going to get cut off? It is. Liam Guthrie covers a good bit of ground from deep third to cut that off, and will be a couple of runs. Bring up the 200 for Derbyshire as well. 201 for 6. Chappell on 5. Anderson on 65. Scrimshaw again. He just, when he's not bowling, just doesn't look particularly happy, does he?
No, he doesn't look comfortable. Mind you, having bowled that last ball, which wasn't a very good ball at all, no wonder he's not looking very comfortable. He wants to show the whole world that it would have been a great ball had it not been for his ingrown toenail or whatever he's got. Because it was short and it wasn't, sorry, it was wide and it wasn't short enough, so he missed line and length there. It's not easy bowling bumpers. People think, oh, just go short. Well, actually, there's more to it than that. It's,
yeah,
you've got to be accurate with it.
Absolutely. Keogh continues. Chappell plays that a lot more comfortably than what he had done at the start. This is the 8th over of Rob Keogh's spell, 1 for 21 so far.
I want to get another catcher in. I want to get a catcher in on the offside because I want him to try and get the ball past that fielder on the offside, and in doing so push past the turn and get cleaned up.
Oh, it's
That's not a good option.
Uncharacteristic reverse sweep to Zach Chappell. Misses everything. Lewis McManus enjoyed it. See the smile on the face of the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper through the grill. Reverse sweep again. That one fires off the body of Chappell. Will go through for a leg bite.
Gee whiz, I mean, you could just that could easily just glove straight up, couldn't it? I mean, if you're gonna, why not play an orthodox sweep to that? You've got just as, I mean, far greater opportunity to hit the ball going with the spin, I would have thought.
Short boundary though, maybe that was the bit that was tempting.
Yeah, but I mean, the ball's bouncing and turning a bit. I think that's a tough option for a number 8. He's had 2 goes so far and missed both, hasn't he? So we'll see. I mean, he may continue to do that. I feel like the orthodox sweep is the one. And that we're putting Chahal back now to cover that reverse sweep. I'd leave him up. I think it's a good wicket-taking opportunity if he wants to play it.
He continues to want to play it. He doesn't. He plays that nicely. Times it well back to Rob Keogh. 56 overs then. Been bowled 203 for 6. Anderson on 66. And we've got 40 overs remaining in the day's play, Rowie.
Just the 40. Well, George Scrimshaw's going to bowl at least one of those 40. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, it sort of builds up this, maybe it's pressure in the toe. I used to get that quite a bit, like, you know, and a lot of bowlers have done. The big toe on the front foot for a right-arm bowler, that's your left foot. And my nail doesn't exist anymore. I've had to have that genuinely surgically removed after bowling. Not quite at the pace of George Scrimshaw, about half that pace. But a lot of it, I would say, a lot of it. I used to run in fast, slam my foot down. So the impact there was probably about the same, but the release was significantly less quick from myself. But it does get sore. You kind of have to just keep going, though. You know, it is sore, but it's not going to. It's not going to kill you. And I'm sure that if that is what it is, that's the message that Lee Daggett will be telling him as well. So we've got the short leg is in, but he's not short. He's kind of, 12 meters deep at catching.
Yeah.
Short square leg.
Yeah, it's kind of at a distance that you'd go if he wasn't wearing the helmet and shin pads. You wouldn't be surprised type thing.
Yes, yeah.
I think they'll be desperately trying to let Martin Anderson get off strike here, won't they? And have as many of the over as they can to sack Chappell.
I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. He wants to bowl bumpers at Chappell, doesn't he? So he doesn't want to waste his bumpers at Anderson, so to speak. That said, I think Anderson takes it on. He's got to get it. If you get it high enough, it's going to be hard to get down. So I think it's a valid tactic to both of these guys. But it's difficult, the direction when you're banging it in, getting the line right and the length right. It's a real skill, isn't it? Yeah, there are guys who are renowned for being brilliant bowlers of bouncers, and the first name that comes to mind there is Malcolm Marshall. And the reason he was so good, he was just so accurate with it. You know, we talk about accuracy as top of off. Generally with seam bowlers, we don't generally talk about accuracy with bouncers. That was not accurate because it wasn't short enough. And Anderson pulls it really comfortably well in front of square for another 4. He moves on to 70. It's been a heck of an innings so far with plenty of power to add, one feels. But it's hard to get the line and length right when you're bowling bumpers. And Scrimshaw moving Chahal in front of square now on that leg side boundary. I can't help but feel that if he gets it high enough, it will go behind square. We shall see. Anderson misses out there, gets a bottom edge on it as it goes down to the very fine leg. So it will bring Chappell on to strike. There are only 2 balls left of the over, but I think, if I'm right, that Scrimshaw hasn't bowled one bouncer that's been called a bouncer by the umpire, only allowed to bowl 2 in the over. I think he's got 2 in his locker. He's got 3 men out on the leg side boundary and a short leg. So the field is set for the plan. That's very nicely played by Zach Chappell, just sways inside it.
Yeah, that one there, he looked like he had all the time in the world to play that. More comfortable line, wasn't it? It was outside of the line of the body. So that first one was perfect. And as you said, Vasconcelos kind of put himself in there at short leg, but kind of chasing the opportunity that's just passed, haven't you? It's no guarantee that that's ever going to materialize in the same way again.
Stumps. Go stumps now. Oh, it was played a little bit in the air, but actually well in front of square, well away from Vasconcelos, who's in it catching short leg. And again, that's a nothing length, that. You know, with the field set as it is, that's a nothing length. A bit like the last ball of his previous over was just a nothing length. And what I mean by that is, with the batter just having a little look, backing away a little bit, it's either a bounce or it's very, very full, and that was in between the two. So again, the plan is set. The plan's clear. I like that. I like to look at the field and know what the plan is. It was just the execution there that wasn't quite up to mark. Chappell is doing to Anderson what Anderson did to Donald. He keeps pinching the strike, so it's on strike again. Northampton won't mind that. Keogh looking to bowl one back through the gate. Bit of a hack from Chappell, but at least he made contact with that one. I think that's a better option going that way than going against the spin.
Yeah, were you here on commentary the day that Zach Chappell won the game single-handedly almost for the Falcons in that one-day cup fixture?
Maybe.
Or not, but
I've seen him score runs here.
It was a brilliant innings.
Yeah, I think I was actually.
As I say, pretty much did it by himself. Took a while to get going, was really watchful, but then had to be because of the number of wickets that fell early on.
Oof. He's fetched that one. That was a quicker ball. Fired in by Rob Keogh. It was premeditated by Chappell. He actually played it pretty well. But again, you know, that's a big risk for a single, isn't it? Not sure about his options there, to be honest with you. Still, he played it safely, so he's off strike. He's done the job. Well bowled, says Lewis McManus. It's swept, an under edge sweep by Anderson. I think Keogh can bowl very slowly, in general, very slowly to Chappell. I think make him make the running.
You kind of feel, without stereotyping to the number 8 and 9, that if you can get the ball over the eye line, sooner rather than later, the shackles are going to be released and the full flow of the bat comes through, aren't you?
Absolutely.
That's kind of what you think should happen.
That last ball was perfect, wasn't it? It was actually really nicely played by Zach Chappell. It was up above the eye line. A lot of overspin. Kesey does give it a good rip, but Chappell, absolutely good enough. Picked the length quickly onto the back foot and just dead batted it. It's sometimes harder, I think, for the taller guys to pick length from spinners.
Mm-hmm.
What you're looking for. I mean, you don't know you're looking for this, but essentially you're looking at the angle that the ball comes out of the hand, how much air is between the hand and the ball quickly. You know, the more air, then it's going to be a more floated delivery. The less air, it's going to be a flatter delivery, and you can read that more easily if you're shorter, because of the angle that you're looking at, that separation of ball and hand. So that's why, amongst other reasons, in general, shorter players are generally better at reading length than taller players. There's going to be a bowling change at the David Capel end. George Scrimshaw is out of the attack. I think he might have left the field. No, he's not left the field. He's actually the nearest fielder to where I'm sitting. And Chahal is back into the attack. Starts nicely. So he's had time to go away and think about how he's bowled so far. It's been mixed, hasn't it? 16 overs, 3 for 64. So he's going at fours, but he has picked up 3 wickets. The 2 guys who put on the 100, this being one of them, was nicely bowled. Anderson and Donald really did not allow Chahal to settle at all. And he wasn't able to build any pressure against those 2 guys. And that's a real compliment to those 2 guys, because Chahal is a top quality performer.
Yeah, Anderson will still have the prowess and nous, won't he, to find those singles as he's done there. It'll just be whether Chappell has the ability to do that with Martin Anderson. Is it a case of Anderson gets off strike first, second ball of the over, and then Chappell has to negotiate 4 or 5?
I think that's where Northampton would want to come from. I do feel that Chappell's going to play some big shots here. Not to that one, though. That was fired in. I want Chahal to bowl slowly and give Chappell every invitation. Not just float it up there. They bowl it. Get revs on the ball, get revolutions, get it spinning, but slowly in the air. But again, he's gone flatter. I do feel that if you, as you said, Dan, if you get it above the eye line, there's a short leg side boundary. Chappell can strike the ball very well. That's nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. The Derbyshire 12th man, Amrit Basra, is running on various items. There's a towel, there's some gloves, some water. There's something that he's ingesting as well.
Yes.
Whether that's a painkiller, I don't know.
He's not looked comfortable, has he, since he obviously just aggravated a sore back. He didn't play in the last fixture for Derbyshire. He didn't play in that last one against Leicestershire. But he has been on the floor, hasn't he, and tried to roll the back out. He looks like he's had painkillers.
Yeah.
He's batting brilliantly. 73 not out.
It's high quality, this.
Really, really good.
High quality.
As I said, 516 runs before this innings, an average of 43 this summer, having made that switch from Middlesex permanent up to Derbyshire.
So Amrit Basra, the Derbyshire 12th man, is a Northamptonian.
Is he?
In fact, he's an old Northamptonian. That's where he plays his club cricket. Just down the road. Well, I mean, it's a quarter of a mile from here.
Yeah, not far, is it?
Came through the Northamptonshire Academy. Played a bit of second team cricket here. And has been trialling around, played a lot of national counties cricket. And has sort of forced his way into the game. He's got a short-term contract with Derbyshire, I think, until the end of the season. So good luck to Amrit. He's a really smashing lad. This will interest you, Dan. Possibly. For the first time today. Other than when I got you a panini, that interested you. But
that was very good. That was well worth my my research about Harry Kane's career, wasn't it?
So Amrit Basra's family owned the Memsab.
Do they?
Yeah. Oh, that has stuffed Zach Chappell for length. He's completely misjudged length and hit it off the back foot for 4 through mid-off. That's a remarkable bit of cricket, because that's a front foot length. And he just leant back and half volleyed it on the back foot.
Stylish, Rowie.
That's a bit of skill, isn't it?
That's stylish.
I mean, Rob Kerr would have thought, I've done him.
Yeah.
Oh, I know I haven't. He's hit me for 4.
There was a bit of mayo on the end of that, wasn't there? With the flourish of the follow through from Zach Chappell.
Bit of yogurt. A bit of yogurt as we're talking about Memsab.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bit of yogurt.
Well, the tent's still here, isn't it? I was turned up this morning, got excited.
Nicely turned into the onside. So Zach Chappell, I mean, that was a misjudgment, but he He played brilliantly from having got into a bad position, then played off the back foot through mid-off four. He's actually getting himself in, and he hasn't played any big shots. He's known as a boundary hitter, but he hasn't really played any big shots. He's sort of working hard for his runs. They've put on 29 already, these two. And again, there's busyness, there's enterprise, there's intent. And again, I'm going to have a look at this. I don't know whether you've got a scorecard there handy, but how many maidens Northants have bowled in this innings so far? Because I feel it's not very many.
11, I think.
Oh, okay, that's more than I thought. That's more than I thought. Oh, that's a nice reverse sweep. Bounces up nicely for George Scrimshaw. Doesn't have to dive and doesn't have to chase it, so he's happy about life.
I suppose the thing I'm kind of struggling with here is whether 220 for 6 is a good score.
I think it is.
So you're in the opinion here that this could be a bit of a low scoring Kookaburra fixture.
Well,
because the thing that I'm stuck
there's a
with,
caveat here. There's a caveat, which is the quality of spin that Derbyshire have with them today.
that's the bit I'm stuck on.
Yeah. So I don't think it's necessarily a low scoring pitch. I think the variable bounce will come into effect as one really bounces there. So I think that will come into effect. But they're 2 frontline spinners down, aren't they? So that makes a huge difference. But I do think, from 90 for 5, 220 for 6, with power to add, anything over 300 is not a bad number, I think. That said, Northampton could go out and score 600 because, if the seamers don't get the nicks and you get in, the second string bowlers and the spin that's available to Derbyshire is not as they'd want it to be. They've been really hampered through injuries. Another great shot off the back foot this time. They're only going to get 2. Nicely played by Chappell. So, yeah, it depends on the quality of the bowling, doesn't it? I think. We shall see.
We certainly will, won't we? We'll be here for the duration of the 4 days, powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's Rob Keogh continuing. He'd have bowled pretty much the entire session, wouldn't he, from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, if he were to continue. We're not that far away from tea now, are we? 8 minutes or 3 overs,
3 overs,
whichever comes soonest. So potentially 2 more from Rob Keogh. Would they have a look at safe for 1? He picked up a few handy wickets down at Middlesex.
I would.
Yeah,
I definitely would. I'd leave Keezy going.
Yeah,
because I think he's creating more difficulties than Chahal is at the moment. But yeah, I would like to see Safe have a ball.
I mean, personally, I think he's an underused bowler.
I agree.
I think he is an underused bowler. He's got a knack, hasn't he?
He does.
I know that sounds a bit cliched and doesn't really add much value to it, but there is just he's got a really handy way of just bringing about a lapse in concentration or...
The stumps are usually in play, aren't they? He doesn't bowl many balls that are not hitting the stumps. So that's one reason. I think the other thing is he slides the ball on. He can get over the top of the ball and get it to bounce and turn, particularly turn. But also he can hit the leather and it slides on. That's what you need as a left-arm spinner. Oh, Chappell down the wicket. It was lofted. Not necessarily deliberately. It was in the air for quite a long time. But it was struck directly between George Bartlett, who was at mid-on, and James Sales, who's at catching mid-wicket. Absolutely down the middle of those 2 fielders. So neither had a chance to catch it. I think that Chappell was trying to keep that on the floor, but didn't get close enough to the ball. He got done in the air a little bit, but he was good enough to get the middle of the bat on it. I've enjoyed Kesey's work from round the wicket. I wasn't sure, if I'm absolutely honest, I wasn't sure when he went round the wicket. I became surer when he turned one back through Nye Donald's gate to get him out. And he's bowled nicely. He has varied a little bit. He hasn't bowled exclusively. I don't know how that ball has got there. That's gone for 4 off a thick outside edge. I'm not exactly sure where Anderson was hitting that.
Does it not just open the wrists on that? I think he's guided that through there, Rory. I think that's so overpitched by Rob Keogh. I think he's almost just helped it on its way.
It was a bit quicker as well, wasn't it? It was a kind of a disappointing end to what was a decent over, that, to go for another boundary there. What's Kesey bowled? 11 overs, 1 for 40. So he's gone at about 4s. Chahali's 18 overs, 3 for 67. So he's gone at just under 4s. What's the overall rate here? It's about just under 4, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so Chahal, 3.72, Keogh, 3. Yeah, just go up a touch from the number that I've got in front of me there.
So 2 overs to go before tea. Oh, that has turned. That has turned. I think that missed everything. Certainly missed the stumps. I don't think he edged it. It turned quite sharply, quickly, and it bounced, didn't it? It turned and bounced that. Well bowled. Gee whiz, that's a big shot, isn't it?
It's a lovely shot.
It's gone with the spin. So it's a different proposition playing that shot to the leg spinner, where your reverse sweep is going with the spin, the ball turning away from the right-hander. So he effectively turns himself into a left-hander and goes with the spin. Played that very well. It gets 4 for it as a well-executed shot. Good option. I don't like that option to the off-spinner when you're going against the spin. But he played that one particularly well. Particularly having gotten beaten the ball before. It's a gutsy shot, that. But overall, Chahal, yes, he's got 3 wickets. But overall, he's not quite looked at the top of his form. That's a slower ball, and it's chipped, and he's dropped an absolute dolly. My goodness me. I said this morning, good fielder, George Scrimshaw. Well, that ball was like an underarm. It was underarm too, effectively. It was another reverse sweep. I said it was gutsy before. It was a slower ball, got effectively the top edge and looped to George Scrimshaw at waist height. And that would have been it was a gift.
It was a gift.
Just before tea.
You mentioned the body language. You mentioned the letting it drift, and actually because of that, was it that big of a shock? I don't know. But he's a dangerous man to drop, isn't he? Zach Chappell.
We're going to see a little replay. I don't know whether we're going to get the... Hope for George Scrimshaw's sake, we can't see it. We see too much of it, don't we? I mean, you know, what do we know? We know that people drop catches. We know that by and large, nobody does that deliberately. But we also know, you know, what percentage of times do you catch that ball as a professional cricketer? It starts with 99 point something. I mean, it's 99.100%. Really, you can't really drop that as a professional cricketer. Yeah, it was an underarm, wasn't it? Oh, Scrimmy. Rob Keogh to continue.
That has the ability to be an incredibly expensive drop as well, doesn't it?
Well, I've made a note of the Chappell was on 22 at that point.
Yeah.
It was the timing of it as well. Was it just before tea? You know, it just gives everyone a boost when they're having their wrap or their protein shake or whatever they have. That's nicely bowled, slower. Well played, Zach Chappell. Went to come forward, realised he couldn't get fully forward. It's Too slow, push back. Nice footwork from him. Well, that could be tight. Oh, wasn't tight at all. So my question there is, and I asked this question a lot, is what is the point of that fielder in that position there? The ball was struck very firmly, pretty much straight to him, and they get a single with no chance of run out. He has to be in the wrong place, doesn't he?
Well, it's not protecting one, is it? It's
evidently not doing that.
It was hit hard enough that George Bartlett couldn't sprint at it because of what's it going to do out of that wicket end?
Got to be tighter there.
I think so. I think you've got to take the risk, haven't you, to be beaten left or right, concede 4 if you have Zach Chappell on strike.
So this will be tea after this. Gets through his overs quickly, doesn't he, Rob Keogh? The last ball of Rob Keogh's 12th over. He bowls a bit of a moon ball. Chappell expects that, blocks it with an elaborate forward defence. Rob Keogh showing his football skills, very nicely done. And Zach Chappell is going to walk off, but he's going to walk off with a crowd around him because it's tea rather than on his own, which he should have done about 8 balls ago when he was given just an incredible life with George Scrimshaw dropping an absolute goober at backward point. Northampton seem to be having a little congregate on the outfield. I don't know if this is planned. Everyone's giving George Scrimshaw a pat on the back.
As you said, they don't get dropped on purpose, do they?
And he'll be feeling absolutely rotten about that.
Of course he will. He'll know that 7 down at 230 odd, all of a sudden that's a very different looking scorecard. The fact that Zach Chappell will have the ability to walk back out after tea with Martin Anderson, which looked absolutely superb. That brilliant 100-run partnership between himself and Nye Donald. Walks off with 82 runs to his name. We'll be back in 20 minutes to start the evening session. And I mean, that's been very much Derbyshire's session, as it was for the majority of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, full congratulations to Derbyshire. The partnership Donald Anderson, 102, was just really, really good cricket and has dominated that afternoon session. Northampton need to come back strongly in the last session of the day.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a breather, Rowie. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for the evening session.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Northampton. Players making their way out to the middle. The umpires are already there. Evening session about to get underway. We are on time as well, which is, well, music to everybody's ears. 237 for 6 after 64 overs. Wayne Madsen and Derbyshire won the toss this morning, elected to have a bat first. Dominated the first 90 minutes. A bit of fortune, a bit of a collapse, a bit of crazy cricket in the build-up to lunch. Put Derbyshire at 98 for 5. And 100-run partnership between Martin Anderson and Nye Donald. Then a further partnership. Zach Chappell takes them up to 237 for 6 at tea. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet, and Yuzvendra Chahal is going to get us underway for the evening session.
I'm just looking to see where George Scrimshaw's fielding. He's not fielding. Oh, he's on the deep. He's on the long leg boundary. He's been replaced at that key backward point position, where before tea he did drop an absolute dolly. I mean, there isn't a simpler catch, I'm afraid. Well bowled. It was a no ball, not very well bowled.
It was kind of reminiscent. Do you remember the was it Chris Wokes in New Zealand with Jofra Archer bowling? It was reminiscent of that, wasn't it, for Chris Wokes? Just a bit of an underarm.
Yeah.
Goober, a soda pop, whatever you want to call it, a clanger.
Well bowled. I mean, because it was a reverse sweep, top edge, so it would have been rotating quickly. So you have to be accurate with that, but in terms of where your hands are. But yeah, it's 100%. I'm afraid
it's gone now. We won't get it back, and Derbyshire have got the first runs on the board for the evening session, courtesy of Yuzvendra Chahal's front foot. 3 for 73 from 19 and a half overs for the Indian leg spinner. Bit of an advantage for Northamptonshire is the fact that Martin Anderson has got to start again, isn't he? He was brilliant. 1 off 10 and then quickly raced along 82 for 106.
Oh, that's well bowled and well played. This is a good start, this actually, Chahal. Maybe he's getting a bit of confidence in this over because, as you say, Dan Anderson's getting himself back in. But he's landed them all nicely, other than the Noe.
Nicely timed, slightly over pitched, but a dot ball to finish the over. 239 for 6 after 1. 31 overs remain in the day. We spoke before, didn't we? Before tea, 239 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Derbyshire, the simple game plan here is to bat for as long as you possibly can, score as many as you possibly can. But Potentially feels like a bit of an even Stevens day at the moment based on that number. If you take away the context of the toss and the 5 down for 98 at lunchtime, 239 for 6 at tea just feels like pretty 50-50 to me.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Liam Guthrie, the Australian left arm pacer, will replace Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
I thought he was going to bowl short. I thought when I saw him coming on to bowl now, I thought he'll bowl short with the long leg side boundary, as there is from the Lynn Wilson end. But he has got a slip and a gully in. 3 men on the offside on the single.
Yeah, there's 2 down there, isn't there? George Scrimshaw at fine leg and George Bartlett at deep backward square. If they decide to drop one in, there's for the hook. But as you say, nobody under the lid at short leg. James Sales is there at a catching mid-wicket.
It's been noticeable the amount of short balls that Northampton have attempted to bowl and how few of them have really been on the money. You know, there's been very few that you go, that's right on the badge. You know, that's absolutely in the business area. And it does go to show that short pitch bowling, there's an art to it. It's there's an art to bowling a line of length, there's an art to bowling Yorkers, etc., and it's just as difficult to be accurate when you're bowling bumpers, if not more so, and that's been proven to be the case. We haven't been accurate enough with those short balls so far.
No, I would agree with you there. I mean, that length there is just back of it, isn't it? It's not really targeting the stumps, not really targeting the body.
I kind of feel like Guthrie has got some good ingredients to bowl short, because he's not the biggest guy. The arm is slightly low and he could skid at you a bit. He skidded onto the inside edge there.
Tickled down the leg side, wide of Lewis McManus. I don't think it really bounced at all, did it? Very full from Guthrie. 4 runs added. Chappell moves to 27 and a 50 partnership up between Martin Anderson and Zach Chappell.
Wow, that's kind of come from nowhere. That's happened pretty quickly. I feel like either side wins this session significantly are in such a strong position in the match. For Northampton to do that, they need 4 wickets very quickly, actually. Oh my goodness, that's an absolute balloon.
Yeah, and that's well, he's got away with it.
How's that not been called a wide? You know, I do, as you know, I get grumpy about the overhead. So
that didn't look great on line or length, did it?
It was just the widest one I've ever seen.
Could have been 50% on line and 50% on height.
Absolutely.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Mark it down as experience and move on.
Square legs, just thinking about his tea.
He's got a long while to think about it. 30 overs to go. A couple of hours of cricket left. It's a full face. That's a commanding block, isn't it, by Chappell?
It is.
66 overs, 243 for 6. Say 30 overs remain in the day's play.
That's why it's my favourite shot, because it communicates a lot the way you play it. You know, there are 4 defensives and there are 4 defensives, and you used the word commanding there. That's exactly what it was. It sends a message, doesn't it? It says, that's your best ball to have off. It's nowhere near good enough, because I'm all over that. So a good first over back after tea from Chahal. Let's see if he can back that up. It's been slightly inconsistent.
Yeah, catches around the back. A bat even.
Yeah, the short leg has popped over, hasn't he? He was at short leg, as short legs tend to be. So short leg has come over to be silly point.
Nicely played. Quick single taken to Luke Proctor. Missed out last week, didn't he? Was that an injury or was that workload for Luke Proctor last week? I couldn't see much communication about it.
Yeah, I think he had some things he needed to, some things in the family.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
that needed attention. Yeah.
It's 7 overs so far for Luke Proctor today, this morning with the new ball. That has beaten the outside edge of Zach Chappell.
That's beautifully bowled.
Is there call for another catcher, Rowie, whilst the evening session just starts? Could you get another one in and around the bat at this stage?
You know where I'd put somebody? I would put somebody just where James Sales is now, at a deep leg, at a deep gully.
Yeah.
For the reverse sweep, because he's played that shot a lot. And you block that off, and he's got to find a different way to score. There. But so Sales has gone to his left there to anticipate that. I think just get him there.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, with the position or the angle of Sales there, it's not going to deter Zach Chappell playing it, is it? And I don't necessarily think Chappell's particularly looking at it, playing it in the air on the ground.
He's got to get it down, hasn't he? It's a bit like what they do with, on the other side of the wicket for a traditional sweep. There's a lot of conversation. Do you put him on the boundary? Is he on the one? Do you get him in for? And actually, if he's playing the reverse sweep so frequently that for me it becomes the same equation. So I'd just get him on the catch, really.
Yeah, on the line.
Yeah.
Because again, it's Derbyshire's number 8, respectfully. It's you're not going to have the same control and consistency to play that extravagant shot that, say, a number 3 or a number 4 or Wayne Madsen would be able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the better players get on top of it, don't they? And they hit it down. And we've already seen that Chappell has struggled to get. Firstly, he struggled to hit it, and then he struggled to hit it down. But if he can play it with impunity, well, he's going to get enough away.
Guthrie from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Anderson on 83 now, 83 off 110. Shuffles across into the thigh pad. Is there a chance Sales picks up? No. Chappell just with a bit of a stutter step, wasn't there, before he actually set off that time. But Anderson, I think, might have lapped him by the time he'd actually got going.
Anderson's walked all the way down the wicket to punch his glove there. Wonder what that was about.
Good leg by.
Good leg by. Yeah, well done.
Well batted.
Well run.
Slipping a gully in. Safe save in the gully. He's very close there, isn't he? To Zach Chappell's bat.
Gully's an interesting one, isn't it? Gully is an interesting position on this wicket. I'm generally not a fan of gully, but I am a fan of gully when there's a need for one. And then, you got to read you. And I think in general, it can be player specific gully. It can be that. But in general, I want to see the ball bouncing more to get my gully in. So Safe's guaranteed to catch it in there now. Now I've said that, but I would not have a gully, to be honest.
It's in the hip. Nicely turned away by Chappell. I think Anderson might have looked at a second, but Chappell quite happy just to take the single and get down the non-striker's end. Just a reminder, he was dropped by George Scrimshaw, 22. Do you know what the partnership was at that time as well? I think that's probably the most important number in this innings, isn't it? I realise.
So we take 6 off, don't we? We probably take about another...
Maybe 12?
5. Yeah. So, yeah, about 40, 43, something like that.
Yeah. Good pace from Liam Guthrie. Dead bat. Martin Anderson. Searching for his 3rd first-class 100 of the summer. So we spoke about his move from Middlesex up to Derbyshire in search of regular opportunities, and so far kind of repaying the faith in him considerably. 516 runs before this innings, an average of 43, 200s, and now his 3rd 50 this summer.
I thought Guthrie was going to bowl short. I thought this was going to be a 3-over blast of short bowling. straight after tea. It's the sort of tactic you often see straight after a break. But it hasn't been, has it? It's kind of like back of a length bowling. I'm not clear at the moment what the plan is to get this wicket. I'm not sure.
No, I haven't quite figured that one out, Rowie, if I'm completely honest with you. Well, I think it's kind of relying on a mistake, isn't it, from one of these? Don't necessarily think there's a clear, as you say, a clear plan in order to get the wicket. It's not like Justin Broad with those 7 overs that he bowled that were dead gun barrel straight, or as you said, the short ball plan that we saw kind of George Scrimshaw tried to execute just before tea.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I mean, Broad's getting warmed up now. Firstly, why not continue with Keogh? That would be one question. I mean, these are just questions, right?
Yeah.
And I'm in this area where I don't think anything is completely wrong, and so it's about judgment. But some of the questions through my mind, if I were captain, would be why not continue with Keogh? If I want to give Keogh a rest and give it a different look, then I'd probably go Zabe. I would have gone Zabe after tea, I think.
Yes, I think so, particularly as well. The second new ball's only 12 overs away.
There's been a few low bounces, hasn't there? You know, the left arm spinner, if it skids one on, hits you on the shin.
And surely if you're going to take that second new ball, you want Guthrie to be ready to go. I suppose he will have. Well, that's optimistic at best, Ricardo Vasconcelos.
James Sales is trying to get himself into that position where I think he should be. He's kind of edging all the time. I think he should be sort of 10 yards closer and 10 yards to his left.
It's tough, isn't it?
That's where I want him.
From that position. That's well, I'll call that doshed over long on for a 1 bounce 4 by Zach Chappell. I'm astounded at the fact it's taken that long for a batter to target that short leg side boundary here today at the county ground in Northampton. The shot brings up the 250 for the visitors as well.
I think it showed great discipline from Zach Chappell, because he likes to do that, doesn't he? Everyone knows that. He likes to put his hands through it. And he selected that ball. He's waited and waited for that ball.
Quicker and flatter, trying to rush it through. Ended off the back foot.
I don't mind it, though. From a Northampton perspective, it was slightly full, wasn't it? So he could hit through it without the worry of it turning and getting a leading edge. I don't mind it, though. He's got to judge that well every time. But he's covered up nicely there. Slower ball, encouraging him to do the same thing. And he said, no, I've read that script.
He's a very, very qualified lower order batter, isn't he?
Yeah. He's dangerous.
There's that reverse sweep again, straight to Justin Broad. Well, it didn't get to James Sales.
That's a good catch.
It is a very, very good catch, and none other than Justin Broad to take it. One of the best sets of hands in the Northamptonshire squad. And the reverse sweep, which has been a struggle for Zach Chappell through the innings, persisted with it. Was eventually his downfall for 32, and the drop from George Scrimshaw has just cost 10.
Yeah, you want someone to play their natural game, don't you? And he clearly is a shot that he wants to go to. But if you looked exclusively at that shot, the reverse sweep shot for Zach Chappell in this innings, I mean, he missed most of them. He was dropped off one, he got a couple away, and then he's out to another one. So it's not been a good option for him. He's got his boundary in that over already, and the last ball of the over, it wasn't full enough. He's got to get really close to that ball to make contact with it to smother the spin.
Yeah.
It was a bit shorter, maybe held back slightly, bit of overspin, bounced a bit, got a leading edge. And then that is a brilliant slip catch, because what you're generally doing there is you're kind of running almost. As you see him shape up for the reverse sweep at slip, you're kind of running away to stop it being 4. But Justin Broad is such a good athlete that he managed to catch it. Got quickly to him and he caught it away to his right. That is a phenomenal catch. George Scrimshaw will be feeling pretty happy about that, because that drop only cost him 10. He'll be feeling very happy about that.
Yeah, very, very good catch by Justin Broad, who's just taken the jumper off and will bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. In at number 9 then, Rowie, the man on debut today for Derbyshire. First class debut for Joe Hawkins. So congratulations to him, and family, coaches, and everybody that's helped him get to this level. I'm sure there'll be a lot of very, very proud people associated to Joe Hawkins today.
Correct. You know, if that hadn't been caught by Justin Broad, it might have made its way to the position that I wanted the fielder in.
Yeah.
It might have done. I think it would have not reached him quite. It would have died for it, but it was that kind of, just had a look about it, that was where he was going to go. Great, that's a great catch. There are no slips. There's a gully. There's a gully and there's no slips. I mean, come on. Sure.
Captain Rowie is furious.
Oh, well,
It's
now
a
I'm
very, very good
confused.
catch.
It was a great catch, wasn't it? It looked easy, and it was absolutely anything but that.
Justin Broad then, gully and a catching mid-wicket. Anderson shuffles down, gets hit on the pads and runs through for a leg bye. So Joe Hawkins does not have long to wait to face up against his first delivery. When you look at the date of birth, born 7th of March 2007. That makes you feel old. It makes me feel old.
So 6 years old. I'm going to call him a lot Jim Hawkins, by the way, because there's a guy I used to play cricket with called Jim Hawkins, who currently works for Northamptonshire, actually, in the pathway.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll keep calling him Joe then.
Yeah, but his name is Joe, so I'm going to try to call him Joe.
Gotcha. Well, he's played for Staffordshire in the minor counties and been playing for Derbyshire in the second 11 through the course of this summer. Played for the Young Lions as well against India under-19s. On into the thigh pad. So I think we'll get off the mark straight away.
I think I may have mentioned this, whether it was on air or off, I don't know, but Joe Hawkins, come on, got it right. Joe Hawkins played for Derbyshire on Sunday against Bedfordshire.
Yes.
In which the game which Harry Gouldston was playing, and Harry fed back very positively about this young man's cricket.
Yeah, he batted 7 for the Invitational Young Lions 11 at Loughborough against India under-19s. Into the thigh pad with Martin Anderson. He's been hit there a couple of times, hasn't he? Where has he been batting? That's second 11 T20. That's not too much to get interested about.
I'll say this. Lads who come through the Staffordshire system, they're generally good cricketers. You know, they understand the game of cricket. Very, very strong league cricket in Staffordshire. A lot of senior clubs. And, oh, that could be tight. That's out. It's not out.
Umpire Rowie strikes again.
Well, it just looked out to me.
Good bit of fielding, wasn't it?
It was a good bit. He must have motored the second half of that run. It was clearly in, because you can see from the reaction that no one's that interested in it. But he didn't get a dive in. He obviously knew he was going to make it.
Yeah, he's kind of been batting number 7 and 8 for Derbyshire 2s this summer. Scored 62 against the Yorkshire second 11 earlier on this year. Nicely played, and that's the shot of a very qualified young man, I would say.
Yeah, the Staffordshire pathway, because I think of because of numerous reasons. But one of the key, they've got a lot of, we're going to see that run. They've got a lot of good senior clubs there. And they're cricket now. You know, they come on leaps and bounds with their cricket understanding, the young cricketers there. And he's away.
He's away. He's off him. It's his first run in first-class cricket for Joe Hawkins. Just a little tickle off the hip. Off Justin Broad down to George Scrimshaw. So 256 for 7 after 70. 10 overs to go for that second new ball. Assuming the innings gets that far, Northamptonshire take it straight away?
Not sure. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Charles got 4 for. So maybe not. This one looks like it's still got a bit of bounce in it. It's not complete sponge, so I don't know. Depends who's in at the time. The one thing for sure is with 7 down, we want to be bowling at anyone who's not called Anderson.
Yes.
That's no disrespect to Joe Hawkins. No disrespect at all, but he's not Martin Anderson.
No, Joe Hawkins, Blair Tickner, and Ben Aitchison to round out the 11 for Derbyshire to date.
Stilly Point's gone to short leg, which is interesting. So what? So that's that they are. You know, I'm like, if you think the ball's going to go to Stilly Point from Charles bowling, why do you think it's going to go to short leg? What do you know about this guy on debut that tells you?
Yeah, it's a really valid point. I mean, was Vasconcelos at Silly Point? He's just about to go back now, isn't he?
He's forgotten where he was.
Do you think it's as simple as that?
It's likely.
I did wonder whether he was at Silly Point for the real kind of Q-ended reverse sweep from Zach Chappell, but kind of see my teammates do that on a Saturday. End up with like two square legs, and you think, oh, yeah, no, it's a left-hander on strike. I'm meant to move, aren't I?
I think you bowl very slowly at this young man on debut. Oh, that's a good hand. Good hand, extra cover. Who's that? That's a good stop, that. Is that? That's Rob Keogh.
George Bartlett.
Bartlett. Because Keogh used to be 14 in a previous life. Number 14.
Took the switch, did he?
He did.
Nicely played, nicely weighted. There is Rob Keogh. I love the idea that Rob Keogh's shirt number have just gone up in multiples of 7 throughout the course of his. Did he start at 7?
I don't know.
7, 14, 21, 28 would be next.
I don't think so.
No. He's on the umpire. I think it's going to be leg by, is it?
Just buys, maybe.
No, it's going to be. No, it's going to be buys. A no ball for overstepping for Chahal, plus a buy for Lewis McManus. 261 for 7. Anderson back on strike. Keep that down to 0.
Oh, well
brilliant.
fielded.
George Bartlett. Round of applause for George Bartlett in there on the offside. Crucial, try and keep it down to 0. Bowl as many as you can at Joe Hawkins on debut. Undoubtedly will be a little bit nervous, won't he?
Oh, God, he must be. Yeah.
I wonder if it's something that he expected at the start of the year, or with the injuries to Alex Thompson and Jack Morley, whether it's come as a bit of a surprise at 18 years old for Joe Hawkins.
Yeah, possibly. Very possibly.
They've got a good relationship, haven't they? Derbyshire and Staffordshire.
Yeah.
There's a good kind of transitional period. It's similar to Northamptonshire with Buckinghamshire as well.
Yeah. I mean, Staffs is a good county to neighbour, right? So if you're Warwickshire or Derbyshire, it's a good county to neighbour because of the quality of the cricket that's played there. Not all cricket is equal. You know, there's the cricket that's played in Staffordshire is tough. I mean, played against numerous Staffordshire teams in national knockouts and the later rounds of that over the years. It's tough cricket. And I say a lot of senior clubs there with a lot of experienced guys around, and they do develop a real cricket nous and a hardness about their young cricketers. Toughness.
Is first names escaped me. Kettleborough. James Kettleborough, is he still part of the Staffordshire setup?
Yeah, he captained Staffordshire. Yeah, he's moved up there. His still newish wife has a physiotherapy business based in North Staffordshire, sort of south of Manchester. His wife is Kate Cross's sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kate Cross, the England player. So yeah, Kate's moved up there. He was with Bedfordshire, Bedfordshire lad indeed, but he's moved up there, and it's been a good move for him. I think he's enjoyed his time up there. He's a fine player, James Kettleborough. Just didn't quite. It's really disappointing personally. Didn't quite grasp the opportunities that he was given in the first team. I mean, he scored an enormous amount of hundreds, James Kettlesborough, in all levels. He's 100 scoring, just churned hundreds and hundreds and hundreds out, and was just too good for second 11 cricket. And when he got his opportunities in the first team, it always seemed to be almost at the wrong time. Like, you know, the overseas pro was back playing for the opposition, or the pitch was a stinker, or whatever it was. That's a nice shot.
Beautiful cricket shot through the offside. Is it going to run away for 4? I think it will. That rope does just cut in a little bit down by that Jackson Grundy, and Joe Hawkins moves on to 6. He's looked very, very qualified to be batting number 9 for Derbyshire today.
It's a nice cricket shot, isn't it? Just a nice, simple cricket shot. That's how you play that shot.
Shaped up very well.
Didn't have to get a big stride in, did he? But he got timing. The body was going through the ball at contact. Nicely timed. Stroked away for 4. Yeah, so Ket's, it was like, just everyone, because he's such a lovely kid, James. Everyone wanted him to succeed and grasp those opportunities, but he couldn't quite do it. We did try to retain him. He moved down to Glamorgan. Northampton wanted, the hierarchy at Northampton only wanted to give him a year. The cricket side of things wanted to give him 2 years, but he was only offered a year. There was a bit of backwards and forwards on that, and he went down to Glamorgan, and Toby Radford was the head coach at Glamorgan at the time. He'd worked with James through the Middlesex pathway, and unfortunately for James and for Toby, that Toby was let go as head coach, and so it kind of limited as a result of that James's opportunities down there, and it didn't work out. And then he was out of the game. It's really sad.
That one hits Vasconcelos at silly point. He's just saying that it didn't hit him in the helmet.
In the helmet, yeah.
And no need for.
Oh, well, that's amazing. I've just got a message from James Kettlesborough before I said all that. And he says the following. I better read it carefully before I read it out loud.
Yeah, I was going to say, just make sure that there's nothing in there. I did meet him a couple of years ago.
Joe Hawkins is a staff lad, all sat round watching the stream with his brother Callum. Shout out for Bretty, Ketts and the lads, please. Well, there you go, done. Very happy to do that, James. Hope you're well. Just been giving you a big up. You probably heard that. I didn't know you were listening. I'd have said some horrible things about you if I'd known that.
Big sweep, slog
Top
sweep,
edge.
up, over, save. Does it fall? Save, it does. Oh, and it's gone.
What on earth has happened there?
Through George Scrimshaw. And Martin Anderson picks up 4 and moves into the 90s.
What?
Well,
oh, jeepers.
I think the toenail gate might be playing heavy on the mind of George Scrimshaw from that opening 3-over spell.
Has he got a toe?
Oh, it's a chance. It's over Bartlett. Is that going to be 4? Proctor's after it this time. Keeps it inside the field of play. Gets 3. Anderson moves to 94.
When you say toenail gate, has he got toenails in his eyes? They can't see. I mean, that's unbelievable. That ball went for 4. That's wow. I said this morning he was a good fielder and a good athlete. And I still think that because I've seen enough of it. But today, he's not so far.
Hawkins back on strike. Defence comfortably against Chahal. He's looking for 5, is Vendra Chahal. This morning, today, he has doubled his wicket tally so far this season for Northamptonshire. 4 for 90. Previously, those 4 wickets that he'd taken in the 2 preceding fixtures had cost 89 runs apiece, and that is the end of the over. 7 runs from it. 272 for 7. Anderson on strike. He's on 94, looking for his 3rd first-class 100. His 3rd this season as well. Didn't score 1 for Middlesex. Got the 2 already this year in a Derbyshire shirt, looking for his 3rd.
I was watching George Scrimshaw run from deep backward square to long off. And on his journey, he kind of was in the same airspace as Chahal for a while. And he did brilliantly to avoid any eye contact with him.
What did he do? Just keep his gaze level, and
just
Chahal was
underneath him.
it, yeah.
There's separation. Broad's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson end. That's happened a lot, hasn't it, with Justin Broad today? There's just been over straight, just half a stump or a stump too straight, catches the thigh pad, runs away into the leg side. It's happened a lot. Anderson has missed out on a few there. He's got 94 and played brilliantly. And he will be saying, oh, I could be on 120 by now if I took those off my thigh pad. But everything's a compromise in batting. You can't be good everywhere. That's nicely played on tiptoe from Joe Hawkins. Going to get a couple. Turns it away. It was in the air for longer than he'd have wanted it to be, but he steered it away from the catcher who's in front of square. Got the ball behind square. He's just rehearsing that now. It's good to know, isn't it, that there are numerous people up in Staffordshire watching the stream, watching young Joe Hawkins on debut. It's kind of good to know that. That fielder has gone squarer now. Guthrie's gone very square leg. Sun's broken through a wee bit. I haven't seen a lot of sunshine today. It's been mostly cloudy, isn't it?
Pretty much for the entirety of it. I think that's what we're in for the next 2 days, to be, well, today and tomorrow at least. Maybe a bit of moisture around on day 3. Pace, Justin Broad.
His line as well has been very good on the bumper, hasn't it? It's been as good as anyone. Was very comfortably avoided by Hawkins, just ducking under that. But it has been a bit too pace, hasn't it? I mean, some have gone through really nicely and some have kept low. I haven't had a low one for a little while, actually, to be fair.
Fortunately, that one for Scrimshaw to Caleb Jewell was an outlier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think if we'd have seen multiple of those, I think we could have been having different conversations.
There were a few early on, weren't there?
Yeah.
In the first 6 overs, I reckon there were 3 balls that, or maybe 4 that only got on the half volley, second bounce half volley to Lewis McManus, and one of those didn't get to McManus because it cracked, as you say, Jewell on the pad. But yeah, it could have been difficult, couldn't it? That.
Yeah, there was an LBW appeal as well, wasn't there, to Harry Kame early on that just kind of indicated that it kept a touch low from Justin Broad. But yeah, the one for Scrimshaw to Jewell was fortunately not for Caleb Jewell's sake, but fortunately just an outlier.
Yeah. Then that'll be making him feel even worse, won't it? It's like the one
Why
straight grubber was mine. Had my name on it. Why me? So Scrimshaw's gone from a wide long off at one end to a deep backward square at the other end. So that's his punishment for having dropped a goober, and I still don't quite know how that ball avoided making any contact with any part of him. There's a lot of him, but all of it managed to miss the ball. Anderson on 94. I mean, he's looked better and better as his innings has progressed. Rob Keogh's warming up at mid-on. I'd like to have started with Rob Keogh. I'm not sure what happened this end, really, since tee. It's been uneventful. It's a slower, wider ball. He thought about throwing the kitchen sink at that, Anderson, and then thought better of it.
Yeah, Liam Guthrie's out there, isn't he, on the point boundary. It's a bit of a deterrent. 6 runs away from a third 100 this summer.
Still a bit of spin there, isn't there? And he has turned it when he's bowled a bit flatter, but he's turned it more frequently when he's looped it. As we've said a couple of times, we feel he's bowled a bit flatter than his standard pace. That's another good. That's Chahal pace, that last one for me. And he's bowled, interesting to know this speed, but I think on average he's bowled a couple of miles an hour quicker than normal. Whether that's this a hand issue, that's up the front, that was a different delivery, that one. Can't tell you exactly what it was from this distance, but it was different. It was a variation, and it misbehaved off the pitch as well.
Just bounced a bit more, didn't it?
Did.
Didn't really. It offered to turn away a touch, but it didn't really do a great deal. That's the stock leg break, isn't
That's
it?
4. Is Procky going to catch that? I don't think so. No, he's not. That's 4 for Anderson off that final ball. Don't like 6-ball boundaries. That takes Anderson to 98. It takes the partnership to 27. The total is 279 for 7. These two have put on 27, and Anderson again is involved. It's early days for this partnership, but you kind of look at Joe Hawkins and you think, well, he's not going anywhere. You know, it's going to take a delivery to get him out. He understands the state of this game, and he's just stay with your mate. You know, if they bowled too straight, took it away. If you get when you can just put your hand through it a bit long on the offside, tuck into that. A lot of batting is about making few mistakes, isn't it? Certainly Anderson has made very few mistakes, if any, in this 98. Oh, that's well fielded. That's very well fielded at cover by Chahal. He's bowled 25 overs already, moved very quickly to his left there because I thought Hawkins had got that through.
In the firing line there as well, isn't he?
He is rather, yeah. Doesn't look altogether happy with life. Oof, that sounded nice off the bat, didn't it?
Certainly did. Full face of it. Just reading the press release for Joe Hawkins as well, announcing the contract until the end of August. So it'll be available for today and then the entirety of the One-Day Cup as well. Derbyshire's under-18 captain, as I mentioned, Young Lions Invitational 11 fixtures. And then Mickey Arthur's quote just saying that Joe is impressed through our age groups and has taken brilliantly to second 11 cricket. So the next step in his development is to be in the first team squads and pushing for a place to test himself at the senior level.
Well, it's early days, but he started brightly, hasn't he? I mean, you would never know that this was his debut. Sometimes you can see nervous movement and a bit of jitteriness and whatever, but he looks to the manner born. It's a tough line to bowl, that dead straight line. I think if you're going to err, maybe erring that side is probably better than erring on too much width, maybe with the field that's set. But Broad he bowled pretty well, but he's probably bowled a ball and over, 1.5 balls over, 2 straight, almost 2 straight. I mean, he basically wants to be hitting middle stump, doesn't he? The inside of middle stump is generally the line that Broad wants to bowl. He has got the ability to, it kind of runs in, a combination of sort of gentle swing in, and then he can go with the canted seam and does nip back. Kind of still feel that LBW on the front foot is his best chance of getting a wicket. A bit like that, but Hawkins is supposed to miss it. He's not read the script, so nice over from Justin Broad. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 27. So the scoreboard's not gone anywhere, and he's bowled predominantly, he's bowled challenging balls. It hasn't been 6 stump maidens. He's tried to target the stumps. Rob Keogh continues to warm up. Saif Zaib is going off the field. 12th man is back on.
Yeah, we've got 4 overs to go, Rowie, until that second new ball becomes available. So if that's the case, Rob Keogh could bowl 2 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end if it were to be taken straight away. As you said, it's still offering, isn't it, for Yuzvendra Chahal? But I don't necessarily think that a second new ball wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, can he bowl with the new ball? I'm sure he has done. So
well, he must have bowled early on in the piece today, because Scrimshaw only bowled 3 overs in that opening spell before he came on. He must have been going for at least 45 minutes before lunch. Not that it would have been brand new at that point, but
that's nicely played by Martin Anderson. It was an over-pitched delivery. He's driven it through the offside. I think it's just going to go for 4. Crosses the rope now, and Martin Anderson moves on to 102. A fantastic innings. He came in when the score was on 98 for 5. A flurry of wickets had seen Derbyshire go from a position of strength to a position of real nervousness and danger, and in he came and has just been very busy, very positive, scored both sides of the wicket, front foot, back foot, spin seam. Nothing's really troubled him, hasn't given a chance, and it's a very well played and well-deserved 100.
And what a response that is to bringing it up. Solid forward defence just to settle the nerves if there were any. His 3rd first-class 100 in his career, his 3rd this summer, and his 3rd for Derbyshire for Martin Anderson. 102 off 133. Next thing on his horizon will be a CB if he can get there. He hasn't got far to go. High score of 107. So potentially there with the 2 times. Look at maybe there's a little lapse in concentration when you pass the milestone, but 5 runs away from equaling a CB. Make that 4.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous innings. Just calling for new gloves, whether he actually needs them or whether it's right, I'm restarting. New gloves, new innings, new guard. It is something that I look at in terms of how many past 100 people get, you know, and that can display a number of things, of course. It's nicely played. Concentration being one of them, fitness being one of them, hunger being one of them. I mean, it could just be, you know, he could have got 3 great balls as well and each time he's gone past 100, but he's certainly played very, very well and has looked, I mean, he's looked like a proper top order batter, hasn't he? So, really played well. That is loopy, and it's driven down the ground for 4. It's another 6-ball boundary from Chahal, and that's at least the 2nd time, but I think it's probably more than that. And I think Keesey has done the same thing with a 6-ball boundary a couple of times as well. That's, well, again, that could be a number of things, but it just looked a poor delivery. That was a low, it got there as a low full toss. It wasn't really bowled. It was, I don't know. It looked a little bit casual, if I'm honest, that delivery. And it was tucked into. Joe Hawkins won't get what it was. He's got away for 4. 288 for 7. 36, the partnership already between these two. It's a funny old day today. The score could be almost anything, couldn't it? It could, yeah, it could be a lot fewer wickets. It could be all out. It's very difficult, really, to kind of get a read on who's on top.
Yes. Yeah, I that's kind of what I said earlier, wasn't it, with you? I really don't know who would be in a position of ascendancy. I mean, I still think 288 for 7 is still fairly 50-50. I don't know whether Derbyshire would have been expectant of a few more, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. I dare say they might have been. Maybe not the 288, but they might have been expectant to have a couple left in or back in the hutch still.
It's kind of like a bit of a swingometer away. You win the toss. Phew, you know, we've won the toss. We're going in first. Oh, crikey, the ball's keeping low. Oh, no, it's Shin Jewel who's playing very nicely. And then you get to 12:30 and you think, well, we're 90-odd for 1 or whatever it was. We're going very well. Suddenly that's then 5 down at lunchtime. And then you're thinking, oh, crikey, you know, can we get to 250 from here? That's a casual bit of cricket all round, isn't it? That's going to go down as 4 byes, I suspect. Round the wicket from Rob Keogh. It's just gone down the leg side. Yeah, just went between Lewis McManus's legs there. So it's a very rare mistake from Lewis. It's not easy, is it? Because you're unsighted for so long when the bowler's bowling around the wicket there and you stood up.
Yeah, I mean,
still expect him to get something on it.
you can see on the screen there, you can see that Lewis McManus is almost having to peer around Martin Anderson.
Yeah.
A lot of that will be dependent on the batters that are actually kind of on strike at that time with regards to their bat angle, the positioning of their back and front foot. Sometimes you can get a bit of a look through, or sometimes, as Lewis McManus has got to do in this instance, you've almost got to kind of peer around to try and find the ball, which then puts you off balance, which then means you can't react quite as quickly if you are trying to go down the leg side. And it was a real loosener, wasn't it, from Keogh?
It was a loosener, yeah. Don't like looseners. You know you're coming on, don't you? You know, you just grab the ball earlier and bowl a few on the full toss to somebody. Don't like looseners.
Off spinner to off spinner then.
It is. There's a short leg and a slip and a catch in mid wicket. Well, that's bounced nicely played. Bounced a wee bit. A very gentle little round of applause there, but nothing in particular. That's nicely bowled. Slower again from Keogh. It's good to see Rob Keogh bowling. He's bowled 13 overs. Just got the 1 wicket so far. It was a beautiful dismissal from round the wicket, pitched and turned back through the gate of Nye Donald, who was very much in. He'd been in a long time. 37 he got in the partnership of just over 100 with the man of the moment, Martin Anderson, who's currently on 104. Looks like he's going nowhere. And we are going to see, with 78 overs gone, we're going to see save from the David Capel end.
He's going to have one, isn't he, I think? Here you go, Captain Rowie. 2 overs to go. You taking the new ball at 80?
I don't think I am just now. Not
okay.
Straight away, I'm not. No. No, I'm not.
So I think I would. Because I think that new Kookaburra for about 8 overs is got to be one of the most valuable commodities in the world, I would say, right now. Bit of a prouder seam, bit harder, bit of swing maybe.
I'm struggling with save. If he does bowl 1 over, I'm kind of struggling with that. And what are you communicating to him? It's not a great message, is it? About how I as captain see the quality of your spin bowling is that you get us to the new ball on a wicket that we know is offering a bit of turn. So, I mean, it may not be. It may be that Luke Proctor is possibly feeling he won't take the new ball. I mean, Guthrie came back after tea and bowled a very short spell, didn't he?
3 overs, wasn't it? He had Broad. 3 overs. I mean, I thought I saw Liam Guthrie starting to try and loosen himself up. Luke Proctor's still at mid-off with both hands on his hips, so he's not getting ready, is he, just yet? Not that he gives the impression he needs a huge warm-up. I'd be very surprised if the ball went back to George Scrimshaw today.
I want to see save bowl a spell. Oh, that's why, because that's pitched and turned. It didn't nick the bat. It's gone straight off the surface of the wicket, turned past the wicketkeeper and past first slip. And that's why he should be bowling. Oh. Look at that.
That's gripped, isn't it?
I mean, that beat the outside edge by a couple of inches, or if not more than that. That's turned a long way. Now then, do you take the new ball?
We'll see, won't we? Keogh's got this one to bowl, and then that second new ball will become available.
I mean, yeah. Got to say what you see, don't you? And save bowling the 79th over of the match and turning that ball considerably past off the middle of the pitch. That's not out of the rough. That's off the middle of the pitch, past the outside edge. Oh, that's interesting. First time that someone has come down the wicket to spin. Joe Hawkins kicked it away in the end. That's nicely bowled. Nicely played as well. If he tries to push through that and get it into the offside, it turns back through the gate, and he played it very nicely, very late. I can't see anyone warming up. Daniel to take the new ball. Just get a single there. There is a man out on the boundary.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. You normally are right when it comes to this cricket malarkey.
It happens now and again.
You've watched a bit, haven't you? You've seen a bit. You've been around.
Yeah, that is very well bowled. I think that sounded very much like James Sales coming through the effects mic. That's very well bowled. And it was very well bowled. Give him a microphone. Go and get myself a cup of tea.
James Sales isn't that keen on speaking into a microphone, which
no, he's not, is he?
Which could be an issue when it.
Right, so you are going to get your way with the new ball, I think, because Save has not taken his cap off. And Liam Guthrie is coming in to take the new ball.
I thought that would be the case. So there you go. You made the point. What does that say to Save with regards to the bowling? What does that say to Save with regards to the bowling?
But not a whole lot.
No.
How many, genuine question, how many plays and misses has there been to see bowling today? The prox, obviously we don't know because we haven't counted it, but roughly.
I mean, the one that sticks out was the real kind of flashy drive from Nye Donald's off George Scrimshaw, I think. Can I think of much going past the outside or inside edge? There may be those opening couple of overs.
When it's swung a bit.
Yeah. But
six.
Potentially that's what you need. You need 4 overs of a bit of swing, a bit of movement, a bit of nibble, pick up 3 wickets in it. And
right.
That's the trade-off, I suppose. But
the last ball that Save bowled bounced and turned.
Yeah.
So we could have another look at that, couldn't we?
Absolutely.
Can't you just postpone this? Because you can take it at any time.
Yeah.
So I'd give him another go. He's bowled a lovely over there. Give him another go. Yeah. If he bowls a poor over or if he doesn't get another one, what have you lost? So,
well, 3 minutes probably. Yeah.
So I'm not saying never. I was just saying not right now.
Yeah. Well, Save's pitched and turned. that one was bowled onto the middle of the cricket bat of Joe Hawkins, wasn't it? 300 up for Derbyshire.
We know the new ball goes hard. Now, look, of course you want to bowl with a new ball, and generally as soon as you can. I just think we could have had a slightly longer look at Save. There, Robco's bowling quite nicely the other end. He's not going around the park, so you've got control, you've got threat. Have another look at this for about 2, 3, 4 more overs, couple more each, lads, and then we'll go to the new ball unless you're all over them. That's where I'd have gone. So I'm not saying never. I'm saying
I know exactly. I know what you mean.
4 overs too soon for me. I've been sent a lovely photograph by Tom Brett of Joe Hawkins' brother watching the live stream on his phone. It's fantastic, yeah.
Well, so far so good for the family of Joe Hawkins. He's looked very, very good, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's a nice cricket shot. Just gets the bottom hand in a little bit, pushes through there. There's been plenty of players who scored a lot of runs doing that. His shape is nice, though. It's a very nice shape. If you've got a nice shape, you can do that and you don't lose shape. If you're not quite in a good shape and you push the bottom hand through, then the bat path can be compromised. But if you're in a good, strong shape there, particularly on the front side, just accelerates through. But this feels like a very important time, doesn't it, for Northampton? They've gone for 300 so far, 7 down. They want to pick these 3 wickets up and get off the field and get batting. So they've got catchers in, they've got 2 slips. That's Vasconcelos at first, James Sales at second slip. Saif Sayed is in a fine gully. Justin Broad's at backward point. There's a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. That's a very big appeal. It was given out very, very quickly by the umpire.
I thought I heard a couple of noises through the effects mic. I think the umpire might have just indicated, or the reason why it was not out was because it was going down the leg side. Swinging back, isn't it, from Liam Guthrie?
I get the feeling that the Northampton lads think this ump's worth a shout or two. Because it didn't look a great, it didn't look a ball that would be a great shout, but it was a great appeal.
But yeah, it was. It was very theatrical.
It was. Squeezed nicely out, straight to the fielder at backward point. It's one of those where you play that and you think, I've got, straight at him.
One of the best as well in Justin Broad.
300 up for Derbyshire. The announcement is made. Northampton over rate's positive, +5. Doesn't happen very often. So I'm guessing Staffs must have a game at the minute because the photograph is of Joe Hawkins' brother, who's got his Staffordshire cap and tracksuit top on, laying on it and over the boundary. I don't know if he's a wicket keeper. Are they keeping gloves? No, not something there. What day of the week is it? Tuesday. So they could have a. It's not. Is it 3-day cricket?
Hang on. I'm
up?
scrolling.
Thank
on
you.
my way. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It could well be the end of one of those 3-day games.
That's a good call of no from Martin Anderson. Because James Sales was very alert there at mid-wicket. Had they run there, that would have been a problem for Joe Hawkins. But he was very quickly sent back. What's the CB, Martin Anderson?
107.
107, so he's 105 at the minute.
Staffordshire beat Lincolnshire by 7 wickets.
Okay.
At Checkley in Staffordshire.
So there is an empty pint glass to the side of Joe Hawkins' brother. So Staffs won that game.
They did indeed.
Any of our lads do any good?
Tom Brett 2 for 28 off 5 in the first.
That's out. And the new ball has done the job. Found the outside edge of Martin Anderson's bat. He doesn't improve on that career best. He has to leave on 105. It's nicely bowled by Luke Proctor. Anderson down the wicket as he's done a number of times, just walking at the bowler, just really to try and disturb length. No more than that. He doesn't play an aggressive shot from there. Just sort of he's trying to work that into the leg side, actually. Just closes the bat face, gets a little thin scratch through. Gratefully received by Lewis McManus. And that's the end of a fabulous innings from Martin Anderson. He came in when his team was in real peril at 98 for 5 before lunch. He walks off with 105 to his name, and his team in a much better position at 300 now for 8. So the new ball has made the breakthrough. The captain decided to take it at the earliest opportunity, and he's proved to be correct because he's picked up the vital wicket there of Martin Anderson, who just played perfectly, basically. I mean, he's made hardly any mistakes in terms of judgment, decision-making, when to put pressure on the bowlers, when to absorb pressure. He's played that absolutely brilliantly. And you couldn't really see him getting out. And maybe a little bit of tiredness. He just tried to work a straight ball there into the leg side and got a thin little scratch through to Lewis McManus.
I mean, you commented a couple of times, didn't you, about the ones that he'd kind of shuffled outside off stump into the thigh pad and said, well, he'd be thinking if he got a little tickle on that, he might have been 20 further ahead. But kind of played that way, hadn't he? He'd moved a lot during the innings, and as you said, maybe tiredness, maybe the reset from going past the milestone, whatever that might have been, was just, and of course the new ball. Yeah, maybe that bit of extra zip off the surface,
just gets to you quicker.
Touch of extra movement that wasn't there before. 300 for 8. I mean, if Northamptonshire can wrap this up, it's not looking like a bad first innings, is it, really, for Northants, having been asked to bowl first?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I'd like to see Northants bat on it, and then I'll be in a stronger position to make a judgment. We do know that the Derbyshire attack is depleted, in particular in spin. Is depleted in spin. 2 of their frontline spinners not available for this game. Aitchison is the new batter. He's faced one ball. He's got under that one. Not entirely convinced of the way he played that. Talking about bowlers who are quicker than you think, we said that Justin Broad certainly falls into that category, as does the captain, Luke Proctor, because he can look reasonably, he can look kind of medium pace and just above medium pace, but actually when he slips himself and the timing is perfect, Luke Proctor does hit the bat very hard. Oh, he's hit the middle of the bat very hard there, because that's stroked away for 4 through extra cover. Certainly the way that Aitchison played the previous ball, the bumper, it's all about the follow-up, and the follow-up was full. It was over full, and Aitchison said, well, I'm a better player than that. I know what's coming here. You're going to push me back and try and do me with a fuller ball, so I'll hit that for 4. And he stroked that as nicely as anyone has played a shot all day. Really nicely played.
Did it very nicely through the covers. Well, success for Northants with the new ball. Broke that partnership. Got rid of Martin Anderson. It was 105 not out. At the time, 9, 10 and 11 left to go for Northamptonshire, but Joe Hawkins is there. On debut, currently on 17, has looked very, very organised. How much does his game change now that Martin Anderson is no longer there with him? Liam Guthrie from the David Capel ends. Off the hip, turned around the corner for a single. And Aitchison runs through to take strike. As you say, he didn't play that short ball particularly convincingly, and I don't necessarily think he was in the best position to play that shot through the covers. Averages 12.5 in first-class cricket for Ben Aitchison. Does have a 50, though.
Not convinced about those pads. They're very much on the outside of the leg. He's played that pretty well, hasn't he? There's a lot of movement after he's played. There's a bit of nerves there, isn't there? He won't have faced the new ball that frequently. I would have a little look upstairs for a while. But the thing about the bat, it's all about the next ball, isn't it? You bowl a good bouncer and then follow up well.
Just nicely played. Driven through the offside again. It's taken a bit of pace off it in that wicket end. So Luke Proctor will pick that up for 2. 307 for 8. 13.5 overs remain in the day's play. Plenty of spinners been bowled, so Northamptonshire have got around pretty quickly through the course of the first day here. I'll just turn that effects mic down for a moment while somebody's mowing the lawn or cutting the hedge or whatever it is that you can hear through the mic there. Bit of an ooh and an ah from somewhere out there. That looked like to be well wide of Ben Aitchison's off stump.
Looks a big lad, Ben Aitchison. I've not really noticed that before. I mean, I know Joe Hawkins is not the biggest lad, but he just looks like a bit of a unit at the crease.
Yeah, I think he's been pretty unlucky with injuries, hasn't he, over the recent years? So potentially wouldn't have seen much of him at all. The Derbyshire floodlights are coming on, Rowie, so that shows what I know. They are available for this fixture. It's been pretty gloomy all day.
Do you know?
They are just coming on now, but
they're coming on now.
Ironically, you can see patches of blue sky.
It's no darker now than it has been all day. It's been darker, hasn't it, at points?
I would say so.
I would say so. Anyway, they're on.
They are. Whether it's going to get darker, but I think right above the ground, it's actually quite a bit of blue sky going on up there. So who knows? Who knows? It's a funny old game, isn't it? This cricket lark. 307 for 8. Oh, and there is a play and miss for Guthrie. 83 overs now have been bowled. 13 remain in the day.
Yeah, I think you were asking a while ago about will Northamptonshire, if they can go bang bang now and get batting for, let's call it just around 300, early 300s, having lost the toss and lost first use of the pitch. I think from 98 for 5, they probably will feel they've missed an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's how I would be feeling personally. I don't know how they're going to be feeling. They're out there. It's often different when you're out there sometimes to how it appears to be, but I think from 98 for 5 that they would be looking to wrap that up for well under 250.
I would agree with that. I don't necessarily know if I saw the body language after lunch that made me think that's what the plan was, but I would agree that that would be a disappointment. Hawkins just getting himself inside that, trying to help it round the corner. Through to the gloves of Lewis McManus. George Scrimshaw has found himself back in the inner circle. He's at mid-on at the moment.
Oh, God, I feel for George Scrimshaw.
Yeah, he's had a tough day, hasn't he?
Because he puts in the field. He's a wholehearted fielder. And as I say,
he's a great human being.
Anyone can drop a catch.
Yeah.
Then his confidence is through the floor. And then he made a right mess of the one on the bat. Now, it was probably spinning very, very late as it got to him, but just get your long, but just get something. Just get something in the way of it. It was barely travelling, was it?
Yeah, he's a lovely lad. Issues with the boots or the socks or the toenails, whatever that was.
He needs to do something good to get his confidence back.
Well, it couldn't have started much better for him, could it, really?
No.
Opening over of the day, gets one just to track along the surface, catch Caleb Jewell on the pads on the back foot. And say thank you very much. There's a first-class wicket, George Scrimshaw, in 2025. That third over, which conceded, 17, 18 runs, I think it was. Left the field of play pretty quickly after that. 18 or 48 for Hawkins.
Oh, that's nicely played, isn't it? That reminded me of someone, the way he played that. Like, when I say remind me of someone very, very good, that reminded me of. Played that very late. I'd like the way he plays late in defence. What's he, 18?
18, yeah.
So it's got a nice technique there. That's well bowled, Proc.
He would be of that generation, wouldn't he, that as a youngster would have grown up watching the likes of, well, Joe Root, I suppose, probably would have been the one in the back garden to emulate in the nets.
Sounds like a cricketing family, doesn't it? If his brother's playing for Staffordshire currently, or they've just finished, they've won that game.
Yeah, blast from the fast. Mark Foote playing for Lincolnshire.
Oh,
in that fixture.
wow. Okay.
Never got that England cap, did he? But he was, I think he must have been in a squad at some point. He's touted for international recognition.
He could bowl rockets, couldn't he? But
He really could. Guthrie from the David Capel end. Aitchison on strike. And confidently and comfortably shoulders arms and leaves that well alone. And it feels like with Aitchison that if it's in his half of the pitch, he's just going to put his hands through it. If it's wide of it, let it go. And say the short ball, I'm surprised I haven't seen another one since that one from Luke Proctor earlier on.
I'm amazed at that, actually. Absolutely amazed at that. Won't be long, I think. That was through him before he knew about that, I think.
Yeah, he was. I think he was initially carded for number 11, Ben Aitchison. So had the bump up over Blair Tickner today.
It'll be interesting, as you said, Dan, does Joe Hawkins just take a little bit more risk, recognising he's batting with the tail? Oh, he's played that really nicely.
Yeah, he started to get his feet moving a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd say he would, unless, of course, Derbyshire. I suppose the risk of that comes that Derbyshire end up bowling this evening. Not to say that Joe Hawkins here doesn't find the middle of the bat, score some runs out here and take it through to tomorrow anyway. But obviously the increased risk of that is the fact that they are bowling this evening and that may not be on their list of things to do. But I'd have thought if you could, if I'm not saying you would, you're not going to declare, but if the stars aligned and you ended up with 6 overs this evening, you'd say, well, that's
that
handy,
wouldn't
isn't
be
it?
the end of the world under the lights.
Exactly.
With a kookaburra, that would not be the end of the world.
Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner with the new ball in hand for 18 deliveries each. Thanks very much. It's almost got to be worth the attempted acceleration, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just a little. I don't probably not. He's playing very well.
Chipped in the air and safely down towards the coffee van and the Mem Saab tent. And Aitchison with a nice little drop kick into mid-wicket for 4. Moves to 10. So he has got a first-class 50 to his name, Ben Aitchison.
It wasn't totally controlled, but it was good enough, wasn't it? He knew if he got the middle of the bat on that, it's kind of going to get past mid-wicket. It was to the right of Rob Keogh. Never had a chance of catching that. It's a decent shot, that. Come back over the wicket as a result of that.
And goes for 4 on the other side of the wicket.
And that's the thing about the new ball, isn't it?
Through the covers, yeah.
It does go.
Hits the bat harder. It's not really anything more than just lent on, is it, by Ben Aitchison? There's just a little crack of the wrists as it meets the ball and it races across the outfield. And 315 for 8 after 85 overs. I mean, it worked. They got the wicket of Anderson, the one that they probably wanted, the one they were desperate for. But you are right. It does come as a trade-off, doesn't it, with regards to that scoring rate, which is healthy, 3.71 per over for Derbyshire. So you can't ignore the fact that 8 wickets have fallen today, but actually 300 runs on the board is very, very good.
Yep, absolutely. It's quite weird, the low bounce, isn't it? Because the ball was obviously brand new at 11 o'clock. And in the first 6 overs, I reckon 4 balls kept really low.
Yeah.
And then there was then the wicket in about, I don't know what over it was, 12th over, something like that, of Jewel. And you thought, oh, crikey. And then I haven't seen another ball to a seamer keep low since then. It's been weird, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been odd. I must admit, I was kind of fearing the worst
Yeah,
when I saw the one for, or particularly the LBW for Caleb Jewell. I was slightly worried. And I mean, unsurprisingly, the umpires got together, didn't they, after the dismissal?
Yeah, this feels quite odd.
Inside edge runs down to Liam Guthrie. Fine leg for a single. So Hawkins moves to 19, 316 for 8.
From a Northamptonshire perspective, I wonder whether this is I think this is probably the best matchup right now. Proctor to Aitchison. Aitchison's played well, don't get me wrong. It's all relative. But I think from a Northants perspective, Luke Proctor, new ball to Ben Aitchison is the matchup.
Quick bumper, quick Yorker. Try and wrap this up as quick as possible. So much so, Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus are mid-over, have got together for a conversation. I assume Lewis McManus seen something there that he wants to share with Luke Proctor, or vice versa.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah. I know what I'd be saying as a wicket keeper now.
Yorker.
Blast his toes off.
Yeah, I thought you'd say that.
Stop bowling. It's normally what I say to the guys on Saturday. Stop bowling these pretty ones and just... It's not the Yorker.
Oh, that's tight.
Length balls. A chance, is there? Gone, maybe. No. Scrimshaw coming around, pick that up. Had 3 stumps to aim at, hit the stumps. Did Aitchison made his ground tight?
It was tight, wasn't
Very tight.
It had a very comfortable look about it at the end, didn't it? Like no one really appealed, but he was in by about 4 inches, something like that.
Yeah, it was very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly in, no question about that.
Well, judge signal. Hawkins back on strike, and I mean that is a commanding forward defence, isn't it, for Joe Hawkins?
Oh, I think, yeah. In defence, he's reminiscent of David Sales, this kid. I said earlier, he didn't take a big stride, but he does get a good body weight transfer, gets over his front knee. That's not a bad bloke to model your defence on, let me say that.
Not at all. Short ball, attempted pull shot, doesn't connect with it. End of the over with a dot. Just 2 runs from it then. Proctor now has bowled 10 overs for 20 runs, scored 317 for 8. We've got 10 overs remaining in the day's play. So we're not going to be far away, are we, from a 6 p.m. finish this evening?
Get in. I mean, yes. Do you know what the score was when the new ball was taken? It was after 80 overs, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah. Let me see if I can... 296.
296, okay. It's gone for 21 in 6.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bowling change at the David Capel end. Liam Guthrie, who really didn't threaten with the second new ball, is out of the attack. George Scrimshaw replaces him. There's a short leg that's gone in that wasn't there for Guthrie. That kind of reflects the extra bounce that George Scrimshaw is likely to get. So there's 2 slips. There is a gully. There's a short leg. 2 fielders either side of the wicket saving a single and a fine leg.
What are we going to get from George Scrimshaw? What's the plan length so far? Aitchison managing to get down the other end.
It's weird, isn't it? Aitchison, he's on 16 already. They've put on 18, these two. He's got 16 of them. He has faced the majority of the bowling, that's for sure. But he's played 3 nice boundary shots as well in that 16. He played that initial bumper pretty poorly from Luke Proctor, but since then has looked really happy. Something interesting that George Scrimshaw is bowling from the David Capel end, because something that David Capel said to me once when looking at batters was, look how many times the ball hits the middle of the bat and look how much time they've got. Rather than look at positions they get into, he was saying, you know, look at their skills. How many times is the ball at the middle of the bat? And I think the answer to that for Joe Hawkins is a lot. The ball hits the middle of his bat a lot. That one didn't hit his bat at all. Right on cue. So he gets nothing. The team gets a leg by. But it's a good thing to look at. How many times does the ball hit the middle of the bat? How much time does the player have? He also gets into really good positions, I think, in particular on the front foot. Come on, Scrimmy, is the shout. Absolutely. Come on, Scrimmy.
It's a good bumper. Quick, isn't it? Well evaded by Aitchison.
Maybe it was a bluff. Maybe Aitchison played that first bumper poorly, knowing that if I play this ball, I'm going to get loads of bumpers. I'm actually really good against the short ball, because he has looked, he's got under them beautifully, hasn't he, since then? Field change. Chahal comes over from mid-wicket. He's going to come into the covers. Suggests he's going to bowl fuller and straighter. Is that a bluff? It might well be, because his next ball has gone down the leg side and Aitchison catches up with that. Gets enough bat and it goes down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 17, 320. The score is creeping up. So the new ball absolutely did do the job of getting the very dangerous Anderson out for 105, but actually it hasn't slowed Derbyshire down at all. It's getting a little bit more gloomy out there. The lights are relatively getting brighter.
So I was just trying to figure out if I could see the shadows going from the boots of the fielders, which you can, can't you?
Can a bit, yeah.
More so on the camera there than you can through the window in front of us. But that was a question I was going to ask. Is it doesn't feel like it's a million miles away from getting to a point of going, well, the artificial light's kind of taking over the natural light here, which is the cutoff, isn't it, or the benchmark?
Yeah.
If Northamptonshire were offered the opportunity to finish the day with spin, would they take it, or would they turn around and say, "Oh, it's all right. We'll come back tomorrow morning with it in hand"?
I mean, that's very much dependent for me on how Chahal feels about bowling with a pretty new ball. I see he's fairly quickly into the attack. Sometimes wrist spinners struggle with the new ball more than off spinners, is a general comment. And obviously, it's all about individuals and how they feel about it. But generally speaking, the wrist spinner is happier with the new ball than the off spinner generally.
8.5 or 8.5 overs to go. We might not get to that stage anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might not get to that. It might be done and dusted by the time that rules and runs out.
So I misspoke there. What you generally find is leg spinners are less happy to bowl with the new ball.
Yes.
Generally. I may have conveyed the opposite there.
No, I know what you mean.
Thank you.
It's just the lacquer on it just makes it a bit slippier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Harder to get a grip on it. You maybe don't get as much control as it leaves the hands. A bit of a shuffle across and a poke at that one, and Aitchison's pretty disappointed in himself there as he just takes a wander off to square leg to compose himself. 17 off 22 for Aitchison, 19 off 57 for Hawkins. That one nicely played, nicely timed, and that is going to find the boundary rope. Just flicked off the hip for Ben Aitchison. And he moves into the 20s. Thank you very much.
They've got these quickly, haven't they? This partnership of 24 has happened very quickly. It's predominantly Ben Aitchison who's responsible for that. That's his 4th boundary. He's on 21 already. They played that beautifully. You know, he's a number 10, fairly new ball still. It's only not even 8 overs old, and he's clipped that off his hip well in front of square for 4.
It's really, really nicely played. Proctor's got 2 left in the over. And I mean, by the time that Aitchison's got to play that, he looks like he's in position before Proctor's played the ball there on that one in particular anyway.
Yeah. He's almost falling over it because he's there too early, isn't he? See it early, move late. Well, he's seeing it early, moving early. Which will mean he's not going to be absolutely in control of the bat face. Could see the ball be hit aerially as a result of that.
Short ball, which, again, through to McManus with no great pace about it at all, was there? 88 overs then have been bowled, 324 for 8. Partnership worth 24. They have just built those partnerships up nicely, haven't they, since the lunch break? Derbyshire.
Just a glance across at the scoreboard and seeing George Scrimshaw's figures there. 9 overs, 1 for 44. Obviously going at 5s, and it's not seemed that way. It's not. He's leaked a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the 1 over did the damage, didn't it?
Yeah, it did that
really
big over, yeah.
I mean, I'd have to go back through, but it must have conceded getting on for 15 plus. That one left alone. Hawkins 2 off 14 in this partnership. I did think he'd gone a little bit quiet since Aitchison had come out to the middle, but yes, good teammate work, isn't it, by Ben Aitchison there to kind of take the pressure off Hawkins on debut.
It looks pretty flat out there now, doesn't it? A breakthrough with the second new ball. You wondered whether that was going to be an open end. It's been called 1 for the over. I'm surprised at that. In terms of, I didn't know it got that high. Got under it well, didn't he, Hawkins?
Did.
I didn't know it was that.
Had a lot of time, didn't he?
He did.
But you're right. It does look pretty flat at the minute.
Yeah, pretty flat in every sense.
Bit of an inside edge there into the thigh pad. A bit of an ooh from McManus and Vasconcelos. So I think trying pretty hard to keep their teammates engaged and motivated through what's been a pretty tough afternoon for Northamptonshire. James Sales maybe just takes a step forward. Rob Keogh potentially starting to get loose there at mid-on. Defended again.
It is getting gloomy, isn't it? You could take us round the grounds, Dan, before we complete. I do enjoy when you do that.
It would be a privilege. Would you like a bit more information this time
that'd be
around?
great, yeah.
Okay, well, it might take me a little bit of time then to gather said information, or we can just go ground by ground. Let's do that. I'll save myself getting confused and muddled in my old age. Start up at the Riverside. Why not? Durham 153 all out.
Oof.
You got Colin Ackerman with 50. Dan Worrell 4 for 31. Sam Curran 3 for 22. Surrey in response 78 for 3. Ryan Patel on 36 and Dan Lawrence on 23 not out. Ben Rain with a couple of wickets, as has Matt Potts. He's got 1. They played that.
Oh, that was a chance. It would have been an absolute screamer. It's going to go away for 3. In fact, only 2 down to third man, but it was pushed at off the back foot by Joe Hawkins. It went quickly and a long way to Justin Broad's left. But if anyone in the team's going to catch that, he is. He flew to his left, threw out a left hand, but he wasn't able to catch up with it. It would have been an absolute world-class catch had he caught it. He didn't. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, Sussex at Scarborough. They won, or sorry, Yorkshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. And Sussex are 187 for 9. Top score for James Coles, 47.
He's got runs this year, hasn't he?
He has. He's been very, very good. He's maybe a touch under bowled with Jack Carson in the side at the same time, but genuine all-round cricketer. Jack White, 16 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 21.
We miss him.
George Hill's got a couple of wickets. Will Sutherland's got a couple of wickets there as well. The other Division 1 fixtures.
Meanwhile, just here, I'll keep my eye on this for us, Dan. Luke Proctor's going to continue. He's put Chahal out to deep square. I wonder if he's going to bowl a considerable number of short balls. That one's not. It's dropped into the offside. They comfortably get through. It was a good call and a good response. Good single.
Warwickshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first at Chelmsford. Essex are 311 for 3. Tom Wesley's 119 not out. Paul Walter, 86 at the top of the order as well. Not a good toss to win at Chelmsford. What's gone on? Ground delay at New Road. Whether it's rained or not, I don't know. It just says ground delay. Rain at Cheltenham. Middlesex are 232 for 3, having won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Kane Williamson, 104 not out.
Shock. That's his second innings of the season and his second 100.
Yeah. He is a good cricketer.
He's quite good at cricket, isn't he?
Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. And I don't know if you remember the score that I read out this morning, but Somerset had not very many for 3. They are currently 315 for 3.
Ouch.
James Rue, 151. Tom Abel, 144. So that's not gone the way of the Nottinghamshire cricketers. Manchester, Division 2. Glamorgan have travelled up the M5. 251 for 7. Glamorgan. Asa Tribe with 61 and Kieran Carlson, 77. Chris Green, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 76. His name, wicketless James Anderson in that fixture there. Lancashire look to continue to climb the table. It feels an age ago, doesn't it, since Northamptonshire beat Lancashire here, and Lancashire were bottom of the table at that time.
Yeah.
League leaders, Leicestershire. They're down in Canterbury this week. Kent won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. Leicestershire 363 for 9. Rayan Ahmed with another first-class 100 this summer. 119 of 156 deliveries.
He's churning them out, isn't he?
He really is. Rishi Patel, 85 as well. 7 wickets for Matt Parkinson, 7 for 99. If Matt Parkinson's taken 7 wickets, not to discredit Matt Parkinson, but you suspect Rayan Ahmed might have another role to play in that game. He took 13 wickets, didn't he, against Derbyshire?
He did.
Plus
there was a lot
of
bad cricket in that 13 wickets. I have to say there was a lot of bad cricket in that.
You could certainly say that.
There was.
And then obviously the other one is the game that we've got unfolding in front of us. But interesting, isn't it? England with that test team went for Liam Dawson. They didn't look back to Rayan Ahmed or to Jack Leach. Liam Dawson came into that test side in replacement for Shoaib Bashir. He's got that hand injury.
So 10 overs gone with the second new ball, Dan. And it's one for about 35, something like that. The big one, though, wasn't it?
296, wasn't it?
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so yeah, 35. The big wicket of Anderson. but it hasn't threatened to do much, has it? So much so that we're going back to spin. Chahal is going to bowl. He's replacing Scrimshaw. I think he only had 2 overs there, Scrimshaw. Yes, he would have done, wouldn't he? Because Guthrie had 3. And Scrimshaw had 2, whilst Proctor was bowling 5. Luke Proctor currently 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. Chahal's got another first-class 100. He's 26 overs, 4 for 103 as we speak. But I do like this. I think, as I said before, I wouldn't have immediately gone to the new ball. That means I might not have got Anderson out, and so I'd have been mistaken. But it hasn't really done much.
No, it hasn't. I think, I agree with you. I think so deserved another go as that one gets an outside edge for Aitchison. Comes through for a couple of runs.
Derbyshire, 17 short of another batting bonus point here. They'll certainly want to pick that up. I think they've got, I'm going to check this before I say it, actually. I think they've got the fewest batting bonus points in the division. Oh, no, that's rubbish. Sorry, that's absolute rubbish.
I'd have thought Northants might be.
Kent, I'm nowhere near with Derbyshire there, to be honest with you. Kent have got the fewest batting bonus points, 14, and then Middlesex with 17, and then Northants with 21. Derbyshire actually got 23, 26 for Gloucester, 25 for Glamorgan, 30 for Leicestershire. That's a handsome shot through the offside.
Very stylish. He's looked good, hasn't he? Since that initial bumper. Probably just warmed him up a touch, I suspect.
It's got court slip written all over it. This drive court slip. The new ball bounces, turns a bit. Well, not off that length, though, Chahal. That's just going to be another 2, isn't it? H moves to 30. The partnership, 39. They've played well, haven't they, Derbyshire? They've played very well. Oh, we got stuffed on length there. There was nowhere there. But having got himself into a bad position, he didn't then try and do anything other than accept. So he took his medicine, didn't he? And just played with his hands in the end. His feet were nowhere.
Yeah, they have done. They have played very well. Won the toss. Elected to have a bat first. I suspect many would have seen them to be 89 for 5. And then the recovery. Absolutely brilliant. We did say that, didn't we, at lunch about the 5 wickets that did fall, and the low one for Caleb Jewell with the LBW, the strangle down the leg side for Wayne Madsen, the caught behind for Brooke Guest, who didn't look particularly enamoured with the decision.
Yeah, certainly Northants had some rub of the green. You'd say that, wouldn't you? Strangling Madsen down the leg side, and then the sort of 50-50 maybe. Caught behind, went their way. So you'd say had the rub of the green there. But I've been very impressed with how Derbyshire have approached this innings. They've just played really sensibly, very good professional cricket with good intent to score. This lad does remind me of David Sales. His movements, plays the ball very, very late. I mean, I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Joe Hawkins is the next David Sales. I mean, let's hope for the game that he is, because that's attractive, and everyone enjoyed watching Jumble Bat, that's for sure. 25 not out with power to add on debut. It is getting darker and darker out there.
Fielded by George Bartley. He's been busy today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's put a good shift in. He has.
suppose that's the with regards to the light as well, it's the duty of care, not just for the batters, is it? It's for the fielders as well.
If you look at Chahal at mid-wicket, you can see 4 shadows around him now.
Well, neither umpire have called for a light meter, have they? Or
they've got no interest. This is going 96 overs. Yeah, it won't go any more than that, will it now? But
I have to say, I think as this day's gone on, Rowie, I said 50-50, didn't I, around tea time? Derbyshire are creeping into a position of ascendancy with this 339 on the board. Come pretty quickly at 3.7. That's kind of what Middlesex stuffed Northamptonshire with last week, was the speed at which they got those runs. There's so much time in the game. And they're not going to be in a position.
Oh, you know, when they're hitting the stumps, but it didn't.
To go and get 600 on the board here, or these two would have to bat incredibly well if that was the case.
Jeez, that would be painful, wouldn't it, from here?
Yeah, but
even 400
Middlesex
would be
left so much time left in the game that
they did.
Northamptonshire almost, well, had a snowball's chance in hell, didn't they, really, to try and get any kind of result from that game.
Yeah. They looked jaded as well. That second innings batting performance looked jaded. There was some soft dismissals there. I thought that wasn't a rearguard action that you'd really want to see from the Steelbacks. Oh. Bit of a flash. It's all very, very quiet out there. It's all quite dark as well. I mean, I'm looking at, who's that? I'm looking at Justin Broad moving across the square. And you can see clearly 4 shadows. As you said, Dan, that's generally the point at which umpires start getting interested in having to think about the light. But these two guys, Joe Hawkins and Ben Aitchison, don't really care too much about the light. They're seeing it pretty well. They've put on 40 together. 340 for 8.
Playing it nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, that's nicely played.
I think if Northamptonshire want to get themselves off the field this evening, before obviously 6 o'clock, which is kind of inconsequential now, isn't it, with 13 or 12 minutes to go, you just have to have somebody on the boundary start rowing the wrong way, don't you? Go, oh, sorry, Humps, I didn't see it. It must be a bit dark now, a bit gloomy. Have you ever looked at a light meter? Do you know what they are? I've always been curious.
No, I haven't. Not the ones that the umpires use. I've not. No.
Because I'm kind of curious as to know the technology behind it. Really, I don't really. I'm sure I could Google it and find a bit about it, but.
Yeah, so the way that they operate with the light meters, I can fill you in on that, is that the decision of whether it's bad light or not is not down to a light meter. The decision on bad light is down to the umpires, only down to the umpires without any technology. Okay, so they make a judgment. That's close. It's not close, based on their eyes, basically. And then once they decide it is too bad, it's too bad to go off, they then take a reading.
Gotcha.
Okay. And that reading then is the benchmark for the rest of the match. So if the reading is 10, whatever that means, then that's the reading for the rest of the game. So they will then use light meters from then on.
Yeah, okay.
But it's humans that make the decision.
Gotcha.
They just measure what that human judgment was.
I understand. I don't think we're going to be getting to that. As I say, tomorrow doesn't look brilliant either. It's not exactly felt like a summer's day, has it?
It hasn't. The umpire Ashraf is having a look towards umpire Long. Umpire Long is not having a look towards umpire Ashraf. Saif Zaib is going to bowl. Luke Proctor has finished his spell. He bowled 6 overs there. I think, having taken the new ball, the captain wanted to give himself every chance. He bowled pretty well. Did pick up the very important wicket of Martin Anderson for 105. But since then, it's all gone very quiet. These two have come together and put on 40 for the 9th wicket, and Saif Zaib's going to bowl his 2nd over of the day. I think, we can probably say we were both right, weren't we? In that you wanted the new ball immediately. That immediately got the wicket. I wanted it delayed. And actually, since the wicket, it hasn't really done much. So, we'll kind of have a share of it. But anyway, Zaib from the Lynn Wilson end.
Yeah. I mean, did Northamptonshire bowl well with that 2nd new ball?
I think Proc bowled quite well.
I think he did, yeah.
But I don't think he was backed up from the other end. I don't think Guthrie bowled well with it. And I don't think Scrimshaw did. But we said earlier, Saif Zaib's been under-bowled. We felt that, didn't we? And it has to be true today, doesn't it?
Oh, I would say so. But Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor, as we've spoken about a few times, they're kind of blessed with options. So many options available in this 11 that could bowl if, of course, fully fit and available. Now, obviously,
nicely bowled.
Kind of decreasing standards, I suppose, as you go through. But quite often there's 7 or 8 bowling options. So I guess trying to find that right partnership is.
Pushed at that one. Joe Hawkins got a thick edge. A couple of times in the last few overs, he's got thick edges, whereas before it was mostly out of the middle of the bat. But he can be pretty happy so far with his work. He wants to walk off with the rest of them. When everyone walks off, he's 28 not out at the minute. If he's not out overnight, he can look at himself in this in the mirror in his hotel room and give himself a little smile, I think, because he'll have done a good job for his team.
Absolutely. Well, I think he's done a fantastic job for his team
already.
Yeah,
quite right. Yeah,
walking off, not out. I mean, they've got 12 deliveries to figure out and negotiate between the two of them, haven't they? 343 for 8.
So it came in at number 9, I think. Zach Chappell was in at 8.
Yes.
And you kind of think, I've seen enough now to reverse those 2 positions.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Zach Chappell, but Joe Hawkins looks a good player. So, got more options as a player. What have we got? We've got 2 overs remaining in the day. We might get more than 2. We might get more than 2. We shall see. That's a loopy, slower one.
Yeah, Chahal might get another one after this. I don't think Northampton's going to be in a particular rush, are they, to bowl 97 today?
If I were them, I'd bowl as many as I could tonight, because these 2 are batting for tomorrow. So you got a bit more margin.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bowl as many balls as I possibly could tonight, personally. But then again, I am a maniac, so.
Yeah. You've had 94 and a half overs, sat down in a relatively comfortable chair in a air-conditioned studio.
Couple of coffees, nice panini.
A nice panini.
Your company.
Well, that probably would make you want to go and stand out on the field for 94 and a half overs. Yeah. Give with one hand and take away with another. But I would have thought there must be some pretty tired physically and mentally cricketers out there at the moment. Some heavy feet, maybe. I've got a great question for you tomorrow.
Oh, crikey, you can't do that to me.
Question
I've got to try and sleep tonight. Oh, that was a drag down that nearly led to the demise of Ben Aitchison. It was dragged down by Chahal. Another poor delivery, 6-ball poor delivery. And Ben Aitchison's eyes lit up. His bottom hand gripped the bat too hard as he tried to pump it through the leg side, and he nearly dragged it onto his stumps, and that would have been a death.
Yeah, it would have been a cruel way to go, wouldn't it?
It would.
He's batted brilliantly for his 30-odd.
So Zabe's bowling this one. My phone says it's 5-6. So we probably are going to get another over after this.
Yeah, I think so. Well, unless this disappears off into the bushes a couple of times. But Safe is very, very quick through his overs, isn't he? Just bowls off a couple of paces. I think the other thing with Safe with ball in hands, and just generally, he's a cricketer that wants to be involved.
Yeah.
He's enthusiastic. He will probably create a bit of lift and a bit of theatre for everybody else because of that energy, that desire to get through the over quickly.
Makes things happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can almost use him as a bit of a joker card for 5 or 6 overs to create something potentially. I mean, he plays cricket with a smile on his face. You can see him there having a laugh with George Scrimshaw. He's had a pretty tough day in the field.
Yeah, just loves it. He'll probably go home and have a game of cricket in his back garden tonight. Just loves it.
But how's that on the dining room table?
Yeah, and for me, it's even if you don't really want to be out there because you're tired and stuff, pretend you do. Because, you know, show the Derbyshire batters that you want to be bowling at them.
Yeah.
So that is 96 overs, and we are going to get extra time. That's well, not extra time. In fact, extra overs rather than extra time.
Yeah, Luke Proctor's jogging through. Chahal's taken the jumper and the cap off. 345 for 8 in Derbyshire. Think they'll be happy with that as a score?
I think they'll be delighted with that. I think they'll be delighted with that. Yeah.
From 0-0 at 11 o'clock this morning, yeah?
I think, yes. I think from this morning, I think 350 with power to add, or 345, I should say, with power to add. Tomorrow, these two can both play, can't they?
Yeah.
I think they'd have taken that. They would have wanted probably a couple less wickets, but they'll have accepted that in the overall. And then certainly, you know, from lunchtime.
Oh, thrilled to pieces from lunchtime. Absolutely thrilled to pieces with the work that they've put together in the afternoon and the evening session. 100-run partnership between Donald and Anderson. It's at 50-odd, wasn't it, for Anderson and Chappell? Another 50-odd for Anderson and Hawkins. And this one here.
It's nearly there, isn't it? It's 46 at the minute.
Yeah.
And the key thing is these next 4 balls that it's going to be unbroken overnight. We might even get one more in, possibly. I don't think we will. It'll be tight.
Yeah, I think the clock that's used by the umpires is the one on the wall here.
The one
so
we can't see, isn't
we
it?
don't stand much chance in actually getting a read on that.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That has bounced and turned. And fortunately for Joe Hawkins, it's turned past the outside edge rather than getting any of it. It's a nice ball, though, isn't it? Up and down. Generally, the slower ball has turned more, hasn't it? No surprise there, but it's gone again. Let's get round, get another one in.
Feels like a bit of a free hit to do so, doesn't it? With a couple of minutes left on the clock.
Oh my goodness, he's bowled a no ball.
Well, that might curtail proceedings. It's just ticked over to 59, I think, on the clock I've got in front of me. So
can you believe it?
We might be struggling here. Otherwise, Safe Save would have had another over. And Safe Save wants another over, as do the Northamptonshire fielders.
Yeah, there's 2 clocks in operation, aren't there? There's the one on the scoreboard is saying 17:59, which is what the Northampton players are pointing at. But the one that they're using, the one we can't see, which the umpire has just pointed out clearly says 6 o'clock, because he's showing them that's the clock they use.
Yeah, although
and they're going off.
Save's not particularly happy, is he? He's still kind of indicating that clock on the board has just ticked over to 1800 now. But that is close. That is stumps on day one between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire in the county championship. We've had 97 overs of first-class cricket here, and Derbyshire are 348 for 8. 100 for Martin Anderson, 4 wickets for Yuzvendra Chahal. And I think it's fair to say that Derbyshire have had the better of the 2 days. I don't necessarily think Northamptonshire are out of this fixture, but I think they're going to have to bat very, very well if they're going to come away with a positive result from this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I think Derbyshire have won the day, but they haven't destroyed the day. You know, it's 8 down, could be bang, bang in the morning. Northampton's batting very quickly. And then their job is to be batting at the end of that, end of tomorrow as well. But yeah, real credit to Derbyshire for the way they fought back. They won the first 90 minutes, 1 down for 80 odd, and then 4 very quick wickets before lunch. Since then, it's been all Derbyshire, and that's largely down to Martin Anderson and supporting cast, really. Joe Hawkins on debut, a word for that, young man, 29 not out. But there's been good support. Donald played nicely, Chappell played nicely, Aiteson's played nicely. They've played what's in front of them with positive intent, played nicely. And I think Northampton haven't been at their best, not been terrible with the ball. But as we know with this Kookaburra, it's difficult to get it off straight at points. And Derbyshire have certainly cashed in. So well done them. But it's all to play for tomorrow. First hour, really important.
It's key, isn't it? It's crucial, some might say. Well, we'll see you for that first hour. We'll be back at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2 of this fixture between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Have a lovely evening.